Rise of the European Emperor by Taishan Laonyo.
Chapter 981 Mixed Oil and Kerosene Lamps. It should be pointed out that the kerosene in ancient China was not pure petroleum, but a product extracted from petroleum, which burned more fiercely than petroleum. If pure petroleum is used, the combustion is not fierce enough and cannot achieve sufficient killing effect. Of course, in terms of burning intensity, gasoline is definitely the most powerful among petroleum. In later generations, there are special gasoline bombs. Even this kind of gasoline bomb can deal with tanks during World War II. In addition, it should be emphasized that the native distillation of gasoline is very dangerous. Why? The danger is that when distilling gasoline, there will be a byproduct, liquefied petroleum gas. The volatility of liquefied petroleum gas is more powerful than gasoline, and it will explode when it encounters an open flame after reaching a certain concentration in the air, which is extremely dangerous. However, Marin thought of a way, that is, to put the heating area of the tin pan inside the house, and the pipeline part for collecting gasoline was drilled through the wall and placed outside the house. In this way, even if the liquefied petroleum gas, a byproduct of refining gasoline, escapes into the air, it will dissipate quickly because the house is so large outside. If the exhaust port is placed inside the house, then it will be dead. Because the space inside the house is small, the liquefied petroleum gas reaches a certain concentration, and it will definitely explode when it encounters a heated open flame. Marin, the time traveler, did not want to die, so he modified the tin pan and placed the exhaust port outside the house, allowing the liquefied petroleum gas to dissipate in the vast sky and earth. Of course, it also made the people in the palace smell an unpleasant odor. In fact, it is a very wasteful thing to let the liquefied petroleum gas escape between heaven and earth. Because liquefied petroleum gas is a very excellent gas fuel. It can even be used for steelmaking. But the problem is that the output of Marin's refining this time is very small, and it is not worth it to build a pipeline system to collect liquefied petroleum gas. Therefore, Marin simply let the liquefied petroleum gas as a byproduct escape between heaven and earth. Smelling the faint smell of liquefied petroleum gas in the air, Marin regretted, liquefied gas, it cost hundreds of yuan a bottle in the previous life, what a waste. However, he did not regret letting the liquefied gas escape. Why? Because collecting liquefied petroleum gas requires a long pipeline and some special equipment. If the pipeline is short and ignites immediately, the combustion of liquefied petroleum gas may go back to the gasoline collection area along the short pipeline and ignite the gasoline. Therefore, in the absence of too much trouble, and because the output is too small, Marin simply let the liquefied petroleum gas escape outdoors. At the same time, the gasoline collection container is actually placed outdoors. In this way, the safety of people in the house can be fully guaranteed. Even if a deflagration occurs, it will occur outdoors. You know, Marin is standing in the house directing his subordinates to operate. If there is an explosion or something, he, the time traveler, will be in heaven, and the book can end hastily. Although he is not a chemistry major, Marin still found a picture of an oil distillation tower from his memory of high school chemistry. This is a picture of a normal temperature distillation tower. In this picture, it is clearly marked that liquefied petroleum gas is collected at the top of the tower, while the collection temperature of gasoline is between 0 and 140 degrees, paraffin oil is between 140 and 180 degrees, kerosene is between 180 and 250 degrees, diesel is between 250 and 350 degrees, above 350 degrees, it belongs to the heavy oil range. In addition to asphalt, heavy oil can also be used as fuel. For example, battleship steam turbine boilers generally burn heavy oil, lubricating oil is between 380 and 500 degrees. As for those that are not vaporized above 500 degrees, they are the waste asphalt of petroleum. However, asphalt can also be used to pave roads. Of course, this is just the simplest schematic diagram of a normal temperature distillation tower. Actual petroleum refining is very complicated. In addition to atmospheric distillation, there is also vacuum distillation. And the light gasoline fraction seems to have an octane number that is not high enough, and catalytic reforming, such as hydrocracking, is required. However, those are too complicated, and Marin doesn't understand. He only knows the process of atmospheric distillation. Although the gasoline distilled by the primitive method may not have a high octane number. However, Marin does not need a high octane number. Because he made this kind of primary gasoline for fire attack in war. If it is a fire attack, this kind of gasoline is definitely enough. Moreover, Marin can never make even the simplest atmospheric distillation tower. With his high school chemistry level, he can never control the temperature of each outlet. A tower has 7 or 8 outlets, and the temperature of each outlet must be controlled within a certain range. This is too difficult. But if the temperature is not controlled well, the distillation tower will be in vain. Because if the temperature deviates, it is easy to cause the mixing of different fractions it needs to be distilled again. Moreover, in the low temperature zone, the boundary of the distillation temperature is not obvious. For example, light oil within 170 degrees can be processed by catalytic reforming other processes to become high-octane gasoline. Therefore, the boundary between gasoline and paraffin oil, and between paraffin oil and kerosene does not seem so obvious. So, Marin thought about it and refined the remaining oil again. However, this time, the refining temperature was raised to 200 degrees. In order to control the temperature, Marin specially used a mercury thermometer to monitor the temperature to prevent the temperature from being too high. Why should the temperature be prevented from being too high? Because Marin used a tin pan. The melting point of tin is 231 degrees. If the temperature is too high, the tin pan container will melt, so how can it be refined? To refine oil in a higher temperature range, utensils made of copper or iron must be used. Then, at a high temperature of 200 degrees, Marin made another barrel of mixed oil containing heavy gasoline, paraffin oil and kerosene. This oil is not as easy to burn as gasoline, but if it is mixed with gasoline, the firepower is also very fierce. Anyway, Marin just wanted to burn the wooden gate of Edinburgh, Scotland, and did not need gasoline with such a high purity. So, Marin took out half of this mixed oil and mixed it with the previous light gasoline. When mixing, Marin specially took the oil from the upper half of the barrel of mixed oil. Because the lighter the oil, the more it will float on the upper layer and the stronger the combustion ability. Afterwards, a test was conducted and it was found that it still burned fiercely, which was considered a very powerful fire attack oil. As for the remaining half barrel of mixed oil, it was estimated that most of it was kerosene. So, Marin asked a craftsman for help and made a simple kerosene lamp. The wick is a double-layer woolen cloth strip, and the oil lamp is also equipped with a knob with barbs for turning the wick made by a watchmaker. The lamp head is stuck on a glass bottle, and a simple glass cover is made on it to prevent the kerosene lamp from being easily blown out by the wind. In his previous life, Marin spent his childhood in the countryside. At that time, the power supply in the countryside was very unstable, and there were always intermittent power outages. Therefore, every household in the countryside was equipped with a kerosene lamp. Therefore, Marin was very familiar with kerosene lamps, and it was easy to make one. After all, he had many craftsmen under him. Light gasoline is too volatile and can easily cause deflagration, so it is not suitable as lamp oil. The barrel of mixed oil that Marin got only had some heavy gasoline that was not easy to evaporate, and most of it floated on the upper layer. He also mixed it with kerosene, mixed gasoline, for fire attack. The remaining half barrel of oil was mostly kerosene and paraffin oil, which was very suitable for lamp oil. Kerosene lamps are much better than the popular candles and torches now. At least, after adding a lampshade, there is no need to worry about being blown out by the wind or sneezing. In addition, in order to further confuse the outside world, Marin decided to add some ingredients to the half barrel of mixed gasoline to cover other people's eyes. So Marin added red pigment to the mixed gasoline, making the mixed gasoline look bright red like blood. Can you imagine that such red oil is extracted from black petroleum? In addition, Marin also added gelatin made from fish skin to make the mixed gasoline look very viscous. If an uninformed person can guess the origin of the red and viscous mixed gasoline, it would be a ghost. Of course, the volatile smell of gasoline might be noticed by people. So, Marin added some odor-masking condiments to it, making the smell very unpleasant. In this way, it is difficult for ordinary people to smell the smell of gasoline. In the end, Marin asked someone to use a speedboat to send one of the half barrels of mixed gasoline to Newcastle, so that the 4th Legion could use it to burn the gates of Edinburgh. As for the remaining half barrel, Marin thought about it and decided to take it to Italy to see if there was any chance to use it. Chapter 982, Zutongjing and Dehuking. 20 barrels of oil is too little after all, but there is no way. Without drilling machinery, it is difficult to produce more oil. For now, the only place that can get a lot of oil is probably Baku, Azerbaijan. The few cities there can produce hundreds of ships of oil per year. In total, the annual output is more than 1,000 tons. But Baku is located in Central Asia, too far away from the North Sea. Moreover, land transportation is extremely inconvenient. Because it needs to pass through many countries and is easily intercepted and plundered by robbers. If you go by sea, it is safe. Because you only need to pass through Persia. The Azerbaijan region has always belonged to Persia since the establishment of the Safavid Empire. It was robbed by Turkey for a period of time, and then in the 19th century, it was robbed by the powerful Russia. In other words, if you want to import Baku oil, you only need to find the Persian Safavid Empire. But the problem is that to go to Persia by sea, you need to detour through the entire Africa, which is a very long journey. Even if it is transported back from a long distance, it will only be a few hundred or 1,000 tons at most. If it is refined into gasoline, diesel or something, it is estimated that it will be even less. Although the multi-stage distillation tower cannot be built, Marin also thought of a native way to distill gasoline and diesel, multi-step refining method. That is, step-by-step, distillation and collection at multiple temperatures. In this way, gasoline, diesel, and kerosene can also be obtained. Lubricating oil can also be refined. However, this method consumes a lot of energy and is far less fuel-saving than the multi-stage distillation tower. But Marin owns the Ruhr coalfield and will own English coal in the future, so he is not worried about energy problems. The biggest problem is that Marin can't build a gasoline engine. Seeing that he has made a barrel of gasoline, if Marin can build a car or a motorcycle, he will probably be able to get started immediately. However, Marin doesn't know how to build a gasoline engine. Marin has learned the principle of piston movement of an internal combustion engine in a high school physics textbook. However, understanding this principle and building a gasoline engine are completely two concepts. Apart from anything else, the spark plug on the gasoline engine alone is not a technical problem that Marin can solve. As for the principle of multi-cylinder gasoline engine, Marin didn't understand it at all. Therefore, even if gasoline and kerosene gasoline engines were distilled, it would be useless and could only be used as kerosene for fire attack. However, Marin had some experience with diesel engines. Why? Because Marin's family had a second-hand walking tractor in his previous life. How broken is a second-hand walking tractor? Repairs are common. In his previous life, Marin's second-hand tractor had been used for more than 10 years and had to be overhauled almost every year. Later, Marin's father became an expert in repairing walking tractors. Marin, who often helped out, also basically understood the structural principle of the single-cylinder diesel engine of the walking tractor. Of course, it is not so easy to make it immediately. Because the fuel supply system in the single-cylinder diesel engine, as well as the transmission belt and other inconspicuous things in later generations, are relatively advanced technologies in this era. In addition, even if the single-cylinder diesel engine is made, there is no diesel to burn, which is the biggest problem. Therefore, Marin will now let Da Vinci supply steam engines exclusively. Because coal is easy to mine and easy to obtain. In addition, even if a single-cylinder diesel engine is copied, it will not have diesel to burn, and its horsepower is insufficient. It can only drive a small boat at most. As for large sea vessels of hundreds or thousands of tons, it cannot move them. Moreover, oil is so scarce now that even if a single-bar diesel engine is made, its use value is not great. As for the more advanced multi-cylinder diesel engine, Marin does not understand the structural principles and cannot make it. But diesel engines must be made after all. However, Marin plans to wait until the first batch of middle school students graduate and enter university, and then he and Ada will teach them mechanical manufacturing in person. When these junior high school students go to university, Ada will almost become a master of steam engine manufacturing. At that time, Ada will be responsible for teaching them how to make steam engines. And I will be responsible for teaching them the structure of single-cylinder diesel engines. Then, let these young college students imitate single-cylinder diesel engines. Even if I can't enjoy the benefits of the internal combustion engine era, my son Caesar may be able to enjoy it. However, this must first solve a problem, that is, the problem of oil supply. Diesel engines need oil to be manufactured. If there is no oil for a day, diesel engines will become decorations. Therefore, a stable supply of oil must be obtained first. However, with the drilling level of this era, no, it seems that there is an ancient method to dig a deep well of several hundred meters. Ma Lin suddenly remembered something. It seems that there is a technology for digging deep salt wells in Sichuan, China. What is it called? Ma Lin fell into deep thought and began to search for the fragments deep in his memory. Finally, he found the relevant memory: Zhuodong well. Zhuodong well is a very traditional deep well dug by hand to extract brine. The ancient ancestors of Dane County, Suining, Sichuan used large-caliber bamboo tubes to dig a large hole first, and then used the bamboo tubes to isolate the infiltration of fresh water. Then, in the bamboo tubes, the iron cone tied to the top of the drill rod was used to go deep into the bottom of the bamboo tube. People used the principle of leverage on top, step on the lever, and let the tied drill rod with iron cones chisel the bottom soil up and down until the well depth reaches more than 100 meters and seeps out high concentrations of brine. This process is very long, because the method is very primitive. It takes 60 or 70 days to dig a Schwadron well more than 100 meters deep. However, this is the deepest record of well digging in ancient times. Moreover, this technology appeared as early as the Northern Song dynasty. In other words, if Marin sends people to Dane County, Suaning, Deminquin, he can find craftsmen who dig Schwadron wells. If you ask those craftsmen to help dig oil fields. However, there seems to be no bamboo in Europe, let alone thick nanmu. Therefore, a complete set of tools has to be introduced from the Ming dynasty. However, the Galicia region of Poland is not its own territory. It may be a bargain for someone to dig Schwadron wells there. And the Baku oil field in northern Persia has no share. By the way, it seems that there is an oil and gas field called Chukchiangking on Taiwan Island. It seems that this oil and gas field has oil seepage exposed on the surface very early. It is said that it is the first modern oil well in China. In his previous life, Marin had read an article written by Taiwanese people on Tianya, boasting about how historical the Chukchiangking oil field in Taiwan Island is, and it is the first modern oil well in Asia. Later, Marin checked the information and found that it was indeed the case. Chukchiangking, located on the bank of Holong River, was discovered to have oil seepage as early as 1817. Then, in 1861, a man named Xiu dug a shallow well more than 3 meters deep, producing 40 kilograms of crude oil per day. Moreover, Marin also checked the satellite map and found that this Chukchiangking was located on the south bank of a bend in Holong River in Miaoli County. However, although this oil field was developed early, its output is really not very good. Moreover, this oil well also made it cheaper for the devils. During the Japanese occupation, it provided the devils with 170,000 tons of crude oil. However, these quantities are still too small. Therefore, the devils went to the United States to import. After the import was cut off, they risked launching the Pacific War. Of course, it was also fortunate that the output of the Chukchiangking oil field was small. Otherwise, the devils would not have provoked the Americans. Provoking the Americans naturally accelerated the defeat of the Japanese. A shallow well more than 3 meters deep produces 40 kilograms of crude oil per day. What if Marin hired a master who drilled a Zhutong well to drill several or even dozens of deep wells 100 meters deep? It is estimated that the output would be very impressive. Marin did not ask how much oil the Huangkang oil field could produce, as long as it was enough to maintain the research and development and testing of diesel engines. It would not be too late to develop large oil fields when diesel engine technology matures. At that time, diesel engines can be used to drive high manganese steel drill bits to drill deeper oil wells to provide more oil. Moreover, Marin remembered that a self-flowing well called Lucas Well with a daily output of 10,000 tons could be drilled on a small high ground called Spindle Top in the south of Beaumont, 137 kilometers east of Houston, Texas. It is said that there is a sulfur stench on the high ground of Spindle Top, which is a manifestation of the exposure of oil seedlings and is easier to find. Moreover, this place is not far from the sea. However, the Lucas Well in Spindle Top is several hundred meters deep, and there are solid rock formations in the middle, which cannot be drilled through by old-fashioned wells such as Schwadron Well. Therefore, it is necessary to use a mature diesel engine to drive a solid drill bit to drill through it. Once the rock layer is drilled through, the Lucas Well will spew out 10,000 tons of oil every day, which will make Marin or his son no longer lack oil. However, the Lucas Well is only a long-term goal, and it is a question whether Marin can see it in his lifetime. But it is more realistic to use the Schwadron Well to dig out the oil and gas field of Chukchiangking. Thinking of this, Marin opened his tightly locked secret diary and wrote the words Schwadron Well and Chukchiangking on a new page of the diary. Then, he locked the notebook again. Chapter 983, War between England and Scotland. When Marin's barrel of gasoline mixed with red pigment and gelatin made from fish skin was delivered to Newcastle, Sakara was just assembling his team and preparing to board the ship to Edinburgh. Sakara smelled it himself, and found a foul smell coming from the barrel. That was the interference smell that Marin deliberately added, just to prevent people from smelling the gasoline. Sure enough, Sakara didn't smell the gasoline because the bad smell covered the gasoline smell. What is this? Why is it so smelly? The spy sent by Marin replied, this is the kerosene made by the Archduke himself, which is said to have a burning ability similar to Greek fire. Greek fire? Sakara's face changed drastically. In Europe, there are not many people who don't know about Greek fire. Because the Byzantine Empire has only been destroyed for a few decades. The Byzantine Empire was a weak empire, and it was able to last for 1,000 years, and the Greek fire played a huge role. It was precisely because of the strength of Greek fire that the Byzantine Empire repelled the attacks launched by the Arabs and Turks from the sea, extending the life of the Byzantine Empire for hundreds of years. If it weren't for the Greek fire that burned the invading enemy fleets many times, the Turks wouldn't have come to capture Constantinople. The Arab Empire, which flourished hundreds of years ago, would have destroyed the Byzantine Empire long ago. Because the Greek fire's record was so brilliant, it was deified in Europe. So, when he heard that this barrel of red oil was as effective as Greek fire, Saqqara was shocked. However, he still didn't believe it. Isn't Greek fire lost? Does this thing really have the power of Greek fire? The spy didn't waste any words, just said, "Won't you know if you try it?" Then, he scooped out a spoonful with a wooden spoon and poured it on the river. Then, he shot it with a rocket. Sure enough, the river surface suddenly burst into flames. The water surface burns, no firewood is needed to help. It's Greek fire. Saqqara muttered to himself. No, Legion Commander, this is the kerosene configured by the Grand Duke, not Greek fire. The spy corrected. Yeah, I understand, it's kerosene, not Greek fire. Obviously, Saqqara misunderstood and thought Marin wanted to keep it secret. By the way, how do you use this? Kerosene. The spy relayed Marin's method: send people holding large wooden shields and carrying firewood, and pile them under the gate of Edinburgh. Then, pour kerosene on it. When people leave, shoot rockets from a distance to ignite it and burn down the gate of Edinburgh. Saqqara was stunned. Doesn't this kerosene burn by itself without firewood? Why do we need firewood? The messenger explained, this oil is liquid and will flow. If it is poured on the city gate, it will definitely flow down and flow away. If there is firewood, it can fix the oil to prevent the kerosene from flowing everywhere. The Grand Duke said that firewood is used to fix the kerosene and prevent it from flowing randomly. So that's it. Saqqara suddenly realized. After burning a hole, wait for the flames to go out, and the demolition team can go up with the gunpowder barrels to bury them, and then blow up the accumulation behind the city gate. Generally, when attacking a city, the defending party will definitely pile up logs and stones behind the city gate to prevent the city gate from being knocked open by the enemy. Therefore, even if the city gate is burned, there are still a lot of piled up debris in the city gate hole. However, if you use gunpowder barrels to bury and blast, you can still open the passage. The premise is that you have to damage the city gate and leave a hole for burying gunpowder barrels. Of course, if the opponent builds a wall in the city gate hole and blocks the city gate hole, the buried gunpowder barrels cannot be blown up. But the problem is that this attack on Edinburgh is a sneak attack, and the opponent cannot have time to slowly build a wall in the city gate hole. In a panic, at most, they piled up wood and stones behind the door, which could be blown up with gunpowder barrels. Just as the 4th Legion of Saqqara was preparing to take a boat to Edinburgh, the main force of the English army also entered Northumberland. In addition to Sivag's 5th Legion, actually only half of it was real, and the other half was pretended by militia from Germany. There were 10,000 new troops recruited after Edward ascended the throne. However, although these 10,000 people had good sources of troops, they were seriously lacking in qualified officers. Because all the capable officers in the era of Henry VII were killed by Edward. Therefore, the remaining officers who defected to Edward were either mediocre or incompetent, and had no talent at all. Just like Henderson, the commander of the new legion, he was just an English wandering knight who followed Edward. His military command ability was average, but he was loyal. After Edward ascended the throne, he had no one to use, so he had to push Henderson, who was mediocre, to the throne of legion commander. However, most of Henderson and his officers were mediocre. Although with the help of Sivag, new training methods were adopted, compared with the 5th Legion of the North Sea Kingdom, the combat effectiveness of the new legion was still very average. After all, a bad soldier will make a bad general. Henderson and his officers had poor ability to lead troops, so the new legion was naturally not as good as the 5th Legion, whose source of soldiers was not as good as theirs. Both legions were mainly composed of English soldiers, but the new legion was suppressed by the 5th Legion every time they exercised. In desperation, Edward had to appoint Sivag as the commander-in-chief of the coalition instead of Henderson. After the two legions went north to Northumberland, a 10,000-strong army, the North Sea Kingdom 4th Legion, also came from Newcastle. Of course, this 4th Legion is in quotation marks, not the real 4th Legion. Their true identity is the 4th Legion, assembled after a short training with 2,000 thugs from the Newcastle coal mine guarding team as the main body and 8,000 civilians. The main body of this team, the 2,000 mining guards, was established at about the same time as the 4th Legion in order to protect Newcastle's coal mines from refugees. But now there are no refugees in northern England, and their current tasks are not big. So, Marin simply let them go out and help the English army to strengthen its reputation. Moreover, on the surface, the 2,000 mining guards are usually well trained, at least, they are more neat in standing and walking. As for the newly recruited 8,000 civilians, they have also undergone a short-term Q training and walk in a decent manner. If you don't do it, it's hard for ordinary people to see the details of this fake 4th Legion. In this way, on the surface, England dispatched 3 10,000-man legions with a total of 30,000 troops to the border area between England and Scotland, and the battle was very scary. And Scotland was really scared. In order to defend the country, Scotland mobilized 7,000 to 8,000 strong men from the rear to join the guard. But considering the English's military advantage, these 7,000 to 8,000 Scottish militiamen were only stationed at some passes in the southern mountainous areas of Scotland, as well as in towns that were easy to defend and difficult to attack. In this way, these Scottish militiamen can also rely on the advantages of the terrain to deal with the more powerful English army. But strangely, after the 30,000 English army arrived at the border, they did not immediately launch a fierce offensive, but stopped to repair. Then, they sent small troops to provoke and curse in front of the Scottish army's fortress from time to time to lure the Scottish army out of the city for a decisive battle. Or simply persuade them to surrender. But how could the Scottish army be fooled? They just hid in the city and refused to come out or surrender. Then, the border area fell into a strange standoff, but no real fighting broke out. Chapter 984, Conspiracy Under the Cover of Night. Could it be that England sending troops is just to scare us, and their real purpose is to blackmail Scotland? John Stuart said in confusion after receiving the urgent report from the front line. His new Queen Margaret rolled her eyes and said, "Scotland is so poor now, is there anything worth England's concern? In order to redeem the king and soldiers, the Scottish treasury has long been emptied. How can Scotland now have any money to occupy? Then, the only valuable thing England is seeking is probably territory. However, the English army has set up a posture at the border, but it doesn't attack. What's the point? As for whether England will send troops to attack Edinburgh, Scotland from behind, the Scots are not worried. Because, according to intelligence, this time the English army has pulled the 3 most important corps in the country to the border. Even if they want to attack from other places, they have no troops. No matter how hard this halfway couple thinks, they will never think that half of the 30,000 troops are fake. Moreover, the Scottish spies can't see the problem. Why? The Scottish spies didn't have telescopes. If they wanted to gather intelligence, they could only watch from a distance or bribe insiders to inquire about the news. In this way, it was difficult to see the situation clearly from a distance without a telescope. The North Sea National Guard, which replaced 5,000 elite veterans of the 5th Legion with Marin, certainly did not have the combat effectiveness to stand up to the standard. But before encountering the enemy, just looking at the marching and walking, they were really not much different from the veterans. Although experienced scouts can judge whether they are veterans from the look and eyes on their faces. But the Scots didn't have telescopes and didn't dare to approach for reconnaissance, so they naturally couldn't tell. Even the Newcastle Mining Guard, which pretended to be the 4th Legion, was not badly trained at ordinary times, and the Q was called a standard. Only the 8,000 temporarily recruited militiamen did not look good when marching. But the person in charge of the fake 4th Legion asked the 2,000 members of the Mining Guard to walk on the outermost periphery, so that they could fully avoid being seen by the Scottish scouts. In the end, the English army transported more than 20 artillery pieces and blasted open the fortress on the southern border of Scotland. Then, the main force of the English army rushed into the fortress, destroyed and captured the border garrison of more than 800 people. Then, under the leadership of Sivag, the main force of England slowly moved northward, very cautiously along the way. Of course, the marching speed was also very slow. On the mountain road leading to Edinburgh, the Scots set up many checkpoints, intending to block the English army from going north. Relying on the steep terrain, the Scots also had some confidence. After all, many checkpoints were the kind of one man guarding the pass, 10,000 men can't open it, and it was not easy for the English to break through. But Sivag knew very well that he was just pretending to attract the Scottish defenders. The real killer move was that Newcastle's real 4th Army attacked Edinburgh from the sea. As long as Edinburgh was captured, the resistance in southern Scotland would lose its leader and become a fly without a fly. At that time, surrender would be their best choice. Therefore, Sivag's attack this time was very loud, but it was slow to advance, which scared Scotland a lot. For this reason, Scotland sent most of its troops to the southern front. In Edinburgh, there were only more than 1,000 guards left. Just as the war on the front was in full swing, in the middle of the night in London, the capital of England, the leaders of several underground organizations quietly gathered together. Everyone, according to the intelligence from the front, the main force of the English army has already invaded Scotland, and it seems that they can't easily return to London. At this time, in the city of London, there are only 5,000 purely recruited defenders, and 500 palace guards guarding the Tower of London. A man in black said excitedly. Another man in black who was sitting very close to the front countered, "Boss Jones, even so, the 5,000 recruits and 500 guards in London are not something we can confront head-on. You have to know that they are 5,000 strong men, not 5,000 pigs. If we confront them head-on, our combined forces may not be able to defeat them." The other men in black also nodded. The 5,000 recruits were certainly a ragtag army, but the men in black were not elite. If we confronted them head-on, we might not have a chance of winning. The leader of the men in black named Jones smiled and said, "What if, I say, some of these 5,000 recruits were bribed by me?" "What do you mean?" The other men in black were immediately cheered up. The black-clad man named Jones smiled confidently and said, "You should know that the 5,000 new recruits are divided into 5 phalanxes of 1,000 people. The leaders of 2 of the phalanxes have been bribed by us. Once we start an uprising, 2,000 of the 5,000 enemy troops will sit back and wait and see. They may even join us." "Really?" Suddenly, many black-clad men were excited. If this is the case, they seem to have a good chance of winning. "Of course it's true," Jones said proudly. Then, he thought for a while and said, "By the way, how many people can you each mobilize? Count them. In addition, everyone, lend me some gold and silver treasures." The 2 phalanx leaders only clearly promised that they would sit back and not necessarily send troops to help us. If we spend more money and promise more, they may be more likely to choose to send troops to help us. You know, if those 2,000 people fight with us, the possibility of victory will be greater. That's no problem. Many black-clad leaders expressed their opinions. After statistics, these men in black found that they could mobilize up to 4,200 people. Although most of them were a mob, the 5,000 new recruits guarding London were also a mob. What's more, if the 2,000-man phalanxes joined them, they would have a great advantage in terms of manpower. At that time, 6,200 people would have a relatively high chance of winning against 3,000 defenders and 500 guards guarding the Tower of London. Although the 500 guards of the Tower of London were relatively elite, they generally would not leave the Tower of London easily. After all, they needed to protect Edward's family. Even if some elite troops were sent to support the defenders, at most 200 or 300 people would be sent out. However, these remnants of the Tudor dynasty were not without elite troops. If each family gathered together, hundreds of dead men with high martial arts skills could still be gathered together. Facing the hundreds of guards, they might not be that bad. In addition, at this secret meeting, the various forces gathered gold and silver treasures worth 50,000 gold coins, which could be used to win over the leaders of the 2,000-man phalanxes. Once they can convince the 2,000-man squares to join the rebellion, the rebels will have enough strength to win. After this secret meeting, the leader of the black-clad men named Jones continued to corrupt the leaders of the 2,000-man squares. And the various forces began to quietly gather people from all over England to the city of London. When the time is right, they will start an uprising in the city of London, and then, they will attack the Tower of London and kill Edward, the tyrant, who has a deep hatred for the various families. Then, they will support Henry VII's only living daughter, Queen Margaret of Scotland, as the Queen of England and restore the rule of the Tudor dynasty. Chapter 985 Calculation. In fact, these men in black didn't know that the officers of the 5,000 new recruits were actually Edward's deliberate flaws. Edward did find a confidant as the commander of this army of new recruits. But for the 5 phalanx commanders below, Edward deliberately found 4 people with big flaws. What does big flaw mean? It means the kind of nobles who are not loyal enough to Edward and are relatively greedy. Except for the commander of the first phalanx who is directly under the commander of the army, who is a trustworthy person, the commanders of the other 4,000-man phalanxes are all ignorant and extremely greedy noble sons. And those 4 phalanx commanders were all baits spread by Edward to lure the remnants of the Tudor dynasty to buy them. Because only if the remnants of the Tudor dynasty buy 2 or 3 phalanx commanders, the other side will dare to take risks. Otherwise, 5,000 new recruits are not so easy to deal with. Because the remnants of the Tudor dynasty now lack well-trained veterans. Most of these remnants of the Tudor dynasty are underground forces controlled by the great nobles of the Tudor dynasty. The controllers are either diehards of the great noble families, or simply the side branches or illegitimate children of the great nobles. For example, the leader of the black-clad men named Jones is an illegitimate son of Thomas Stanley, the stepfather of Henry VII. Therefore, most of these black-clad men are good at conspiracy and secret confrontation. However, there is no one who is proficient in training and fighting. After all, the members of the great noble families who were proficient in training and fighting were sent to the army of Henry VII. Then, with the defeat of Henry VII, they were either killed in battle or killed afterwards. Therefore, among these remnants of the Tudor dynasty, there are those who are proficient in assassination, those who are proficient in finding out information, those who are proficient in doing business, and those who are proficient in extortion, but there is no one who is proficient in training and fighting. However, these underground forces controlled by the great noble families at that time are very good at hiding in the shadows. Therefore, even if Edward destroyed the Tudor dynasty, he could not eliminate the underground forces of these former nobles. Because they are good at hiding under the Nine Lands. And in terms of combat effectiveness, even the new English army recruited by Edward imitating the 5th Legion can beat the remnants of the Tudor dynasty with the same number of people. There is no way, people who are good at mixing with the underworld are not opponents of the regular army. Although the new English army cannot beat the 5th Legion, it is easy to deal with the remnants of the Tudor dynasty. Don't underestimate the method of training soldiers. In later generations, because there is a lot of information available on the internet, any netizen can find some information about training soldiers. In ancient times, let alone the knowledge of training soldiers, even if they can read and write, only a few people can do it. Generally speaking, the method of training soldiers is monopolized by military aristocratic families and passed down from generation to generation. Those great aristocratic families naturally have the method of training soldiers. However, these precious military knowledge, even in the noble families, are generally only taught to the core children, so that they can serve the king. For those who control the underground dark forces, slaves are not qualified to learn military command knowledge, no matter how loyal they are. And collateral children or illegitimate children, whose status is not much better than that of slaves, are also not qualified to learn military knowledge. Because their births are destined to make it impossible for them to get the opportunity to serve as officers, so why bother to learn military knowledge? Therefore, these Tudor remnants who survived are estimated to have a total of more than 4,000 men, but they are seriously lacking in masters who can train soldiers. Otherwise, with their hatred for Edward's York dynasty, they would have gathered troops and rebelled long ago. But they are too good at hiding. After Edward ascended the throne, he did not catch a few members of the underground forces of the Tudor noble families. After all, their ability to survive and adapt in the dark is much better than that of ordinary people. Therefore, Edward planned to use himself as bait to lure the Tudor remnants to attack him this time. In this way, the enemies are exposed, and it is easy to catch them all in one fell swoop. You know, because of the existence of these Tudor remnants, Edward is now terrified, fearing that he will be murdered by these people. After all, although these people are not good at fighting, they are good at assassination. Fortunately, Edward has learned well now, and there is always a group of strong, human shields, wearing breastplate armor around him. Even if there are assassins, they can't hurt Edward easily. It's not that thieves are afraid of stealing, but that thieves are thinking about it. Because of the existence of these people, Edward now dares not leave the palace without wearing plate armor, so as not to encounter unexpected events. In order to deal with these Tudor remnants, Edward specially transferred all the elites in public, leaving only a newly recruited 5,000-man legion as the guard force of the city of London. Moreover, it seems that in order to facilitate the enemy's wooing, except for the first 1,000-man phalanx stationed in the southeast corner of the City of London, close to the Tower of London located in the southeast of the old City of London, Edward specially put out the bait for the other 4,000-man phalanxes to attract the remnants of the Tudor dynasty to buy. As a result, as expected by Edward, seeing that 4 of the 5,000-man square leaders had flaws, the remnants of the Tudor dynasty decisively took action. After all, these people originally controlled the underground forces of the top families in England, so they were naturally not short of money. Because those great nobles are old foxes who have 3 burrows and must know how to hide some black money. Moreover, if you want to get rich, the black way will make money the fastest. And it is these underground forces that master the black way. Therefore, these underground forces did not collapse in a short period of time even after the fall of the main family. Because, relying on their previous savings, they can still support themselves for a few years. In addition, because Edward slaughtered the great nobles of the Tudor dynasty, there will be a great power vacuum in England within a dozen years. In many places, the handover of power will take at least a few years to truly complete the reshuffle. Therefore, the remnants of the Tudor dynasty can still be free and easy for a few more years. At least, before England completes the power reshuffle, the underground forces will temporarily remain as they are. But the remnants of the Tudor dynasty also knew that once England completed the reshuffle, the new nobles who benefited would reach out their black hands underground. And this buffer period is at most a few years. Once the new nobles have established their foothold, the remnants of the Tudor dynasty will be cut off from their financial resources and lose the basis for survival. Therefore, Jones and other remnants of the Tudor dynasty are anxious to take action. In addition to family hatred, there are also factors of their own interests. Because all the nobles of their respective families were killed, their illegitimate children or collateral branches who controlled the underground forces became the surviving bloodline. Although illegitimate children have no right of inheritance, what if they take this great opportunity to rebel successfully and bring back Princess Margaret, the daughter of Henry VII? At that time, as long as the rebellion is successful, they will become the greatest contributors to the Tudor dynasty. Even illegitimate children may be able to obtain the right to inherit the title because of their merits. Just like Thomas Stanley, who supported Henry VII's rebellion and was finally promoted from Baron to Earl of Derbyshire. Sir Richard Pole married Princess Margaret, and his son became the heir to the Earl of Salisbury. However, it seemed that the remnants of the Tudor dynasty had average luck. They only bribed 2 of the 4 unreliable phalanx commanders that Edward deliberately released. Moreover, what they didn't know was that the adjutants of the 4 unreliable phalanx commanders were all Edward's confidants. Of course, the 4 commanders themselves didn't know. And the 2 unlucky phalanx commanders who were bribed didn't know that their every move had been monitored by Edward's people. Once they gave the army an order to rebel, they might be stabbed in the back by their men. Chapter 986, The End of the West African Black Rhino, Part 1. In July, the sun was scorching the earth on the West African savanna. The ground was scorching hot, and even the wind blowing in the face was steaming hot. Only at night would the savanna cool down. But by then, the savanna would be infested with mosquitoes. Of course, the West African savanna is not only so hot in July, but hot all year round. Living in such a harsh climate is also a misfortune. In such a hot climate, it is difficult for people to have the desire to work. Because as long as you move, you will sweat all over. And sweating loses salt, but in this era, African blacks still don't know how to make salt. Once you sweat, it's difficult to replenish salt. In order to keep the body's salt from being lost casually, tropical blacks have developed a lazy habit from generation to generation. Of course, it's not the kind of otaku laziness of later generations, but the relative laziness compared to the hardworking Chinese. In the eyes of the blacks, food is obtained by hunting on the savanna with spears, javelins or bows and arrows. Every time you hunt, it is best to hunt the prey that has just been eaten. It is a waste to hunt more, because in the hot weather in Africa, the meat will go bad in less than half a day. What? You said to pickle the extra meat into bacon? Please, the blacks in this era don't know how to make salt. In this era, the salt of the Mali Empire and the Songhai Empire mainly came from several large salt mines deep in the Sahara Desert. But the salt bricks or salt plates, large pieces of stone slabs or brick-shaped salt, produced by those salt mines are mainly supplied to the gold salt trade market in Timbuktu. In other words, it is used to exchange for gold produced in West Africa. In the Senegal region on the West African savanna, because no salt mines or gold have been found, the locals cannot get the mineral salt produced in the Sahara Desert. Therefore, the locals have formed the habit of hunting as much prey as they can eat. After all, they don't have salt to pickle the extra meat. Maybe someone would say that without salt, you can make smoked meat, and smoked meat leaves don't need salt. This is also true, but the black people don't know how to do it. Moreover, the working people all know that if you don't eat salt for a day, you will feel weak all over. Therefore, the black people who lack salt have developed the habit of doing as little heavy work as possible. Of course, if they dare not do heavy work, such as playing drums and dancing to make fun of others, they are quite happy to do it. Then, these customs were passed down from generation to generation, and in later generations, the fine tradition of black people loving to make fun of others but not working hard appeared. They would rather commit crimes to rob than to work hard to cultivate the land and farm. When they are hungry, they will go to the United Nations or blame the European countries that colonized them. Although Marin was happy to see the black people blaming European countries and asking for assistance in later generations, he knew very well that even if the Europeans did not invade Africa, the southern part of Africa would not develop. Because, can you expect a group of people whose cultural level is still in the slave society to develop? You know, although it is also called culture, there is a difference between culture and culture. Because culture can be divided into advanced and backward. Advanced culture can promote social development and promote the progress of science and technology. And backward culture will become the biggest obstacle to social progress. For example, in the 21st century, there are still a large number of chiefs in Africa who are above the people. There are even Chinese who have been named black chiefs, and this matter is praised everywhere. Damn, the existence of these chiefs has obviously hindered the development and progress of society. To give the simplest example, they hinder the exercise of national judicial power. In many places in Africa, there is no law at all, but the chief has the final say, and the chief can marry thousands of wives. It is said that traditional culture should be preserved, but is such traditional culture worth preserving? Marin even feels that the African people lack a 10-year catastrophe. Because those backward traditional cultures need to be smashed and destroyed. Otherwise, Africans will never have the possibility of developing. Sometimes, Marin even reflects on whether the movement that was criticized for being useless is really useless. Perhaps, it smashed the ideological shackles of the Chinese people, leading to the fact that people could go into battle lightly after the reform and opening up, and then China's economic takeoff. The so-called destruction before establishment is probably like this. Let's switch the camera to the West African savanna in 1508. The West African black rhino is a branch of rhinoceros. It should be pointed out that the black rhino is a rhinoceros with a more irritable temper. As a type of black rhino, the West African black rhino also has a bad temper. In this era, the West African black rhino is not a rare species, but is widely distributed on the West African savanna. Moreover, it is the tyrant of the grassland. Whether it is the local black people or the lions, leopards, jackals and wolves on the grassland, they dare not provoke it easily. Why? Because they can't bite it. Moreover, the tonnage of the West African black rhino is so large that once it rushes over, not to mention that the rhino horn can pierce you, the collision force alone is like a tank, and the lions, leopards and wolves are definitely not opponents. Of course, because the skin of young rhinos has not grown well, lions, leopards, jackals and wolves can still eat them. Therefore, some lions and leopards will poach young rhinos. However, the premise is that they can avoid being hunted by adult rhinos. The old blacks in Senegal, who are still in the Stone Age, obviously dare not provoke the West African black rhinos, and can only watch them being arrogant. The black rhinos have a very bad temper. Although their eyesight is not good, they will attack when they smell something unusual. Unless there are a large group of blacks together, making strange noises to scare the rhinos away. However, it is also necessary to prevent the black rhinos from running away and rushing into the crowd. Therefore, for the local blacks, the West African black rhinos are definitely a nightmare in their hearts, much more terrible than lions, leopards, jackals and wolves. Why? Lions, leopards, jackals and wolves usually come out to hunt at night and do not encounter humans. Rhinos, on the other hand, come out to wander during the day. If blacks encounter rhinos, they can only make a detour with a bitter face. Because, they can't afford to provoke. Facing the local blacks in the Stone Age, the West African black rhinos are like tanks. What to do when facing tanks that are ready to attack at any time? Without anti-tank missiles, you can only stay away from them. But today is different. Because, a team of horse-riding musketeers came to the Cape Verde Peninsula in Senegal. After waiting for a while, the barb horses imported from Morocco finally arrived on Gorée Island. Then, these barb horses were transported to land and joined with the 100 musketeers with good marksmanship. Then, the 100 musketeers began to train the barb horses to adapt to the sound of gunfire. After all, the sound of the musket is very loud. If you are not trained, once the gun is fired, it is easy to scare the horse. At that time, once the horse is frightened, the musketeer on horseback may be finished. Of course, in order to enhance the adaptability of those barb horses, the Senegal Fur Company also equipped these horses with earplugs to reduce the impact of the gunfire. After a period of adaptation training, most of the barb horses have adapted to the sound of gunfire. Then, the musketeers confidently carried their muskets, rode their barb horses, and began to track the West African black rhinoceros across the grasslands. Chapter 987, The End of the West African Black Rhino, Part 2. Although it is unknown why the boss's boss, Marin, knew that the West African black rhino had a keen sense of smell, the hunting team still tested the West African black rhino's sense of smell. Marin asked them to approach the black rhino from the downwind to prevent the black rhino from smelling the smell with the wind. But Royce, the captain of the hunting team, still sent someone to try it, deliberately letting someone ride a horse to approach from the upwind. Sure enough, at a distance of 30 or 40 meters, the black rhino suddenly raised its head in confusion and looked in the direction of the approaching rider. Of course, with the black rhino's eyesight, it was not clear, but this also scared the rider, who turned his horse's head and ran away. Black rhinos have a bad temper, especially male black rhinos. Once they smell an abnormal smell, they may launch a tank-like charge. Therefore, the local natives are very afraid of black rhinos. Those local native guides would never dare to approach the black rhino within 500 meters. Although they were assigned by the chief to lead the hunting team, they generally refused to approach beyond 500 meters. After all, if a male black rhino smells the scent, it may be hunted to death. Generally speaking, black rhinos are used to living alone, and only female rhinos live with immature rhinos. Male black rhinos will only be with female rhinos during the courtship period, and during the courtship period, male black rhinos are often very aggressive. If they don't like someone, they will charge like a tank, piercing or crushing the target. At this time, lions, leopards and other beasts will also take a detour when they see male black rhinos. Only elephants dare to walk slowly through the rhino territory. Moreover, black rhinos dare not blast their thorns. Because elephants are not only powerful, but also in groups. Rhinos are always fierce, and they dare not provoke a herd of elephants. Of course, the hot-tempered black rhinos are not afraid either. They usually issue threats and show a posture of driving them away, but they dare not rush up and fight hard easily. After all, the elephants are there in tonnage, and they are a group. However, facing other species with smaller tonnage, black rhinos are contemptuous. They dare to charge at the lion group and drive away the whole group of lions. As for the indigenous people, let alone, they will directly charge up to butt heads. Therefore, those indigenous black people in Senegal are very afraid of black rhinos and generally will never approach black rhinos within 500 meters. In other words, they will run away when they see black rhinos from a distance. The territory of black rhinos is very large. Generally speaking, a male black rhinoceros occupies an area of up to 10 square kilometers. As for how to identify the territory marking of black rhinos is very special. They mark the territory by shitting. Some beasts mark their territory by urinating, but black rhinos, because they eat a lot and have a lot of feces, excrete up to 80 or 90 kilograms of feces a day. Therefore, black rhinos simply demarcate the boundaries by shitting. Anyone who dares to cross the shit line will be knocked away by the horn of the black rhino. On this day, in the name of Eshwain, the manager of the Senegal Fur Company, 100 musketeers of the hunting team, led by Captain Royce, rode on barb horses and divided into more than a dozen groups to touch the dozens of black rhinos distributed on the Cape Verde Peninsula. The Cape Verde Peninsula is only more than 500 square kilometers, but there are 30 adult West African black rhinos, which occupy most of the land of the Cape Verde Peninsula. And several indigenous tribes on the way can only occupy a small part of the peninsula, and the living space is relatively small. Therefore, the local indigenous people also look forward to the Senegal Fur Company to hunt down those fierce West African black rhinos so as to free up more hunting territory for them. Because the rhino skin must be protected so as not to affect the production of armor due to the damage of the rhino skin, Roy strictly ordered that all musketeers must aim at the head of the West African black rhino and not shoot at the body. Moreover, if the bullet hits the West African black rhino, the rhino skin is so thick, plus the fat layer is even thicker. As long as it does not hit the heart and other parts, even if the steel ball enters the body of the West African black rhino, it is difficult to cause fatal injuries. Therefore, it is best to aim those steel ball bullets at the head of the West African black rhino. As long as it hits the head, it will definitely kill the black rhino and make it lose the ability to fight back instantly. If it is aimed at the body, once the steel ball bullet is embedded in the rhino fat layer, it will not only fail to kill the West African black rhino, but will make the West African black rhino furious and fight back. Under the leadership of the captains and the guides of the local tribes, they came to the territory of the rhinos on the Cape Verde Peninsula and prepared to hunt rhinos. And those native guides usually ran away when they were 500 meters away from the black rhinos. Royce led the first squad and carefully went around to the downwind of the rhino, then slowly rode closer. When Royce was about 30 meters away from the black rhino, he was about to order to aim and shoot, but a horse suddenly neighed. Ewan and %. Royce was speechless for a moment. Seeing the black rhino looking up at this side in confusion, Royce said nothing and directly ordered, "Retreat." Then, the 5 musketeers of the first squad rode away directly. The 10th squad was as unlucky as Royce's squad. However, the captain of the 10th squad was bold and did not order a retreat, but ordered to start aiming. However, the black rhino didn't care about anything and started charging. The captain of the 10th squad panicked at this time, because it was difficult to aim at a running rhino. So he quickly asked the team members to retreat. Fortunately, the retreat was delayed in time, otherwise, someone would definitely die. After the first squad retreated, Royce breathed a sigh of relief and complained, "This horse can bark at any other time, but it barks when it is close to the black rhino. Isn't it courting death?" His deputy suggested, "How about putting a bridle on the horse? Otherwise, the horse's sudden barking will alarm the rhino." Royce nodded, "Okay, I will do it next time." He didn't know that in ancient China, when attacking the enemy, people usually ordered people to hold grass and horses to hold their mouths to avoid alarming the enemy. However, when Marin attacked the enemy at night, he didn't use any horse mouths, but equipped the warhorse with a muzzle similar to the one that dogs wear when they go out in later generations, so that their mouths can't open. In this way, dogs or horses can't open their mouths to neigh. But this time, Marin forgot to equip the Senegal Fur Company hunting team with this kind of bridle. Royce's deputy had participated in night attacks before and knew this. Royce also knew this kind of bridle, but he couldn't give up and go back now, right? So, he decided to finish this wave first. So, the 5 people in the first group quietly moved to 30 meters below the downwind of the black rhino again. This time, no horse neighed. Then, Royce whispered, "Blow the match." Ready dash, aim dash, fire dash, then, 5 gunshots sounded almost at the same time, making a huge noise. Fortunately, the ears of several horses were plugged, otherwise such a loud noise would easily scare the horses. "Retreat!" Royce shouted loudly immediately after the shooting. At this time, the thick gunpowder smoke from the 5 muskets had not yet dissipated. But Royce did not dare to wait for the gunpowder smoke to dissipate before ordering a retreat, because if he waited for the gunpowder smoke to dissipate, if the black rhino was not killed, it would definitely react and rush here. If it was hit by the accelerated rhino, there would definitely be casualties. So, Royce gave orders to each team to ride away as soon as possible after the battle, and turn around to observe while running. If you find a rhino chasing you, keep running. If the rhino falls, turn back. Fortunately, the musketeers in Royce's team were good at shooting and all hit the target. Then, Royce led his team members back to the scene and came to the body of the West African black rhino that had been shot in the head. Chapter 988, The End of the West African Black Rhino, Part 3. When Captain Royce arrived at the corpse of the West African black rhino, he checked and found that the rhino had been shot in 4 places on the head. However, one of the steel ball bullets happened to break the rhino horn. I'm afraid this rhino horn is scrapped, and its value will be reduced by half. Looking at the rhino horn broken by the steel ball, Royce was a little depressed. Then, Royce and his partners pulled out sharp high-carbon steel short knives and began to cut off the thick rhino skin with blood and flesh along the weak area of the rhino skin folds. At the same time, they also dug out the damaged rhino horns. In addition, the good meat on the 4 cow legs was also cut off by them with a short knife, put into a bag and taken away. As for the remaining rhino carcasses, Royce directly asked people to notify the people of the nearby indigenous tribes to carry them away. However, the rhino horns are the business of the partner, Jorge de Rencaster, Duke of Coimbra, Portugal, and it is not Marin's loss. But when Royce brought back the broken rhino horn, the Portuguese representative was extremely angry. Moreover, it was not only Royce's group that damaged the rhino horn, but also the rhino horns of 5 other groups were also damaged, which made the Portuguese representative jump with anger. Royce was a little embarrassed. He thought for a while and said, "Mr. Mito, how about I send a 3-person team next time? In this way, the probability of breaking the rhino horn will be lower." The Portuguese representative named Mito nodded with an unpleasant expression. After all, the probability of hitting the rhino horn with 3 steel ball bullets is indeed much lower than the probability of hitting the rhino horn with 5 steel ball bullets. During the break, Royce found Eschwain and asked for a batch of muzzle bridles to stop horses from neighing. Eschwain immediately arranged for the craftsmen to make them. After all, this is conducive to hunting rhinos. While Royce and his team were resting, the leather craftsmen of the Senegal Fur Company began to process the rhino skins overnight. Because this is a tropical place, the fat attached to the inner layer of the rhino skin will easily rot over time and may damage the rhino skin. As for the rhino leg meat they brought back, the chefs salted it and waited until tomorrow to make it into rhino ham. Some people brought back other parts of the rhino meat and made it into food. As for the rhino ham, it was a tribute to be sent back to the North Sea Kingdom for Marin and other big guys to enjoy. The idea of making rhino ham was thought up by Lord Caesar, the little prince of the North Sea Kingdom. When hearing Marin say that there were musketeers going to West Africa to hunt rhinos, little Caesar cutely asked, "What is a rhino?" Marin answered casually, "Rhinoceros is a kind of cattle." Then, the little foodie made a request, "Can you bring back some ham made from rhino leg meat?" Marin's eyes lit up immediately, and he sent someone to notify the Senegal Fur Company, when hunting rhinos, bring some good leg meat and make rhino ham to send back to the country. Then, the West African black rhinoceros that was killed was not only skinned and horned, but also had meat cut off from 4 legs, which was extremely miserable. The next day, when Royce's hunting team set out again, each horse was equipped with a muzzle bridle. Of course, the muzzle bridle will be put on when approaching the rhino. After all, this is a tropical area. If the horse's mouth is always covered and it is not allowed to breathe heavily, the heat on the horse will be difficult to dissipate. This time, because of the muzzle bridle, no team was discovered by the rhino because of the horse's neighing. Then, before the night of the second day, all 30 West African black rhinos on the Cape Verde Peninsula were killed. On Gorée Island, Royce and other musketeers had returned to drink and celebrate. The chefs had finished making 120 rhino hams and began to dry them in the sun. The musketeers and fur company employees ate meat from other parts of the rhinoceros. In this era, people prefer to eat fat meat. Therefore, the rhino meat brought back by the musketeers was half fat and half lean. Then, the chefs made it into greasy barbecue or rhino steak or braised rhino meat, making everyone present eat oily. On the same night, several indigenous tribes such as Dakar on the Cape Verde Peninsula were even more crazy. These indigenous people sang and danced crazily around the campfire to vent their joy. Because the West African black rhinos on the peninsula that made them extremely afraid were finally cleared. From then on, they didn't have to worry when they went out hunting. God knows what kind of terrible life they had led before, dominated by the fear brought by the West African black rhino. The next morning, Eshwain came to the Dakar tribe again and asked the people of the Dakar tribe for help to contact the tribes in the inland area east of the Cape Verde Peninsula and ask them to allow the hunting team to enter their territory to hunt the West African black rhino. After all, if they entered the natives' territory without good communication, they might be greeted by javelins and bows and arrows. It might be a bit difficult to shoot rhinos with those things, but it seems that shooting the hunting team members is not a big problem. After all, the hunting team members don't have thick rhino skins on their bodies. It was almost the same as Eshwain imagined. When the local tribes heard that these people were here to help hunt the terrible black rhinoceros, they all agreed. Even the salt used to bribe the chiefs of the Dakar tribe and other tribes was not used. After all, the Dakar tribe and other tribes were not familiar with Eshwain at the beginning, and there was no trust between them, so they needed to use salt to hit them. As for those inland tribes, they were assured by the people of the Dakar tribe that they did not doubt their motives for hunting the West African black rhinos. Therefore, they welcomed the arrival of the hunting team. Then, under the guidance of the guide sent by those tribes, the hunting teams set out again and pounced on those West African black rhinos who were completely unaware of the danger. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. After the bursts of sinful gunfire, the fierce West African black rhinos that once dominated the world. No, they were the fierce West African black rhinos that dominated the West African savanna, fell in a pool of blood. Then, they were skinned, horned, and their legs cut off. If they were seen by animal protection organizations in the future, Royce and others would definitely be besieged and maybe beaten. After all, they killed animals. But the local indigenous black people who had been dominated by the fear of black rhinos for many years sang and danced to celebrate the death of those domineering black rhinos. Black rhinos are different from white rhinos. White rhinos are relatively gentle and do not attack people casually. Black rhinos, on the other hand, have a bad temper and often attack the West African natives who pass by. Moreover, the local natives can't do anything about them. After all, they are still natives of the Stone Age. Therefore, they can only feel fear for the West African black rhinos. Now, the West African black rhinos have been killed in large numbers by the musketeers of the hunting team, which makes these black natives very excited. You know, the territory of an adult male black rhinoceros is 10 square kilometers. The death of each West African black rhinoceros means that 10 square kilometers of land are vacated and can become a new hunting ground for local natives. It can even be used for grazing. Senegal is not the territory of primitive people, but the border area of the slave-based Mali Empire. It's not that the locals don't know how to graze, but the black rhinos are too domineering, snatching away the fertile pastures and attacking any animals that approach. Therefore, the locals dare not graze casually. Because if the sheep get close to the aggressive West African black rhinoceros, a single charge will kill or injure countless sheep. Now, with the arrival of the Senegalese Fur Company hunting team, the black rhinos that once roamed the West African savanna have met their doom. But at the same time, the local black people, who were once dominated by the fear of the black rhinos, have ushered in a bright future. Chapter 989, Request for Elephant Hunting. In the 21st century, people often say that we should protect the environment, love animals, love nature, and these words are not wrong. But the premise is that nature has been developed almost completely. For example, densely populated countries such as Europe and East Asia. Because of the large population, the areas suitable for development have been developed almost completely, and even overdeveloped. So, in this case, there is nothing wrong with protecting nature, protecting animals. These concepts. Because in these densely populated areas, people have indeed caused too much damage to nature. However, if it were in ancient times, if you mentioned protecting nature and protecting animals, you would be a fool. Why? Because ancient people are different from modern people. Modern people live a rich and comfortable life, and in modern society, nature has been seriously developed and destroyed. But in ancient times, the biggest appeal of the ancients was to survive, not to pursue spiritual things. In ancient times, due to the backward production technology, the development level of many places was very low. Many animals that have become protected animals in later generations were not poor endangered animals in ancient times, but natural enemies and scourges of human survival. For example, the West African black rhino is an extinct rare animal in modern times. But what about this era? They are one of the biggest natural enemies of the West African indigenous people, and are more harmful than lions and tigers. Lions and tigers can still be driven and hunted by the native blacks of West Africa with weapons from the Stone Age, but rhinos, because their skin is too thick and hard, are not afraid of the attacks of the indigenous people. In the eyes of the local indigenous people, the West African black rhino is an invincible big devil. Moreover, the territory occupied by the West African black rhino is too large. A West African black rhino occupies 10 square kilometers of land, that is, 1,000 hectares, equivalent to 15,000 acres of land. If the West African black rhino is not hunted, then the 15,000 acres of land will be a restricted area for humans. No matter how rich the water and grass there are, how suitable it is for farming or grazing. As long as the West African black rhino is there, it is a restricted area for the West African indigenous people. Therefore, when productivity has not developed to 10%, people and nature are not harmonious. Sometimes, people and some seemingly harmless animals are in a life-and-death relationship. Take the West African black rhino for example. The West African black rhino likes to live in areas with water sources. Because they like to roll in mud ponds. And mud ponds must be water sources. The climate of the West African savanna is dry, and every water source area is very precious. If the grumpy West African black rhinoceros occupies it, the local indigenous people will lose it. And those precious water source areas are precisely the areas on the West African savanna that are most suitable for human development and habitation. Therefore, if the West African black rhinoceros lives well, the local indigenous people must not live well. Because the good land has been occupied by the powerful West African black rhinoceros. At this time, what should the West African indigenous people do if they want to live a good life? Kill those West African black rhinoceros. Only by killing the West African black rhinoceros that occupy the treasure land can the local indigenous people move to those treasure lands with abundant water and grass, or reclaim wasteland and grow crops, or herd cattle and sheep. Therefore, when the hunting team of the Senegal Fur Company began to hunt West African black rhinoceros on a large scale, the local indigenous people were ecstatic. Because, as long as the West African black rhinos that occupied the river and the pool died, the treasure land rich in fresh water resources would be empty, and the locals could control it. Therefore, people and nature, or more specifically, people and animals, cannot really live in harmony. The so-called harmonious coexistence of people and animals in later generations is just because animals do not threaten human survival. Once the number of animals is out of control and endangers humans, those government agencies that boast about protecting animals all day will decisively turn their faces and support people to hunt those redundant animals. For example, rabbits are cute, right? But in later Australia, because rabbits compete with sheep and cattle raised by humans for grass, Australians did not hesitate to list rabbits as harmful animals and tried every means to exterminate those cute rabbits. For example, in Canada, once the number of grizzly bears increases and they run to human settlements to cause trouble because of lack of food, the Canadian government will not hesitate to call on citizens to hunt grizzly bears. In other words, the basis for the peaceful coexistence of people and animals is that animals cannot endanger human interests. Otherwise, people will definitely turn against each other and start killing people. Obviously, the smart politicians in various countries understand this. Once an animal gets out of control, it will be listed as a target for hunting. Even if it is the kangaroo, which is regarded as a national symbol of Australia, once there are too many, the local government will not hesitate to order hunting to control the number to prevent it from becoming a hazard. Only those members of animal protection organizations who are not very smart will go all out to protect animals and oppose humans. Don't believe it? Try to protect wild rabbits in Australia. You will definitely be expelled. In the 16th century, let alone Africa, even Europe, which has a higher level of civilization, did not need to protect animals. Because, at present, Europe can only be regarded as having the upper hand over animals. And animals have not been killed to the point of extinction by humans. The large-scale extinction of animals actually occurred in the 20th century. Because, at that time, the firearms in people's hands were too powerful, they could shoot far and accurately, and the power was also very great, and animals were no match at all. In 1508, the technology of muskets was still very backward. For example, the hunting team's matchlock guns, although powerful, have a short range and are difficult to aim. At the same time, the loading speed of the matchlock gun is also very slow. Unlike firearms after the 20th century, they are not only powerful and accurate, but also can fire continuously. But even so, these matchlock guns are also artifacts in the eyes of local African blacks. When they saw the matchlock guns spewing flames and making a loud noise, many local natives were frightened and knelt down directly, muttering. Because they believed that the matchlock gun was a terrible witchcraft, something given by gods and demons. Therefore, they were very scared. Moreover, in the worldview of these indigenous blacks, they never thought that there was anything that could kill the thick and hard-skinned West African black rhinoceros. After all, the stone weapons they used could not hurt the fierce West African black rhinoceros. Therefore, the local natives believed that Royce and other musketeers of the hunting team were not ordinary people. They knew magic and witchcraft. Later, Royce and others were simply considered messengers of God. After the West African black rhinos were hunted in large numbers, the local indigenous black people happily occupied the lush and watery territory that originally belonged to the West African black rhinos. However, they tragically discovered that the West African black rhinos were cleared away, but the local elephants began to break in. Originally, because of the driving of those grumpy West African black rhinos, those elephants generally did not set foot in the territory of those West African black rhinos. Although, if a real fight breaks out, a group of elephants will definitely crush the West African black rhinos. But elephants are not grumpy, and generally speaking, they are unwilling to take the risk of confronting the West African black rhinos that look very difficult to mess with. Therefore, the local black rhinos and elephants could live in peace before. But now that the black rhinos have been killed and no longer have the deterrent power of the black rhinos, the elephants have also begun to invade the original territory of the black rhinos. After all, the areas occupied by the black rhinos must be areas with abundant water and grass. Elephants do not have a fixed territory, because elephants have a large appetite and eat 300 kilograms of grass every day. This is still one elephant, and elephants often live in groups of 20 or 30. Therefore, elephants have a very strong ability to eat grass. This makes it impossible for elephants to stay in one place for a long time. Because if the elephants stay in one place for a long time, it is easy to eat up all the local grass. If they continue to stay there, they will definitely starve to death. Therefore, the elephants are always migrating, going wherever there is abundant water and grass. Of course, in order to avoid bloody conflicts, the elephants tried not to invade the territory of the grumpy West African black rhinoceros. However, when the West African natives occupied the territory that originally belonged to the West African black rhinoceros, the elephants were not polite. After all, those West African natives did not seem to have much deterrence. Elephants break into these areas to eat grass without any pressure. Moreover, the local blacks did not dare to provoke them. Because these elephants are in groups. If you dare to hunt an elephant and anger those angry elephants, you will be trampled to death. So the locals found Royce and said, "God's messenger, please help us hunt those elephants. It seems that the wind is not blowing recently, and I am not allowed to write about mustaches. My last book seems to have been affected by this and was forced to change its name. In fact, that book has nothing to do with mustaches." Chapter 990 Mito's Threat. The request for hunting teams to help hunt elephants was organized by the chieftain of Dakar, Magan. When Magan was young, he traveled to the core area of the Mali Empire, the Niger River. There, Magan saw the agricultural life on the banks of the Niger River. On the banks of the Niger River, farmers in the Mali Empire planted crops such as rice, sorghum and cotton. It seems that the local agricultural technology was brought back from Egypt by the envoys sent by the Mali Empire to Mecca for pilgrimage in the early years. Since converting to Islam, the Mali Empire has often sent people to Mecca for pilgrimage. Even an emperor like Mansa Musa once led a team to Mecca for pilgrimage. The route from the Mali Empire to Mecca for pilgrimage mainly relies on camels, first crossing the Sahara Desert and arriving in North Africa. Then go east, enter Egypt, and finally enter the Hijaz region. The custom of planting rice, sorghum and cotton in the Mali Empire was learned from the Egyptians on the pilgrimage. When Chief Magan traveled to the core area of the Mali Empire, he envied the agricultural activities along the Niger River. Because the villages in those agricultural areas have a stable source of food. The local leaders are also very rich. Unlike Senegal, a border area of the Mali Empire, even he, the chief, is a poor ghost. Because he is well informed, after seizing the land with abundant water and grass originally occupied by rhinos, Chief Magan of Dakar had the idea of doing agriculture in the local area. However, before his idea was realized, he found that the elephants had broken into these areas. An elephant eats 300 kilograms of grass a day, and 30 elephants can eat up to 9,000 kilograms of grass a day. If these elephants are allowed to eat indiscriminately, should we still do agriculture? If those elephants break into the farmland, the consequences will be disastrous. If this happened in the Niger River area in the core of the Mali Empire, it would not be a problem. Because the Mali Empire can mobilize the army to hunt those rhinos and elephants. Because, through the gold trade, the Mali Empire has a large number of copper and iron weapons, and even a lot of war horses. As long as the army equipped with metal weapons is dispatched, even the ferocious black rhinoceros is no match. However, the Senegal region is the border area of the Mali Empire. The natives here have no metal weapons, no war horses, and of course they can't beat the West African black rhinoceros, nor dare to provoke the elephants. So, after thinking about it, the knowledgeable Dakar Chief Magan found the Senegal Fur Company and asked Royce and other masters who have supernatural powers to help hunt elephants. Only when these big stomachs are dead can the locals develop agriculture with peace of mind. Royce is a little embarrassed, because the thickness of elephant skin is no less than that of rhinoceros skin. It's just that the hardness is not as high as that of rhinoceros skin. However, if you want to hunt elephants, ordinary lead bullets are difficult to achieve the effect, and steel ball bullets must be used. But the problem is that because the production of steel ball bullets is more troublesome, they don't have many steel ball bullets. Although some steel ball bullets can be recovered after hunting rhinos, the limited steel ball bullets they have are mainly used to hunt rhinos and cannot be wasted on hunting elephants. In desperation, Royce had to submit this issue to Eshwain, the general manager of Gorée Island, and let him make the decision. Eshwain has not yet expressed his opinion, but Mr. Mito, the representative of the Duke of Coimbra, Jorge de Rencaster, was excited. Promise them. Promise them. Eshwain was a little surprised, but Mr. Mito quickly gave an answer: ivory. Hunting elephants can get ivory. Ivory is very valuable and belongs to the interests of our Duke. So, I hope that your country's musketeers will help hunt those elephants. That's ivory. Ivory. But we have a limited number of steel ball bullets. Eshwain hesitated. I don't care. I don't care. If the interests of our Duke are not guaranteed, I will apply for the Duke to cancel the fur company on Gorée Island. If we can't make money, you can't get rhino skins. Mito said. Indeed, Marin and the Duke of Coimbra had previously agreed that the rhino horns and ivory belonged to the Duke of Coimbra, and Marin could handle the rest. In other words, the interest of the Duke of Coimbra, Jorge de Rencaster, was in rhino horns and ivory. Apart from rhino horns, the ivory currently purchased by the company mainly came from ivory taken from elephants that died of old age in the elephant cemetery by local indigenous people. The customs of elephants are very strange. When an elephant feels that it is about to die, it will take the initiative to leave the herd and come to a place similar to a cemetery to wait for death. This cemetery is full of bones of dead elephants and is also called the elephant cemetery. Because the local indigenous people cannot beat the elephants, the ivory obtained by the locals is basically picked up from the elephant cemetery. But the number of elephants that die of old age each year is limited, so the local indigenous people cannot pick up much ivory. However, if you use a musket to shoot steel ball bullets, you can still hunt elephants. Moreover, the hunting team members of the Senegal Fur Company riding on the barb horses were not afraid of the retaliatory hunting of the elephants. Because the elephants could not run faster than the barb horses. If the elephants could be hunted normally, the amount of ivory obtained by the Senegal Fur Company would be greatly increased. You know, there are 20 to 30 elephants in a herd. If more elephants were hunted, the amount of ivory obtained would be a very considerable number. And if enough ivory could be obtained, Mito was sure that he would be appreciated by the Duke of Coimbra, Jorge de Rencaster, and be promoted and reused. Therefore, Mito did not hesitate to cheat and threaten Eschwein. Unfortunately, the Senegal Fur Company particularly needed authorization from Portugal. After all, Senegal was the sphere of influence of the Portuguese. If they did not want the bad news of Portugal going to war, they still needed the help of the Duke of Coimbra, Jorge de Rencaster, to cover up. In desperation, Eschwein had to explain the situation. Mr. Mito, it's not that we don't want to hunt elephants. The main reason is that the steel ball bullets we use to hunt rhinos are difficult to produce and the output is small. Under the premise of hunting rhinos in large quantities, our steel ball bullets are not enough to hunt elephants in large quantities. You also know that the skin of elephants is not thinner than that of rhinos, and steel ball bullets are needed. Mito thought for a while and said, I don't care, we just need ivory. If there is a shortage of steel ball bullets, you can apply to your Grand Duke to apply for more steel ball bullets produced locally and sent to you. Now, your first batch of rhino skins are also going to be sent back to China, right? You can also write an application report and bring it back to China on the ship. Okay, I'll try to write an application report. Eschwein said helplessly. It's not a try, but a must. You know, the company's operating rights are actually in our hands. Without our authorization, you can't carry out activities in West Africa. So, this is not a suggestion, but a notice. I believe that your Grand Duke will agree with our suggestion. Mito said confidently. Eschwein really couldn't refute what Mito said. Because, what Mito said was all the truth. Chapter 991, The Death of Caesar Borgia, Part 1. Although the Senegal Fur Company was named by Marin and the main employees were also provided by Marin, legally speaking, it is a Portuguese company whose legal representative is Jorge de Rencaster, the Duke of Coimbra of Portugal. In other words, without the support of Jorge de Rencaster, the Duke of Coimbra, Marin's hunting of rhinoceros skins in Senegal will not be able to continue. After all, the Senegal region is the colonial sphere of influence of Portugal. Therefore, Eschwein is very clear in his mind that they have to give in on this matter. Moreover, the two sides agreed at the beginning that all rhino horns and ivory belonged to Jorge de Rencaster, the Duke of Coimbra. Rhino horns and ivory are also the most valuable things on the West African savanna in Senegal. Although it is only a threat from Mito at present, Eschwein knows in his heart that Jorge de Rencaster, the Duke of Coimbra, will also support this decision. Because this decision is very beneficial to Jorge de Rencaster, the Duke of Coimbra. However, Eschwein had no right to decide. After all, the steel ball bullets needed to hunt elephants needed to be produced by local craftsmen. Therefore, he could only report to Marin and request more steel ball bullets. Before the new steel ball bullets allocated by the local government were delivered, he continued to hunt West African black rhinos to obtain enough rhino skins. In fact, because Maximilian I asked to postpone the time of the attack, Eschwein's speed of hunting rhinos might not keep up with the local demand. After all, Marin originally planned to launch the attack in September. However, in that case, the supply of rhino leather armor might not keep up. Because it takes a long time to peel the rhino skin from the rhino, nitrate it, and then make it into leather armor. Maximilian I postponed the time to November, which gave Eschwein enough time. The first batch of more than 400 West African black rhinos had been peeled and preliminarily processed, and were ready to be shipped back to the country and handed over to craftsmen specializing in leather armor to process and make leather armor. However, the skin of a rhino can only make a few sets of rhino leather armor. The skins of more than 400 West African black rhinos can only make more than 2,000 sets of rhino leather armor. But there is no way around it, because the chassis range of the West African black rhinoceros is too large. A rhino's territory is 10 square kilometers, and more than 400 rhinos are more than 4,000 square kilometers. If the hunting team hadn't ridden on barb horses, it would have been impossible to hunt more than 400 West African black rhinos in a short period of time. You know, more than 4,000 square kilometers is larger than the area of the native East Frisian province. Fortunately, Royce divided the 100 musketeers into 33 groups of 3, which greatly expanded the hunting range. Otherwise, the efficiency would be slower. Even so, it is a difficult task to hunt enough rhino skins to make rhino leather armor for 15,000 people before November. Fortunately, Marin also hopes that the entire army will be equipped with rhino leather armor. For example, in order to deal with the possible insufficiency of rhino leather armor, Marin also prepared a lot of mahjong mat wood pieces armor. Mahjong mat wood pieces armor is also light and convenient for crossing mountains and ridges. Moreover, the Siena defenders did not have a regular musketeer. Mahjong mat wood pieces armor also has a certain effect against Siena's crossbowmen. Moreover, when the war started, Marin would put the warriors wearing rhino leather armor in front. The warriors wearing wood pieces armor were arranged at the back. In this way, casualties can be reduced to a great extent. Just as Marin was preparing to go south to Italy to attack Siena, at the end of July, the hottest time of the year, an assassination that shocked Europe occurred in the suburbs of Pamplona, the capital of the Kingdom of Navarre in the northeast of the Iberian Peninsula. The target of the assassination was naturally the famous Caesar Borgia. At the suggestion of the Pope's father-in-law, Marin sent people to the Kingdom of Navarre to scout Caesar Borgia's movements a few years ago. However, what makes Marin depressed is that Caesar Borgia has been very low-key since he came to the Kingdom of Navarre, and he rarely goes out, so it is difficult to have an opportunity to assassinate him. Moreover, the most depressing thing is that this guy is as afraid of death as Marin. Every time he goes out, he wears a breastplate and a helmet. Fortunately, this guy is not like this all year round. Because the summer in Spain is very hot. If you wear plate armor on a hot day, you will die of heat. After all, the temperature in Spain in summer is over 30 degrees. How can you wear so thick in such weather? At the end of last year, Marin had already decided to hire an assassin to assassinate Caesar Borgia in the summer, and the way of assassination is a flying knife. The reason for choosing a flying knife is not how powerful the flying knife is, but because it is convenient to use and easy to hide. After all, an assassin can fill his belt with flying knives. If you use a crossbow, it is easy to be exposed. This is because the opportunity to assassinate Caesar Borgia is only on the way to and from church every Sunday morning when Caesar Borgia goes to church for worship. How to hide a crossbow in broad daylight? Therefore, only a well-concealed throwing knife can be used. As for the short musket, it is also a good tool. But the problem is that there are very few countries that use short muskets at present, and Marin's North Sea Kingdom is one of the representatives. If Caesar Borgia is assassinated with a short musket, wouldn't it be equivalent to telling others I killed Caesar? Fortunately, because of Henry VII, darts became popular in England, which led to the emergence of a large number of dart masters in England. For this assassination, Marin hired a group of English dart masters to assassinate Caesar Borgia with poisoned darts. Moreover, the organization responsible for hiring this group of dart masters this time is a killer organization called Assassin's Creed. In fact, the leader of the Assassin's Creed, who goes by the alias Altair, is just an ordinary Italian spy of the North Sea Chamber of Commerce under Kohler. His real name is Ezio. After getting the support of the North Sea Chamber of Commerce, Ezio recruited a group of veteran assassins in Italy and Spain in the name of Altair and planned several successful paid assassinations. Then, Ezio sent people to England to recruit a group of dart masters and asked them to repeatedly practice the techniques of using darts to assassinate. Until the end of July, the hottest time of the year in Spain, the group of English dart masters were finally ready. However, they did not immediately assassinate Caesar Borgia, but first learned the Navarre dialect of Spanish for a long time. Then, they came to the road that Caesar Borgia often walked outside Pamplona half a month in advance. Moreover, before taking action, they also met Caesar Borgia's team several times. When they met Caesar Borgia's team for the first time, Caesar Borgia inexplicably felt a dangerous atmosphere, but nothing happened. Even the alert Caesar Borgia asked his men to search the English dart masters. However, nothing was found. Then, Caesar Borgia felt relieved. Afterwards, Caesar Borgia asked his men to investigate the origins of these people and found that they were porters from other places. But after monitoring for a few days, nothing suspicious was found. Then, after waiting for half a month, until Caesar Borgia relaxed, this group of dart masters really started the assassination. Chapter 992, The Death of Caesar Borgia, Part 2, This day happened to be Sunday, which was also the hottest season in Spain. Early in the morning, Caesar Borgia took 5 strong guards, rode horses, and walked slowly towards a nearby chapel. To be honest, Caesar Borgia was not so devout in his faith. In the past, when he was in Rome, he was still a cardinal at that time, and he was known for his unruly life. For him, believing in God was just a cover for his evil nature. Although he was born in a family of religious bigwigs, and there were 2 popes in the family. However, his father, Pope Alexander VI, was not a person who abided by dogma. But no matter what, the influence of the Vatican is still very strong. If you want to get along in this small piece of land in Western Europe, you must pretend to be pious. You know, Caesar Borgia offended too many people back then, and many people were looking forward to his death. How dare he make a mistake? If he seemed not pious enough to God, maybe Pope Julius II, who had promised to let him go, would find an opportunity to deal with him. Therefore, going to church every Sunday was not Caesar Borgia's own will, but he had to do it. Otherwise, it would be like giving a handle to the enemy. On the way to the church, Caesar Borgia's team arrived at the small bridge. However, at this time, a human-powered grain cart pushed by the porters from other places who had met before happened to overturn on the small bridge, and a lot of oats were scattered on the ground. At the same time, some local people gathered around to watch the excitement. After all, it is a rare thing for food to fall on the ground. You know, the price of grain in Spain is very high, and the price of a pound of oats is more than 3 pfennigs. And the overturned grain cart has at least 500 to 600 pounds of oats, which is very valuable. When Caesar Borgia's team arrived, the 5 men responsible for transporting the grain cart were busy picking up the scattered grain on the ground. What's the matter? Why are you blocking the Duke's way? Untouchables, don't you want to live? One of Caesar Borgia's guards rode up and asked in Spanish. At this time, the leading porter nodded and bowed in his not very fluent Spanish. Basque is popular in Navarra, but Caesar Borgia and his men are mainly proficient in Italian and Spanish. Dear sir, I am very sorry, our car is too broken, and it happened to have a problem on the bridge. Please forgive our mistake, we didn't mean to. After that, he bowed several times in a row. But the guard was unyielding and said, do you know what you did? You blocked the Duke's way to church. This is disrespectful to God. Bastards. After that, the guard was still not satisfied, and raised his whip to whip the porter leader. The porter leader did not raise his head and took the whip. But a sinister look flashed across his face as he lowered his head. But when he raised his head, he quickly put away his sinister look and replaced it with an infinitely panicked look. Yes, sir, I understand, we will pack up the car as soon as possible and clear the road as soon as possible. Then hurry up. After saying that, the guard went back impatiently. At this time, the leading porter inadvertently glanced at the distance and felt that the distance was a bit far and he was not sure. So he shook his head secretly at his companions, and then continued to direct everyone to collect the grain and straighten the grain cart. Then, after a while, the car was finally packed up. And the 5 porters, pushing the grain cart, crossed the bridge and stopped on the side of the road. And the leader nodded and bowed, Master, it's okay, please cross the bridge. While he was talking, his 4 companions, while supporting the grain cart, inadvertently reached under the grain bag. If someone stood beside them and observed carefully, they would find at the end of the dart. When Caesar Borgia came to the bridge with 5 men, they found that there seemed to be a broken grain bag on one side of the bridge, and a lot of oats were scattered on the ground and had not been cleaned up yet. Why oats? When Caesar Borgia's team got on the bridge, the effect came out immediately. Several war horses saw the most common feed for European war horses, oats, and they couldn't help it. These 6 greedy war horses lowered their heads and began to eat the oats on the ground. However, these poor Andalusian horses didn't know that the oats on the ground were poisonous oats with added ingredients, and they were very toxic. However, there was no irritating smell. This is a special poison made by an Italian alchemist, specifically used to poison horses. The reason for using these poisonous oats is to prevent Caesar Borgia and others from riding horses and escaping in the chaos. Especially Caesar Borgia, if the target ran away, their mission would fail. The poor horses didn't know that when they lowered their heads to eat oats, they were not far from death. The leading porter looked at the horses openly eating oats, and his face showed an extremely reluctant expression, as if someone was cutting his meat with a knife. Caesar Borgia was a little confused at first, but he was relieved when he saw the reluctant expression of the porter leader. If the porter leader showed a smug smile, he would probably draw his sword immediately. The porter leader, who pretended to be reluctant and observed the situation, saw that the horses had eaten the poisoned oats, so he felt that the time was ripe. He suddenly opened his outer robe, pulled out 2 darts with a blue glow from his leather belt, and shouted in English, "Attack!" Then, 2 poisoned darts flew rapidly to Caesar Borgia, who was only wearing a single piece of clothing. His 4 companions reacted quickly, and their hands that were originally supporting the grain cart quickly pulled out. Each of them held a throwing knife in both hands, and 2 of them held 3 darts in one hand. At the leader's shout, about 11 darts followed and flew toward Caesar Borgia and his guards, and most of them flew toward Caesar Borgia. There are assassins. Protect the Duke. Several guards who were born as knights reacted immediately, riding their horses and blocking Caesar Borgia with their bodies. Caesar Borgia's arm was already hit by the poisoned dart, and his body felt numb. Seeing that the 5 assassins were about to continue throwing darts, he immediately rode his horse back and let the guards stand in front. He began to retreat. 2 guards were killed on the spot under the rain of darts. The 3 survivors also began to dodge. Caesar Borgia, holding his right arm that was hit by the dart, began to drive his horse back. But he didn't expect that there was an assassin hiding in the crowd behind him. After the assassination began, most of the onlookers on the south side of the bridge screamed and began to flee, only 2 old men remained. When Caesar Borgia covered his numb right arm and retreated to the south of the bridge, two old men took out poisoned darts with a blue glow from their waists. Coincidentally, Caesar Borgia had his back to them at that moment. Ah hey! 4 poisoned darts pierced into Caesar Borgia's back, who was very close to the 2 assassins disguised as old men. Oh no, I'm hit from behind. Caesar Borgia was shocked when 2 poisoned darts pierced into his back. He knew that he was in big trouble this time. At this time, the 3 surviving guards of Caesar Borgia had already drawn their knight's light swords and slashed at the 4 dart masters beside the grain cart. However, this time the 4 dart throwers did not throw darts, but a handful of flour. Suddenly, white smoke filled the bridge, and the 3 guards could not be seen for a while. The 4 dart throwers continued to throw darts. In order to prevent themselves from being hacked to death, they threw darts at the horses ridden by the 3 guards this time. The war horses felt pain and immediately ran away. The 3 guards naturally could not cut the dart throwers. The dart throwers continued to throw darts from behind. Caesar Borgia, after feeling the dart hit his back, immediately endured the pain, clamped his legs on the horse's belly, and rushed out diagonally. But before rushing out, he was hit by another dart on his back. However, at this time, the 6 Andalusian horses that had eaten the poisonous oats began to be poisoned almost at the same time, foaming at the mouth. Then, 6 horses fell down one after another. Caesar Borgia, who had 3 poisoned darts stuck in his back, also had his leg broken by the horse when the horse fell down. And one of his 3 surviving guards was also hit by a dart, leaving only 2 people, but as the horse suddenly fell down, they were also knocked unconscious, and one fainted on the spot. The other one, I'm afraid, also broke his leg and couldn't get up for a while. At this time, several dart throwers immediately ran to where Caesar Borgia was, and threw another dart rain at Caesar Borgia, who was lying on the ground and shouting. This time, Caesar Borgia, who was lying on the ground with his legs pressed down by the horse's back, couldn't hide even if he wanted to. He was directly stabbed with darts all over his body, and it seemed that he would not survive. After all, those darts were all poisoned. Retreat. A total of 7 dart throwers immediately ran wildly to a small courtyard not far from the small bridge. And in the small courtyard, there were 7 horses tied. Not long after, Caesar Borgia, the once notorious military commander of the Papal States, died completely after the poison on the dart took effect. As for his 5 men, only one was still alive and conscious. However, like Caesar Borgia, he also broke his leg and couldn't get up to chase. Moreover, the horse had died of the poison. Even if he wanted to chase, there was no horse to ride. And the other survivor fainted happily, knowing nothing. When Caesar Borgia's body began to cool, the government troops of Navarre finally arrived. And more than 3 hours had passed since Caesar Borgia was assassinated. There was no way, there were no mobile phones to alarm in those days. The government troops of the Kingdom of Navarre were able to arrive so quickly because the scene was relatively close to Pamplona, the capital of the Kingdom of Navarre. Chapter 993, Silencing and Secret Letters. When King Jean Albert of Navarre learned of the death of his brother-in-law Caesar Borgia, he did not get angry immediately, but was relieved. His wife, Queen Catherine, was delighted. In fact, Jean Albert was very conflicted when he accepted Caesar Borgia. Because he knew very well that his act of taking in Caesar Borgia would definitely displease the current Pope Julius II. However, his sister Charlotte defended her husband, so he had to take in the couple first. In Jean Albert's view, the life and death of his sister was very important. As for his brother-in-law, it was a marriage of interest at the beginning, and he didn't care about the life and death of Caesar Borgia. Moreover, Caesar Borgia was also a hot potato, and it was very hot to take over. As for Queen Catherine, she had long regarded Caesar Borgia as a trouble. However, for the sake of Jean Albert's sister Charlotte, she did not drive him away. However, Jean Albert and Queen Catherine had actually prepared to secretly sell Caesar Borgia to Julius II. However, Julius II had already given the important task of killing Caesar Borgia to his son-in-law Marin, and did not contact the Kingdom of Navarre, so the couple waited in vain. After all, if Caesar Borgia was sold, the Kingdom of Navarre would definitely gain a lot of benefits. After all, as the Pope, his contribution would definitely not be shabby. However, the couple waited in vain. They did not wait for the news of Julius II, but waited for the news of Caesar Borgia's death. Finally dead. Jean Albert breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, this scourge is finally dead. From now on, Navarre will be at peace. Queen Catherine said. It's a pity that we don't get any benefits. Jean Albert felt a little sorry. Don't be sorry, your brother-in-law is dead, you can't do nothing. Queen Catherine reminded. That's right, I have to pretend. Then, Jean Albret pretended to be angry and sent a large group of people to search for the assassin. But the leading officers had been secretly ordered long ago, just pretend, don't take it seriously. Then, the officers and soldiers of the Kingdom of Navarre, divided into several directions, began to search around Pamplona. However, their search speed was very slow, and it was clear that they wanted to let the assassin go. Of course, these Navarre officers and soldiers also took the opportunity to plunder the people's property in the surrounding villages. Except for the manors under the names of the great nobles, those small villages without backgrounds were unlucky. These Navarre officers and soldiers who came to search for the assassin in the name of the assassin entered the people's homes and rummaged through the cabinets. They took away anything valuable they saw, calling it evidence. If they dared to resist, they would be arrested as suspects and then ask their families to pay money for bail. In this way, relying on searching for assassins, these officers made a small fortune. Of course, they didn't dare to go too far. After all, if they went too far, the king would punish them. Therefore, these officers and generals who took the opportunity to make money only sought money, not to kill people or to molest women. This is the characteristic of this era, the army is like a bandit. Whether in Europe or in the East. Of course, the Ming dynasty was much better. Because, at the moment, the Ming dynasty was in its heyday, with a stable society and strict laws. Those military officers did not dare to mess around. But at the end of the Ming dynasty, the officers and generals were very reckless. Killing innocent people for credit was common. Zhuo Lianyu's officers and soldiers killed civilians as softly as the Qing army. As for Europe, most of the troops were mercenaries. And mercenaries served for money, and robbing civilians almost became a habit. And this habit was preserved until the 19th century. For example, the Anglo-French coalition forces looted the old summer palace, which was a fine tradition left by European mercenaries. Although the officers and soldiers who searched for the assassins procrastinated, they still caught up with the assassins, after a few days. The bodies of 7 English dart masters were found on the northern border of the Kingdom of Navarre near the coast of the Bay of Biscay. Obviously, these 7 English dart masters were planning to reach the seaside and leave by boat. However, before reaching the seaside, they were silenced. Obviously, this was the work of Marin's North Sea Chamber of Commerce. But in fact, Kohler's spies did not want to kill these dart masters at first. It was just that, by chance, a spy chief of the Kingdom of Navarre in the North Sea Chamber of Commerce from East Frisia accidentally heard the conversation of these English dart masters. Frisian and English could be communicated in this era, and after reporting it, Kohler ordered people to kill and silence them. What did these guys talk about? It turned out that these 7 people were the remnants of the Tudor dynasty. What they talked about was how to continue to devote themselves to the cause of resisting Edward after getting the money back home. And they also planned to imitate the means of assassinating Caesar Borgia and assassinate important officials under Edward. The sport of darts was originally developed by Henry VII. Henry VII was relatively weak and had some difficulty in pulling the English longbow. So, he started a dart sport that was not very strenuous. As diehards of the Tudor dynasty, what the superior likes, the subordinates will like even more. So, these 7 people actively practiced dart throwing skills, intending to please the superiors. But when they mastered the dart skills, the object of their flattery, Henry VII, was killed. So, these people went underground and secretly planned to restore the Tudor dynasty. Then, they happened to meet an Italian killer organization called Assassin's Creed, who went to England to hire dart masters at a high price. These people were short of funds for their conspiracy, so they were summoned to Italy, and then to the Kingdom of Navarre. Originally, they could have returned to England safely with the money. However, an inadvertent conversation was overheard by the employer, and then they were miserable. When they were about to run out of the northern border of the Kingdom of Navarre, the person in charge of the North Sea Chamber of Commerce in Navarre poisoned the wine they drank, and all 7 people were poisoned to death on the northern border of Navarre. Why did Kohler order the poisoning of these people? Nonsense, Edward is now Marin's ally, and Edward's daughter Princess Margaret is even engaged to Marin's son Caesar. These people want to assassinate important officials under Edward, isn't it just to mess up England? That is the place where the young master Caesar will rule in the future, how can it be destroyed by the scoundrels? Therefore, the tragic end of these people is doomed. Moreover, Kohler was very experienced and left a secret letter on the leader of the 7 English dart masters. This so-called secret letter was written by Kohler in the name of Altair, the leader of Assassin's Creed. In the letter, Altair told the leader that the deposit paid by multiple forces such as Italy, Denmark and France has been paid, and asked him to go to the old place to pick it up. As for the remaining half of the reward, it will have to wait until the assassination is completed. At the end of the letter, Altair also wished these dart throwers a smooth restoration of the Tudor dynasty. In the letter, Altair obscurely pointed out that the Italians who paid were the descendants of several bishops who were poisoned by Caesar Borgia, but did not mention the Rovere family. Obviously, this was to whitewash the Pope. As for the origin of the French forces, it was not mentioned. As for Denmark, everyone knows that Crown Prince Christian almost died under Cantrera. If he had not drunk too much and vomited, Prince Christian would have died long ago. Therefore, everyone can guess that it was the Danish royal family without thinking. However, all this is false, and it was forged by Kohler. But after the secret letter fell into the hands of King Jean Albret of Navarre, the Navarre people believed the words in the secret letter. Because the statement in the letter is very reasonable and cannot be refuted. What? You said that the person who killed the witness would not leave a secret letter intentionally. This is easy. Because this secret letter was hidden in the assassin leader's socks, and the person who killed the witness should not have noticed it. And the mercenaries have always been experts in raiding houses and touching corpses, so it is not surprising to find this letter. The foot odor on the letter further proves its rationality. Chapter 994, Eunuch Mao with Special Skills. The news of Caesar Borgia's assassination spread quickly from the Kingdom of Navarre, and all countries cheered unanimously. There was no way Caesar Borgia had offended too many people during the lifetime of his father, Pope Alexander VI. Therefore, when the news of his death came, there were overwhelming cheers. Then, the content of the secret letter that was searched also spread in a short time. But strangely, the families of the Italian bishops who were killed denied hiring assassins to assassinate Caesar Borgia. In France, because the employer's information was unclear, no one jumped out to admit it. As for Denmark, because it is in northern Europe and far away from southern Europe, no news has been received yet. However, no one believes that Caesar Borgia's death has nothing to do with the Italian priest families who have a grudge against him. Although several families denied it, everyone has long believed that they are related to it. It is no wonder that although Caesar Borgia has a bad reputation, he still has the title of duke. Although the fiefdom was deprived, the title was not abolished. Therefore, Caesar Borgia was still a great nobleman. Hiring assassins to assassinate great nobles was against the law and morality in Europe. Therefore, everyone felt that it was normal for those families to deny it. Otherwise, they would have no chance of getting away. As for the real mastermind behind the scenes, Julius II, in order to distance himself from the assassination, he stood up and strongly condemned the murder of great nobles. In addition, the Pope also ordered the abolition of the assassination organization Assassin's Creed that led the assassination, and sent people to arrest the members of Assassin's Creed. However, before the Pope gave the order, the assassin organization Assassin's Creed had been disbanded. Therefore, the troops sent by the Holy See must have come up empty-handed. However, Ezio specially left a few temporary workers and deliberately let the people of the Holy See catch them to get the job done. After all, the Pope also wants to save face. But this move by the Pope cleared his suspicion. Why? If the Pope is also one of the hired assassins, the Vatican's high-profile ban on Assassin's Creed will definitely annoy the organization. Then, the organization will definitely announce that the Pope is also a supporter. But after the dissolution of Assassin's Creed, there was no news that the Pope was the mastermind behind the scenes. Therefore, Julius II was cleared of suspicion in disguise. As for the real person in charge, Marin, no one doubted him. Why? Everyone didn't know that Marin was the son-in-law of Julius II, and Marin and Caesar Borgia had no grudges. On the surface, he had no motive to take action at all. Moreover, everyone didn't know that the North Sea Chamber of Commerce, an intelligence organization under Marin. After the assassination, another incident happened in the castle where Caesar Borgia lived before his death. Spies from multiple forces sneaked into the castle, seemingly looking for something. Among them were the troops of Jean Albret, King of Navarre. What are they looking for? Obviously, it was the recipe of Cantrera. Cantrera was a highly toxic poison that was well known in Europe and had a powerful effect. Therefore, it was normal for it to attract covetousness from all parties. In fact, when Caesar Borgia was alive, many spies came to steal the secret recipe. But how smart was Caesar Borgia? He did not leave any written records of the poison. He prepared the poison himself and did not allow outsiders to watch, not even his wife. So, after his death, the method of making the strange poison, Cantrera, was lost. The officials of Navarre, under the pretext of looking for clues, found a bag of the only remaining Cantrera in the room where Caesar Borgia lived before his death. However, even if he got the poison, the King of Navarre would not dare to use it. Because the news of finding Cantrera had spread. If someone is poisoned to death by Cantrera in the future, Navarre will be the first suspect. In order to clear the suspicion, Jean Albrecht threw the package of Cantrera into the lime pond and destroyed it in public. Otherwise, if something goes wrong in the future, he will be blamed. So far, the generation of strange poison, Cantrera, has become a legend, accompanying Caesar Borgia and disappearing in the long river of history. Just when the southern European region was in an uproar because of Caesar Borgia's death, a galley sailed to the dock of Gorée Island near Dakar, Senegal, the westernmost tip of the African continent south of Spain. This galley sailed from the Crimean Peninsula, and the ship was loaded with the legendary Mao Gongong, that is, the male Russians who were castrated by the Crimeans. Well, now they can't be considered complete men. Because Marin wanted to support the black natives in the Senegal region, Marin sent people to Crimea to place an order to purchase a group of Mauzi who knew how to ride horses and shoot arrows to guide the black natives in Senegal. Then, let them help them hunt rhinos and elephants for fur. At the same time, it also caused some trouble for the Portuguese. The Crimeans who received the money were very efficient. They quickly began to select people who knew how to ride and shoot from the male Mauzi slaves. Then, 60 Mauzi who had been mixed with Cossacks were selected and entrusted to Venetian merchant ships to be shipped to West Africa. Of course, these Mauzi were castrated Maogong. In fact, there are many Mauzi who know how to ride horses. However, those who know how to ride and shoot are very rare. Because riding and shooting are the skills of the Eastern nomadic peoples, Europeans are not good at them. The nomadic peoples in Europe prefer to chop with sabers rather than riding and shooting. On the steppes of Eastern Europe, only the descendants of the Tatars such as the Crimeans are good at riding and shooting. However, there are exceptions. For example, after some Mauzi became Cossacks, they learned riding and shooting from the Tatars among the Cossacks. But there are very few such people. The Crimeans only selected 60 people from thousands of mile kilometers. When 60 skilled eunuchs arrived at Gorée Island, Eschwein, Reyes and others did not take it seriously. Both of them were supporters of muskets and believed that bows and arrows were outdated. Therefore, they naturally looked down on these eunuchs, who could ride and shoot. But after landing on the land of Senegal, these eunuchs knew that if they did not show their value, they might be abandoned. Therefore, some eunuchs took the initiative to stand up and ask to show their talents. In front of everyone, this strong eunuch asked for a barb horse, and took a riding bow and several heavy arrows shipped by the ship, and began to show his talents. I saw this strong eunuch, skillfully turned on the horse, and then rode the horse towards a group of antelopes drinking water by the river. On the high-speed running horseback, this eunuch took out the arrows with his hands and feet, put the arrows on the bow and opened the bow, whoosh, 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 3 arrows came down, and 3 antelopes fell by the river. As for the other antelopes, they had already run away after being frightened at a speed faster than Lu Xiang and Bolt. 3 arrows hit 3 antelopes, while the horses were running. Eschwein and Roos were both shocked. The hunting team couldn't do this. Because, although the hunting team also rode horses, they had to stop when shooting. Otherwise, they couldn't aim accurately. So in all, this eunuch Mao was better than them. How was he captured? Such a brave man was captured as a slave and castrated to become a eunuch. Royce thought with some regret. If this eunuch Mao knew what Royce was thinking, he would definitely cry and complain, "Baby is so sad." Although Baby is a good fighter, he can't beat a large group of Crimean Tatar cavalry. Yes, these powerful eunuchs were actually defeated by the Crimean Tatar cavalry's human wave tactics and had to surrender. Their villages usually have only dozens of warriors, while the Crimean Tatar cavalry came to rob, and there were thousands of them at a time. They were all good at riding and shooting. No matter how good they were, could they beat thousands of cavalry? Therefore, masters like these eunuchs could only accept the humiliating fate of being captured and castrated. Now, they have no hope for life, let alone desire for women. Now, they just want to survive. And if they want to survive here, they must first be valued by Eschwein and Roos. Otherwise, even if they are highly skilled in martial arts, they will find it difficult to survive without the supply of salt and other daily necessities. Apparently, the performance of this eunuch Mao impressed Eschwein and Reyes. When this eunuch Mao rode back on horseback after his talent show, Eschwein enthusiastically held his hand and asked through the translator who came with the ship, "Excuse me, brave warrior, what is your name?" The strong eunuch Mao was stunned for a moment and replied, "My name is Putinski." Chapter 995, Teaching Old Black Horsemanship. This strong eunuch named Puchinsky, well, changed to Puchinsky, the author was afraid of being hunted down by the emperor, was originally a Cossack living on the steppes of Eastern Europe. He lost his parents when he was young and was later adopted by a Tatar Cossack. His adoptive father was a traditional Tatar, excellent in riding and archery. Under the guidance of his adoptive father, Puchinsky learned to ride sheep since he was a child and grew up to be an excellent rider. And more than 10 years of experience have made his riding and archery level very high, and he has become the first warrior in that Cossack village. Unfortunately, their village was unlucky enough to encounter an attack by thousands of Crimean cavalry. There were only dozens of soldiers in the village. Facing the Crimean Tatar cavalry, Puchinsky fought bravely, but his warhorse was shot down by the Crimean Tatar cavalry, and then he was injured and captured, and humiliated to become a hairy eunuch. These days, Puchinsky basically came in a daze. After losing the important things of a man, he became a little desperate, and even almost lost the courage to live. But after arriving in Senegal and seeing the familiar prairie, Puchinsky finally came to his senses. He knew that he could not continue to be so decadent. After all, he was less than 30 years old and could not die in obscurity. So he decided to prove his worth. Obviously, he succeeded. Because of his outstanding performance, Puchinsky was valued by Eshwain, the head of the Senegal Fur Company. So Eshwain publicly appointed Puchinsky as the captain of the archers to lead the 60 eunuchs who were good at riding and shooting. As for the remaining 59 eunuchs, Eshwain also tested them and found that their riding and shooting skills were also very good, but just a little worse than Puchinsky. After the archers were successfully formed, the next day, Eshwain sent them to try to use riding and shooting to deal with rhinos and elephants. However, the skin of the rhinoceros was too hard, and the 60 eunuchs spent half a day trying to barely kill a rhinoceros, which was very inefficient. Moreover, the rhino was finally killed because Puchinsky shot an arrow into its nostril. As for the elephants, the 60 eunuchs managed to kill several elephants in half a day. This is because the elephants have a high chassis, which is very suitable for the eunuchs riding on horseback to aim and shoot arrows. Just like shooting rhinos, elephants mainly die from arrows in the head. It is almost impossible to shoot through the elephant's body and hit the heart with a bow and arrow. Fortunately, the elephant has a large face and a high chassis, which makes it easier to aim, and the elephant's skin is thick but relatively soft. Otherwise, it would be difficult to shoot. After the attempt, the captain of the cavalry archers, Puchinsky, proposed that a stronger cavalry bow and heavy arrows were needed. The bows and arrows they are using now are ordinary cavalry bows given by the Crimeans. They are fine for shooting antelopes, but there are more problems when they can be used to shoot thick-skinned elephants. Otherwise, the 60 people would not have shot a few elephants in the afternoon. Therefore, Puchinsky requested a more powerful horse bow and a heavy arrow with a special bloodletting groove for dealing with elephants. Of course, Eshwain agreed to his request. Because the production of bows and arrows is much simpler than steel ball bullets. In Europe, there are still many masters who make bows and arrows. As long as you place an order, there will be enough supply. Moreover, if the steel ball bullets are shot, it will be difficult to recover them after falling into the grass. Bows and arrows are easier to recover and reuse. After all, arrows have larger targets and are easier to find. Seeing that the 60 hairy eunuchs led by Puchinsky had already formed a cavalry, Eshwain found Magan, the chief of the Dakar tribe, and introduced Puchinsky and other hairy eunuchs to them. Eshwain did not forget Marin's order. The purpose of introducing this group of hairy eunuchs was to help the local black natives become stronger. In front of Chief Magan, Puchinsky showed off his superb horse archery skills, which made Magan's eyes stare straight. Then, Magan decisively asked Puchinsky and others to teach his tribal warriors horse archery skills. Before that, the weapons used by local blacks for hunting were mainly javelins, and they were earth javelins with stone spearheads. The hit rate of javelins is naturally far worse than that of bows and arrows. Moreover, the range is also much worse. Generally speaking, if local natives want to hunt, they must be divided into groups to encircle. Because the effective range of javelins is generally within 20 meters. It is difficult to hit farther. And the animals on the grassland run so fast, it is even more difficult to hit. Therefore, when local natives hunt, they generally need someone to drive the prey into the range of the javelin thrower and then throw it. But even so, the hit rate is still not high. In fact, at close range, the lethality of javelins is much greater than that of bows and arrows. Especially heavy javelins, which have great kinetic energy after being thrown. Even rhinos and elephants can't resist it. Of course, the heavy javelin mentioned here is a javelin with a metal spearhead, not the stone spearhead javelin of the local natives. However, there is a big problem with using javelins to kill rhinos and elephants, the low hit rate and difficulty in escaping. If you can't kill them with one shot, using javelins to hunt rhinos will definitely anger them. Once a black rhino goes crazy and rushes over to but anyone, it will definitely cause a lot of casualties. The same is true for elephants. Once the javelin starts to be thrown, it will definitely anger the elephant herd. If a few male elephants rush over and trample on it, it will also cause serious casualties. Generally speaking, even if there are black men in later generations who use javelins to shoot elephants, they are generally aimed at lone elephants. If it is used against a group, it is easy to anger the elephant herd. A walking black man on the prairie cannot outrun a running elephant. Once caught up, he will be trampled. Of course, if you gather thousands of black uncles, each holding a javelin, you can also deal with a herd of elephants. The main method of operation is to scare the elephant herd first and make it run away. Then, focus on throwing javelins at the old elephants that are at the back. For example, the armies of the Mali Empire and the Songhai Empire did this. However, this requires too many people, and small tribes generally cannot gather so many warriors. If there are few people, they can't scare the elephants at all, and they may even be killed. Therefore, for tribes with few people, using bows and arrows with long range and high accuracy is the most correct choice. If you use bows and arrows, it doesn't matter if you miss and anger the elephants. At worst, you can just ride away on a horse. Anyway, the elephant is so fat that it can't run faster than the barb horse. When the elephant can't run anymore, the archers can catch up and shoot fiercely, and there is always a chance to hit the elephant's vitals. In this way, the elephant can be hunted and precious ivory can be obtained. Of course, elephant skin and elephant meat can also be obtained. However, elephant meat is not delicious. For example, in later generations, those poachers generally killed elephants, got ivory and left, and no one went to get elephant meat. Obviously, elephant meat is not delicious. But for these African natives, it's good to have something to eat, so why so much attention? An elephant skin, processed elephant skin is thick and soft, and can be used as sofa cover, and can also be used as leather cushions for tables and chairs. Of course, Chief Magan thought too simply. It would be too difficult for those black uncles who were used to javelin to suddenly switch to horseback archery. Both horsemanship and archery are not so easy, and it is even more difficult to combine them. Therefore, when Puczynski and others selected apprentices, they chose teenagers in their teens rather than adults. Because adults have poor learning ability and no future. Teenagers in their teens are more malleable and more likely to learn horseback riding and archery, and eventually master the high-level skill of combining horseback riding and archery into one, horseback archery. Moreover, this process will be very long, at least a few years, or even more than 10 years. Chapter 996, Landing in the Fishing Village. Horseback archery is a very advanced technique. After all, it is too difficult to hit the target with a bow and arrow on a horse running at high speed. Because the warhorse is bouncing up and down while running. And the rider will also be bouncing up and down. In this state, it is so difficult to hit the target. Without several years or more of hard training, don't think about becoming proficient. Of course, the chief instructor of the archery cavalry, Puczynski, did not expect those black teenagers to master the high-level skills of horseback archery all at once. His plan is to let these teenagers learn archery and horseback riding first. Then, learn to aim and shoot at the target after stopping the horse. This requirement is relatively simple. As long as the archery level reaches a certain level, it can be used. After all, shooting arrows on a stationary horseback is not much different from shooting on foot. Compared with horseback archery, this is much easier to master. However, even stopping the horse to shoot arrows is a very distant thing for those black teenagers. At present, they need to practice 10-meter shooting on foot and the simplest riding skills. To this end, Puczynski and others specially selected several of the most docile mares for the teenagers to practice basic riding skills. While teaching the black teenagers the basics of horseback archery, the 60 eunuchs of the archer team would also be sent by Eschwein to go hunting. For example, shoot some antelopes and bison. For bison, Eschwein also made extremely important arrangements. He ordered Puczynski and others to try to capture some cows and calves alive. The specific method is to dig a batch of traps in advance. Then, the archer team provoked thousands of people. The guard bulls of the African buffalo herd, mainly African buffalo, will definitely come out to fight. At this time, the eunuchs of the archer team will first shoot the aggressive bulls. Then, the herd of cattle without powerful bulls will definitely flee in chaos. At this time, the eunuchs of the archer team will drive them in the direction of the dug trap. After that, a group of African buffalo will definitely fall into the pit. Next, it is the link of catching cattle. African buffaloes are very ferocious animals, not the simple and honest old yellow cattle that ordinary people imagine. Therefore, in the process of catching cattle, the archers need to shoot some of the cattle that resist fiercely first. Then, only some docile cows and calves are retained. Of course, the process of catching cattle requires the local blacks to take action. Because those blacks have good physical fitness and great strength. Moreover, in the process of holding down African buffaloes, casualties may occur, such as being hit by the horns. Those hairy eunuchs who are good at riding and shooting are all treasures, and they cannot be allowed to suffer casualties. Therefore, this dangerous work of holding down buffaloes and tying them up is naturally handed over to those strong adult blacks. As for casualties, they don't care. After all, for people who live on the African savanna, death and injury are commonplace. If you accidentally encounter a violent beast, you will die. After these buffaloes are tied up, they will naturally be given copper nose rings and then further domesticated. And this job is naturally handed over to the local blacks. Marin helps the local blacks, not for the sake of white. For example, teaching them horseback archery and even buying them barb horses was to be able to purchase domesticated African buffaloes from the local area. After all, Marin's tropical plantations in Cuba require a large number of oxen adapted to the tropical climate. In fact, in this era, along the Senegal River in northern Senegal and along the Gambia River in central and southern Senegal, many local indigenous tribes have domesticated African buffaloes and raised them on a large scale. Of course, what they call breeding is free range. Because cattle do not need to be carefully taken care of, just drive them out to eat grass and drink water. It's just that there are no cattle-raising tribes near the first landing point chosen by Marin. And Ashwain is also trying his best to help the local blacks learn to raise cattle. Because this is what Marin's tropical colony needs. On the other hand, when Ashwain in the south was forming a cavalry archer team and teaching the locals horseback archery, the 4th Legion of Sakara in Scotland, far to the north, also began to wade and land near Edinburgh. This small fishing village called Seaton was the landing point that the spies of the North Sea Chamber of Commerce had long chosen. In order to prepare for the landing of the army, the North Sea Chamber of Commerce had long ago sent a spy who knew Scottish Gaelic, bought a large piece of land in Seaton, and built several long bridge piers to facilitate the docking of ships. One night in early August, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. The fishermen in the small fishing village had already gone to bed. After all, there was no television or even electric lights in this era. As for candles, poor fishermen couldn't afford them. So, going to bed at night became a habit. But on the pier of this fishing village, on the long bridge pier newly built by the new rich man Hatton, there was a strange bonfire burning. Why? Because this rich man Hatton needed to navigate his companions at sea. In the expectant eyes of Hatton and several of his men, in the middle of the night, several medium-sized ships appeared on the sea near the small fishing village of Seaton, slowly approaching the direction of Seaton fishing village. On the sea, the people on the boat saw the bonfire from a distance. That's right, it seems that Hatton has been prepared for a long time. Brothers, prepare to dock and then control the roads leading to the outside world from the fishing village. Understood, boss. After a while, several medium-sized ships finally successfully docked at several long bridge docks. Then, more than 300 fully armed soldiers came down from several ships. Obviously, these soldiers were soldiers of the 4th Legion of Sakara. They were the vanguard of the 4th Legion's landing, and their mission was to control this small fishing village and prevent the news from leaking out. After all, if they were attacked at the beginning of the landing, it would be easy to suffer heavy casualties. These more than 300 fully armed soldiers did not stop after landing. They silently controlled the 3 roads leading to the outside of the fishing village under the leadership of Hatton's men. Moreover, they brought several horses, which were ridden by scouts and wandered outside the village. Once someone was found to escape, they would be chased and killed mercilessly. When the villagers woke up early the next morning, they found that the small fishing village was full of soldiers of unknown origin. Under the pressure of the soldiers' swords and spears, the frightened fishermen had to retreat into their houses, shut the doors and tremble. Fortunately, the soldiers of the 4th Legion were disciplined and did not do anything that would anger the heavens and the people. Their mission was only to block the village and prevent people from entering and leaving at will. After dawn, more than 100 big ships of more than 200 tons suddenly appeared on the sea near the small fishing village of Seaton, and slowly approached the fishing village. Then, more than a dozen ships approached the dock. And more ships approached the beach east of the small fishing village of Seaton. Chapter 997, Enemy at the Gate. The ships heading for the beach did not approach the beach, but stopped at a certain distance from the beach. Because if they got too close, the ships would easily run aground. Then, hundreds of ships lowered the small boats and rafts for landing. There were already many people sitting on the small boats and rafts. In addition, many people jumped into the water and held the small boats and rafts to move towards the beach to avoid being unstable in the sea water. When they first entered the water was over their chests. Fortunately, most of the ships landing this time were about 200 tons, and the draft was only about 1 meter. Otherwise, larger ships would not be suitable for wading landing. When they reached the shallow water area, the sea water could only cover their knees, and the soldiers let go of the small boats and rafts and waded directly to the shore. Later, the small boats and rafts dropped from the ships were connected with ropes, stretching from the ship berthing area to the shallow water area beside the beach. The soldiers who were waiting to land, after jumping off the boat, directly held on to the floating bridge-like things made of small boats and rafts, and waded to the beach. Of course, some soldiers walked directly to the land from this floating bridge. However, because the floating bridge was too narrow, not many people could walk. Most people still had to hold on to these floating bridges and wade to the beach. In fact, most of the soldiers of the 4th Legion were English and Frisians, most of whom were good at swimming and hardly needed this kind of handrail, similar to the floating bridge. Because, even if they fell into the sea, they could stand up by themselves with their good swimming skills. Even swim directly to the shore. But this wading landing method was not prepared for the 4th Legion, but for Marin's landing in Italy. Here in Saqqara, it was just testing the effect of this landing method. Then, it provided a reference for Marin's mountain corps to land on the seashore of the Republic of Siena. Because the soldiers who went on the expedition to Siena were basically mountain people in the southern German mountains, most of whom were landlubbers. The landlubbers waded into the water, but they couldn't stand steadily. If the small boats and rafts lowered from multiple ships were tied into a handrail corridor similar to a floating bridge, the landlubbers in the mountain infantry could hold on to the handrail corridor and walk on the beach more steadily. After testing, Saqqara and his deputies unanimously agreed that this method was effective and could be promoted among the German soldiers in the mountains. Then, this conclusion was written into a report, which was sent back to the mainland by a special clipper on a chosen day to provide reference for Marin. With the help of more than a dozen handrail corridors, the soldiers waded into the water and landed very smoothly. Moreover, the weather in August was very hot. The soldiers waded into the water and landed. Not only did they not feel cold, but they also felt very comfortable. At the same time, the dozen ships docked at the Changsha wharf were constantly transporting heavy weapons and supplies such as artillery to the land. Even the soldiers' heavy objects such as plate armor were sent ashore from the pier. After all, if the soldiers were wearing plate armor, it would be very inconvenient to move in the water. Once they fell in the water, it would be difficult to get up. Therefore, these plate armors were also transported to the dock along with artillery, food and other supplies. In addition, some war horses also landed at the dock. At noon, the 4th Legion was still exposed. Of course, they were not exposed on land, but because they were discovered by local fishermen on the sea. Those fishermen were going out to sea to fish, but when the fishing boats were near the small fishing village of Seaton, they suddenly found more than 100 large ships approaching the shore, and many people who looked like soldiers were waiting to land. Those fishermen immediately realized that something was wrong. There were enemy troops landing again, and they had to go back and report. Then, at noon, everyone in Edinburgh knew that a large army was landing in Seaton village, seemingly an enemy with ill intentions. Because the fishermen saw the white rose flag representing the York dynasty of England and the St. George's cross flag symbolizing England. Suddenly, there was chaos in Edinburgh. You know, at this time, there were only 1,000 guards and 600 French troops in Edinburgh. The 600 French troops had originally planned to wait for the follow-up troops to go south together to assist the Scots in their defense. But now, they are directly confronted with the English army. Wait, you mean they landed in a small fishing village 4 miles away? John Stuart asked. Yes, Your Majesty, the small fishing village called Seaton, where our fishing boats often pass by. The fisherman who came to report the news replied. So, do you remember how big the dock of Seaton village is? How many people can land at the same time? John Stuart asked nervously. Probably, there is only one long bridge dock, which can accommodate 2 or 3 large ships at most. No, a few days ago, I heard that a rich man named Hatton came there and built several new long bridge docks with his own money. The fisherman said uncertainly. Damn! That must be an English spy. John Stuart said angrily after he reacted. Is there any hope? Queen Margaret asked with concern. John Stuart calculated silently and said, with several long bridges and docks, at most 1 or 2,000 people can land in half a day. Including the baggage, the number of people landing is estimated to be even less. In this way, we send the 300 cavalrymen in the Royal Guards to attack the small fishing village and see if we can drive them into the sea. But John Stuart was still late, and he didn't know that the 4th Legion would wade into the water instead of queuing up stupidly to land at the Long Bridge docks. If the 300 cavalrymen were sent out early in the morning, it might really succeed. But now, the total number of soldiers landing has reached more than 6,000. When the 300 Scottish Royal Guards arrived, they faced a forest of long spears and a rain of arrows from the 4th Legion's longbowmen. What? The other side has already gained a foothold. There are thousands of people. John Stuart was shocked after hearing the report of the Royal Guards who went to test him. He couldn't understand how the other side quickly landed thousands of people in a small fishing port with only a few long bridge docks. Maybe more than a few thousand people, because there are about 100 ships on the sea. The total number of enemy troops may be tens of thousands. The captain of the Royal Guards cavalry said cautiously. Tens of thousands. John Stuart was a little lost. Your Majesty, you must cheer up. Even if the enemy has tens of thousands of people, so what? I guess they have to bring at least some militia, right? So, their combatants are estimated to be only a few thousand. Moreover, it is estimated that the enemy will not be able to launch an attack today, and we still have half a day and one night to prepare. Queen Margaret advised. Of course, her statement is problematic. Because there are indeed 10,000 combatants coming this time. As for the militia, there are. However, the militia's ships are following closely behind and have not arrived yet. In the afternoon, dozens of ships carrying the militia also arrived. It's just that the Scots don't know. Prepare. How to prepare? John Stuart said in a lost heart. He has lost some confidence. Although he was born in a noble family and received a complete aristocratic education and military skills education in France. But the problem is that he has really never experienced anything. Facing the arrival of tens of thousands of enemy troops, he was somewhat at a loss. Queen Margaret was much better than him. After thinking for a while, Queen Margaret expressed her opinion. It is estimated that the enemy will not launch an attack until tomorrow. While we have time now, we should send troops to the villages around Edinburgh to pull all the able-bodied men into the city to help defend the city. In addition, open the armory, give weapons to all the able-bodied men in the city and those pulled into the city from outside the city, and let them stand on the city wall to help defend the city. Okay, let's do it. John Stuart also came back to his senses at this time. Although there are only 1,600 regular troops in the city, this is a battle to defend the city, not a field battle, and those able-bodied men can also be used. Then, he took out the king's golden seal and began to issue orders. In addition, give orders to all places to gather all the able-bodied men and form an army to come to Edinburgh to defend the king. We can even transfer some troops back from the south to provide support. Ah. Will this affect the security of the southern border? John Stuart said hesitantly. I can't care so much. If we die, what's the point of the security of the southern border? Queen Margaret said resolutely. Okay, I'll listen to you. John Stuart decisively issued multiple orders, stamped the edict with a golden seal, and signed it personally. Sakara was too young after all, and did not pay attention to intercepting the messenger from Edinburgh. If experienced officers such as Marin and Schwartz were there, the first thing they would do after landing would be to send out reconnaissance cavalry to intercept and kill the messengers sent out from Edinburgh. But Sakara was inexperienced, and this was his first time to take the lead alone, so he ignored this matter. Fortunately, Edinburgh was captured relatively quickly later, and there were really no decent reinforcements in various parts of Scotland. Otherwise, something bad will happen. Early the next morning, after eating and drinking, the soldiers of the 4th Legion formed a tight battle formation and marched to Edinburgh, 4 miles west, and surrounded the city. At the same time, the Scottish officers in the city were directing the civilians to block the inner side of the city gate with logs, bricks and stones. Please vote for me, please support me. I guess I sweated a lot today, please support the little fat cow who is almost dying of heat. Chapter 998, Burning the South Gate of Edinburgh. Yesterday afternoon and midnight, most of the Scottish guards went to the villages around Edinburgh to capture able-bodied men. Before dawn, a total of 2,600 able-bodied men were captured and brought into the city to assist the army in defending Edinburgh. At the same time, about 4,000 able-bodied male residents in the city were also gathered and distributed weapons in the armory. Of course, before that, they had to block the city gate holes to prevent the oak city gates from being unable to withstand the enemy's artillery fire. When the 4th Legion arrived outside Edinburgh, the city gate holes of Edinburgh had just completed the internal blockage. After completing the blockage, the strong men picked up their rusty weapons and followed the regular army to the city wall. After climbing the city wall, the guards kept loudly instructing the strong men on how to counter the enemy's possible attacks. Mainly, how to deal with enemy soldiers climbing the wall. Even these soldiers personally demonstrated the action of stabbing down to the strong men. Looking at the bustling city wall, Sakara was surprised. So many people. Aren't there only 1,600 troops? Is the intelligence wrong? His adjutant looked through the telescope for a while, shook his head and said, the intelligence is correct. Most of the people on the top of the city are captured men. Look at their clothes, they are very messy, not like regular soldiers. Then I'm relieved. Sakara breathed a sigh of relief. Captain, which gate should we launch the main attack from? Asked the adjutant. Sakara did not speak, but observed with a telescope for a long time, and rode around the city wall for a while, then said, Edinburgh Castle, the royal palace of Edinburgh City, is located on a small hill in the west of the city. It is easy to defend and difficult to attack, and most of the artillery in Edinburgh City is set up there. Therefore, the west gate is not the best choice. The east gate is too far from the royal palace in the west of the city, and it will be troublesome to attack it. Therefore, we can only choose from the south gate and the north gate. Well, if we attack the north gate, the enemy will easily retreat from the south gate and enter the southern mountainous area. So, let's launch the main attack from the south gate. However, send cavalry to guard outside the west gate to prevent the enemy chieftain and his wife from escaping from the west gate. Yes, I'll arrange it now. The adjutant saluted and immediately went to arrange it. Soon, the 20 32-pound Karen naval guns that came with the ship were also moved outside the south gate, along with a large number of iron ball shells and gunpowder barrels. Subsequently, the 20 32-pound Karen guns concentrated on bombarding the south gate of Edinburgh. However, Edinburgh is a royal city after all, and the gates are made quite thick. Even if it is a 32-pound cannon, it will not be effective in several days. Seeing that the bombardment had no effect, Sakara was not in a hurry. Because he did not expect the bombardment to be effective. After all, Marin sent fierce oil specifically for burning wooden gates. But now his bombardment is also paralyzing the enemy. As for how to use the fierce oil, he decided to wait until midnight. In this way, the soldiers carrying the fierce fire oil to burn the city gate will not have any accidents. If the soldiers carrying the oil barrel to burn the city gate are accidentally hit and killed by the enemy, and then a rocket comes, the fierce fire oil will burn itself and cannot threaten the city gate. Sakara only has a barrel of fierce oil in his hand, so he can't afford to waste it. Therefore, he decided to wait until midnight to send someone to bring the fierce fire oil to the south gate of Edinburgh in the dark and set fire to the gate. Therefore, the siege of the 4th Legion during the day seemed to be thunderous, but in fact, there was little rain, and there was no substantial progress at all. Moreover, in this era, it was normal for European sieges to last for several months. The defenders in Edinburgh had actually prepared for a protracted war. As for whether the attack on the south gate would gather the main force of the Scottish defenders near the south gate, Sakara was not worried at all. Why? Because the enemy defenders only had 1,600 regular troops, and the rest were men with low combat effectiveness. Once the city gate was broken, Sakara did not believe that his 4th Legion soldiers could not defeat the enemy. Moreover, he could also take the opportunity to eliminate the enemy's main force near the south gate. Once the enemy's main force was eliminated, it would be very simple to occupy the entire city of Edinburgh. In addition to concentrating the main force at the south gate, Sakara also divided some troops and sent them to the west gate, east gate and north gate for patrols to prevent the enemy from escaping from these 3 gates. In fact, it was nothing for those ordinary soldiers and civilians to escape. Sakara's ultimate goal was to capture John Stuart and Queen Margaret. Others were not important. In this way, the offensive and defensive battles between the 4th Legion and the Edinburgh defenders for a whole day were more like friendly exercises, and there were not many casualties. But what the Scottish defenders didn't notice was that the 4th Corps quietly filled the trenches near the south gate with sandbags during the feint attack. In the middle of the night, both sides were tired and rested. Of course, both armies arranged night watch soldiers to closely monitor each other and not give the opponent any chance to take advantage. Especially the 4th Corps, there were several German shepherds patrolling the camp. Once there was a slight disturbance, the awakened German shepherds would bark to warn. So, for now, the North Sea Army should be the most difficult to attack at night. What's more, secret sentries were arranged outside the 4th Corps camp. It was impossible to attack at night. The Scottish defenders in the city were also nervously defending the city walls. Because the North Sea Army has a tradition of night attacks, the Scottish army had to be nervous. But most of the night passed and nothing happened. The Scottish defenders finally relaxed their tense nerves. However, before dawn, around 3 o'clock, a small group of people quietly walked out of the 4th Legion camp and moved towards the south gate of Edinburgh. Most of the people in this group carried a bundle of firewood, and only one person carried a wooden barrel. The wooden barrel was naturally filled with the legendary fierce oil, which is a mixture of gasoline. After quietly reaching the south gate, the defenders on the top of the city did not notice. After all, it was almost dawn now. It was dawn at 4 o'clock in early August, and the Scottish soldiers on duty were all asleep. Several soldiers of the 4th Legion who reached the gate could even hear the snoring of the Scottish defenders on the top of the city. At this time, the moon in the sky had already set, leaving only a few stars. It was with this little starlight that the group reached the south gate of Edinburgh. The leader of the group, who was carrying a barrel, waved his hand, and the others quickly piled the firewood gently on the oak gate. Then, the soldier carrying the barrel opened the cork of the barrel and poured the unknown liquid in the barrel into the piles of firewood leaning against the city gate. There was an unpleasant smell in the air. Seeing that the arrangement was almost done, the last step was to light the fire. At this time, the captain carrying the barrel signaled to the other people, and the other people took a small wooden tube from their waists. Pulling out the wooden tube, there were a few tinders with dim flames inside. The wooden tube was open at both ends and did not hold air. The ignited tinder was put inside so that it would not go out. And if it was put on the wooden tube, it could prevent the sparks from being discovered by others in the dark. Of course, the captain carrying the barrel did not dare to carry this thing. Because the Legion commander said that this kind of fierce oil was too powerful, and people carrying barrels must prevent sparks from their bodies. Even when they were rushing on the road before, the captain kept a certain distance from the other people, just to prevent the sparks of the tinders on their bodies from accidentally touching the barrels. Afterwards, the captain carrying the oil barrel took out a thin and long fuse from his pocket. One end was connected to the pile of firewood poured with kerosene on the city gate, and the other end was farther away. After arranging the fuse, the captain carrying the barrel whispered, "Ignite." Immediately, several burning fuses stretched out to the fuse. Hi, 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 a faint sound was heard, and the people responsible for lighting the fire had already run away. Soon, flames suddenly shot up from under the south gate of Edinburgh. Moreover, the fire was extremely fierce. It only took a few seconds from the start of the fire to the raging flames. Moreover, the temperature of the flames was extremely high, estimated to be thousands of degrees. Even the Scottish soldiers who were napping on the city gate tower felt a wave of heat rising up. The Scottish soldiers who were awakened by the heat were stunned for a moment, but then they saw the flames shooting up from under the city. He stuck his head out and was immediately shocked, and then he shouted, "It's on fire. The south gate is on fire." Chapter 999, Invasion of Edinburgh. However, his warning was meaningless. Why? Because it was useless even if he shouted. Many Scottish soldiers on the top of the city came, but they could only stand on the top of the city and watch. Because the city gate was below, it was not easy for them to put out the fire. What's more, the city gate had been blocked from the inside. What's more, the city gate was shrunk in the city gate hole. Some soldiers on the top of the city brought basins and poured water down. As a result, because the city gate was shrunk in the city gate hole, it couldn't be poured. In fact, even if the water in the basin was poured on the fire, it would be useless. Because this was burning gasoline, water couldn't put it out. When the commander on the top of the city was going to send people down the city to put out the fire, a group of the 4th Legion suddenly gathered outside the city gate. Then, the enemy's plan to send people down the city to put out the fire was also shattered. After all, the soldiers of the 4th Legion couldn't just watch the enemy come down to put out the fire. It wasn't until dawn that the fire in the city gate hole was extinguished. When Sakara came, he saw a dark gate, and it was unclear how the fire would work. From a distance, the gate looked like a piece of black charcoal. However, Sakara was not sure whether it was blackened or burned into charcoal. After a long time, when the soldiers had all finished breakfast, Sakara sent artillerymen to pull up the 20 Karen cannons and fired several rounds directly at different positions of the charred city gate. Soon, the effect came out. The lower part of the city gate was directly smashed by the iron ball shells to create a huge hole. Obviously, the bottom of the city gate was burned. The upper part of the city gate was roughly intact. After all, the city gate was so heavy. But this was enough. Sakara first asked the artillerymen to raise the muzzle and start bombarding the top of the city, suppressing the Scottish soldiers on the south gate tower so that they dared not look up. Then, the strong man who had just carried a gasoline barrel to burn the gate came again. This time, he was carrying a gunpowder barrel. And a small shovel. In addition, he held a wooden door removed from a nearby house in both hands as a large shield to resist possible attacks on the top of the city. While the enemy dared not look up, this demolitionist named Ivan, carrying a gunpowder barrel, ran forward frantically. He was very strong, and he could run with a gunpowder barrel on his back and an oak door in his hand. Of course, as a demolitionist, being able to carry a gunpowder barrel is a basic requirement. After all, there were no light explosives in this era, and only bulky gunpowder barrels could be used. Otherwise, the power would not be enough. After entering the city gate, there was no need to be afraid of attacks from the top of the city. Ivan left the oak door aside and did not bury the gunpowder barrel immediately. Because he had to dig a pit first. This is because if sufficient blasting power is needed, it is best to bury the gunpowder barrel in the middle of the object to be blasted. Only in this way, when the gas expands after the explosion, can those things be pushed away. If a gunpowder barrel is placed directly next to the intact city gate and ignited, it is estimated that a large amount of gunpowder gas will be blocked after hitting the city gate, and will choose to pour in the direction outside the city gate, making it difficult to destroy the city gate. Therefore, since Marin formed the demolition team, he first blasted a hole in the city gate with artillery, buried the gunpowder barrel in the hole, and then ignited the gunpowder barrel to let it explode, overturning the city gate and the accumulations in the city gate hole. However, this time the city gate was burned a bit badly and could not be buried in the hole. Because the entire lower half of the city gate was burned. Therefore, to bury the gunpowder barrel this time, it is necessary to dig a hole in the accumulation inside the city gate and put the gunpowder barrel in. Ivan dug for 2 or 3 hours before digging a small hole that could accommodate the gunpowder barrel from the accumulation inside the city gate hole. During the excavation, the bricks and stones accumulated in the city gate hole collapsed once, almost injuring Ivan. Fortunately, he finally dug the hole successfully. Then, he lit a disc-shaped fuse wound in a circle. If a long fuse is used, it needs to be dragged outside the city gate, which is easy to be extinguished by water from the enemy on the top of the city. Therefore, Marin asked people to use a wooden stick with many fuses on it, which looked like sparse motor coils, and then, holding the oak door, fled the city gate frantically. After a while, there was a loud noise from the city gate. The accumulation inside the city gate collapsed. Now, Sakara threw away the maple syrup compressed biscuits he was chewing for breakfast, drew out his command knife, and shouted, "Sword and shield soldiers, attack!" Then, 1,000 sword and shield soldiers who had been ready for a long time rushed to the exploded city gate. And behind the sword and shield soldiers were the musketeers. They all used clockwork muskets. But the strange thing is that each musketeer was followed by a very strong man, which made people confused. But soon, the purpose of these strong men was revealed. After rushing into the city gate, the sword and shield soldiers were at the forefront and fought fiercely with the enemy. Behind the sword and shield soldiers, the strong men carried the musketeers. Yes, you read that right, they carried. After rushing into the city, the armies of both sides fought fiercely in the narrow streets. At this time, the musketeers hiding behind could not shoot. Because in front of them were their own sword and shield comrades. The best way to shoot the enemy without hurting your comrades is to stand on a high place and shoot. However, where is the high place for them to stand after just squeezing into the city gate? If they bring a stool, it is feasible. However, it is inconvenient to run with a stool. Therefore, Sakara directly selected a group of strong men, asked them to carry the musketeers, and asked them to aim and shoot the enemy from a high place. This trick was invented by Marin when he attacked the castle of Yefer, and Sakara was also a flexibly learned one. He witnessed the battle with his own eyes. This tactic caused great losses to the local resistance fighters who used cold weapons. Although those resistance fighters could withstand the sword and shield soldiers in the front row, they could not stop the muskets. Sure enough, the 200 Scottish plate armor guards, they were not knights, but they could fight in plate armor and were elite infantry, and 100 French knights who were fighting with the sword and shield soldiers of the 4th Legion in the front were in trouble. Originally, they were not afraid of the attacks of the sword and shield soldiers in plate armor, and they could even suppress the sword and shield soldiers of the 4th Legion. However, when the musketeers in the back row showed their power, they were also hit in plate armor. Bang 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 dash, the Scottish plate armor guards and French knights who were struggling to resist the sword and shield soldiers of the 4th Legion were shot and fell to the ground. Even if they did not die, they were injured and lost their combat effectiveness. Then, the fallen Scottish plate armor guards and French knights were captured one after another. Those Scottish plate armor guards and French knights who were temporarily safe were anxious, so they launched a counterattack, trying to rush to the musketeers and kill the musketeers who posed a great threat to them. However, how could the defense of the sword and shield soldiers be so easy to break through? In terms of defense, the sword and shield soldiers are definitely among the best among all arms. Therefore, those Scottish plate armor guards and French knights were anxious and could only be knocked down one by the musketeers carried by the strong men. In fact, the 4th Legion originally had no musketeers. Because the original long-range arms of the 4th Legion were English longbowmen. However, if they encountered enemies wearing plate armor, such as French knights, the longbowmen would be a little helpless. Therefore, this time, while sending the Caron cannon, Marin also provided 400 musketeers, specifically for shooting enemies wearing plate armor. For example, in this Longstreet decisive battle near the city gate, these musketeers made great contributions. Otherwise, even if those sword and shield soldiers could withstand the attacks of the enemy's plate armor guards and French knights, it would be difficult for them to move forward. Because the opponent is wearing plate armor, it is difficult to be hurt. As time went by, the 200 Scottish plate armored guards and 100 French knights who were originally responsible for defending the south gate were shot to death by the musketeers of the 4th Legion, and now they are all wounded and lying on the ground. Some of them were shot in the vital parts and have died. But most of them were just injured and lost their combat effectiveness, and could only lie down and be carried away by the 4th Legion as prisoners. Of course, they can also get treatment. The most elite 300 plate armored ones are finished. Can the remaining people still be opponents? Although there are thousands of defenders gathered near the south gate, most of them are civilians with weapons. Seeing that the knights can't stop them, their mentality collapsed. Put down your weapons, surrender, and you won't be killed. Suddenly, the 4th Legion roared in unison like a tsunami, using Scottish Gaelic. The already frightened men dropped their weapons and knelt on the street. And those regular soldiers who were still resisting, seeing that the situation was hopeless, took advantage of the chaos to retreat to Edinburgh Castle in the west of the city. The soldiers of the 4th Legion wanted to stop them, but they were blocked by the civilian men kneeling on the street, and they couldn't chase them. By the time the army arrived at Edinburgh Castle in the west of the city, the fleeing Scottish regular soldiers had already retreated into Edinburgh Castle. Chapter 1000, Edinburgh Castle, easily defended and hard to attack. Only when he really came to the bottom of Edinburgh Castle did Sakara feel its majesty. Before, through the telescope, Sakara just thought that it might be troublesome to attack Edinburgh Castle, but when he really came to the bottom of Edinburgh Castle, Sakara took a breath of cold air. Edinburgh Castle is located on a small hillside, and the altitude is not high. However, that is just an impression from a distance. When you really come to the bottom of the hillside, you will find that this hillside is much higher than the city wall. The height of the hillside plus the height of the wall of Edinburgh Castle itself makes Sakara's army, after arriving at the foot of the mountain, only look up at Edinburgh Castle. And attacking a solid fortress from above. Nima, Sakara is a little afraid to imagine the extent of casualties. With the addition of the hillside, the wall of Edinburgh Castle is much higher than the ordinary wall. Therefore, the ant-attached siege tactic does not need to be considered directly. Moreover, on the hillside of Edinburgh Castle, there is only a road down the mountain on the east side leading to the city. But this road is a road with a very steep slope, and there are many artillery on the east wall of Edinburgh Castle. In other words, most of the artillery in Edinburgh City is in Edinburgh Castle to protect the safety of the royal family. If you want to attack by force, you can only choose to attack from the east. At this time, there are about 500 Scottish guards. Some guards did not have time to escape back to Edinburgh Castle and are still scattered on the walls, and 400 French troops in Edinburgh Castle. These people are nothing compared to the 4th Army with tens of thousands of people. But the problem is that the terrain of Edinburgh Castle is too absolute. It is located on a high slope and there is only one way down the mountain. In this way, the defenders of the castle only need to guard the east gate. Although the number of people is small, they can still defend it. Looking at the Edinburgh Castle on the steep hillside, which is easy to defend and difficult to attack, Sakara has a bitter face. How can this be broken? The gate of Edinburgh Castle is made of oak, but the problem is Sakara has no extra gasoline. Otherwise, burn one and blow it up again, and Edinburgh Castle will also be broken. However, he seriously underestimated the difficulty of attacking Edinburgh Castle. Of course, it was not his own fault. Because Marin, who provided him with gasoline, did not expect the difficulty of attacking Edinburgh Castle. Otherwise, he would not have planned to take the other half barrel of gasoline to Italy, but to Sakara. In fact, Marin has not yet gone south, and the half barrel of gasoline is still in the mainland. But Sakara didn't know. If he knew, he would send a speedboat back to the mainland to come over, and it would not take a few days. But gasoline was something that Marin kept secret. No extra information was revealed, and Sakara naturally didn't know that Marin still had gasoline. So, he could only sigh at Edinburgh Castle. He first tried to blast open the east gate of Edinburgh Castle with artillery fire, but the enemy's artillery was concentrated on the east wall. Although the artillery in Edinburgh Castle are small-caliber bronze cannons, only a few pounds, the power is not as good as the 32-pound Cairn cannon. But the problem is that the enemy's artillery is mounted on the wall on the hillside. Anyone who has studied physics knows that it is much easier to fire from the top of the mountain than from the bottom of the mountain to the mountain. In addition, the Cairn naval gun is a short-barreled gun with a short range. If the two sides exchange fire, the Scottish city defence guns on the mountain can easily hit the artillery positions of the 4th Corps below the mountain. After a round of exchange of fire, the 4th Corps artillery suffered casualties, but could not do anything about the Scottish city defence guns on the mountain. In desperation, Sakara temporarily withdrew the artillery positions. Because, if they exchanged fire, the artillery of the 4th Corps would suffer. The caliber of the city defence guns on the mountain is small, but it is enough to attack the artillery positions of the 4th Corps. Moreover, the opponent has a city wall to block it, and the artillery of the 4th Corps can only fire in the open. The Soviet artillery can easily hurt the artillery of the 4th Corps, but the artillery of the 4th Corps may not be able to hurt the enemy artillery. After all, the opponent has a city wall to cover. Sakara is certainly not happy with such an unprofitable mutual artillery attack. After all, artillery is a high-end military force and cannot be lost in vain. Then, Sakara tried another method, digging pits under the enemy's castle gate to bury gunpowder barrels. However, the warriors of the 4th Legion held the oak door, carried a small shovel, and rushed to the east gate of Edinburgh Castle on the hillside, but they were dumbfounded. The ground under the east gate of Edinburgh Gate was a stone ground, and there was no way to dig with a shovel. So, the dead soldiers who rushed up with great difficulty had to retreat again and tell Sakara the bad news. After hearing the bad news, Sakara sighed depressedly. In desperation, he had to order several tentative attacks. But the effect of the attack was very poor. The opponent's 8 bronze cannons easily beat back the attacking soldiers of the 4th Legion. At the same time, there were 10 matchlock guns on the top of the city. Such a luxurious configuration made the sword and shield soldiers of the 4th Legion unable to withstand the firepower on the top of the city. In the face of guns and cannons, a strong attack can only increase casualties. After repelling several waves of attacks from the 4th Legion, the defenders in Edinburgh Castle gained confidence. They laughed loudly at the 4th Legion's self-importance on the top of the city, and they used English. Hearing the enemy's ridicule, Sakara was furious. However, he had no way out. It's impossible to really fight to the death after hearing the enemy's ridicule. When he was a guard beside Marin, Marin told them many times that only we can provoke others to fight to the death, and we must never let others provoke and fight with each other. Because, that is the stupidest way. So, although Sakara was very angry, he endured it and did not impulsively order to continue the strong attack. Because, that was a joke with the lives of the soldiers. Suddenly, Sakara remembered a story called The Loss of Jiting, in a story called The Three Kingdoms, that Marin had told that year. The story said that a general named Ma Su from Shu chose to camp on the mountain. Then, the enemy cut off the water source. Without drinking water, the Shu army was in chaos and collapsed without fighting. The enemy is also in the mountains, maybe they lack drinking water. Sakara thought. However, when he called the captives to ask, he realized that he had thought wrong. Because, how could such a place that was used as a palace and a fortress not have a water source? There is a well inside the castle. Edinburgh Castle is only built on a hillside, and the hillside is not high. If the well is dug deeper, there will still be water. In addition, according to the captives, there is enough food in the castle, enough for the people inside to eat for several months. Hearing these bad news, Sakara was extremely helpless. Because all signs show that Edinburgh Castle is difficult to capture. Don't think about taking it down in a few months. However, fortunately, there are no reinforcements to be sent in Scotland. As for the reinforcements from the south, they are not afraid even if they return. Because Sakara's 4th Legion is more powerful than the reinforcements of the thousands of second-line troops. It doesn't matter if they don't come back. If they come back, Sakara doesn't mind annihilating them. Moreover, if the Scottish army in the south came to support, the main force of the English army under the command of Sivag would not mind following them to Edinburgh. If Sivag's army also came, then the strong attack would be more certain. But now, Sakara thought about it, and at the foot of the only mountain road leading to Edinburgh Castle, he had people build a wall with bricks and stones to prevent the enemy army from suddenly rushing down the mountain. At the same time, he also sent people to repair the south gate of Edinburgh to prevent the enemy army from coming back to support. Obviously, Sakara, who was forced to do so, planned to carry out a long-term siege. Chapter 1001, Attacking the City in the Rain, Only Seeking to Kill. The British Isles face the North Atlantic warm current and receive a lot of rain. Although it is not as frequent as the western part of Ireland, Scotland is a rainy area after all. Just after a period of sunny weather, summer rains are coming again. Looking at the patter of rain in the sky, Sakara frowned. At this time, the artillerymen of the artillery unit were moving artillery and ammunition into the barracks. Because it is easy to wet the gunpowder on rainy days, and it is easy to rust the cast iron Cairn gun. Oh, what a trouble! Sakara sighed helplessly, looking at the Edinburgh Castle towering on the hill in the distance. Sakara, who was in a bad mood, simply went to take a nap after lunch. But just as he fell asleep, he heard Isaac, the commander of the musket battalion, rushing in excitedly, disturbing Sakara's nap. Sakara was full of anger, but he couldn't get angry. Why? Because Isaac was not from the 4th Legion. If the people of the 4th Legion dared to disturb his nap so rudely, they would have been whipped long ago. But Isaac was the musketeer commander from the 1st Legion. He had been the adjutant of Steindorf, the chief of the North Sea Kingdom's musketeer troops. Originally, the main musketeers of the 1st Legion were to follow Marin to Italy. However, Isaac was not a mountain dweller from the Württemberg Mountains, but a plain farmer from the Alsace region. Therefore, he was not very good at climbing mountains, so he was sent by Marin to the British Isles to assist Sakara in attacking Edinburgh. Therefore, although Isaac's rank was lower than Sakara's, he was an officer of the friendly army, so Sakara couldn't take it out on him. However, Sakara stared at Isaac with a bad face to see what he wanted to say. If he said something useless, he might have to scold him. Even if he couldn't whip him, he could still scold him. After all, his rank was higher than his. What's the matter? Sakara asked unhappily. Captain, it's raining. Isaac said excitedly. That's all. Sakara was ready to give the other party a good scolding. Damn, it's so exciting to see it rain, But before he started to scold, Isaac continued, Captain, let's prepare to attack. What? Attack on a rainy day? The road up the mountain is very slippery. Sakara refused without thinking. No, Captain, on a rainy day, the enemy's artillery and muskets are all muted, and there is no threat to us. Isaac finally got to the point. Well, that's good news, but our guns and artillery are also muted. Sakara's 4th Legion has no musketeers and artillery, and has been stationed in England, so he doesn't know that clockwork muskets are not afraid of rain. Our clockwork muskets are not afraid of rainy days. Isaac said and repeated the advantages of clockwork muskets. Sakara's eyes suddenly lit up. You mean, on a rainy day, their guns and cannons are muted, but our musketeers can still continue to shoot? Isaac nodded heavily. But then, Sakara hesitated again. No, the east wall of Edinburgh Castle is so steep. Even without the advantage of guns and cannons, their people can easily drive down our soldiers who climbed up to the top of the city. You know, the defenders inside are all elite. Moreover, the other side can still shoot arrows on rainy days, which will cause casualties to the musketeers. Isaac said confidently, no problem, I have calculated that the other side soldiers guarding the city usually only use archery and stone throwing to deal with our musketeers. But the distance for throwing stones is too close, and our musketeers standing 30 meters away can't throw them. As for bows and arrows, our musketeers can wear plate armor, so they are not afraid of bows and arrows. Then, their bows and arrows can't hurt our musketeers, but our musketeers can easily hurt them. Good idea, that is. I see that your 400 musketeers don't seem to be very strong. If they wear plate armor, can they climb halfway up the hill? Wearing plate armor is very physically demanding. Isaac rolled his eyes. Who said they have to wear plate armor to climb the mountain? Can't they wear plate armor after climbing up? Sakara suddenly realized, but he frowned and said, even if we have the upper hand in shooting at the enemy on the top of the city, it will be useless if the soldiers cannot climb up the city wall. The east wall of Edinburgh Castle is so narrow, and their people are very elite. I don't think we can easily occupy the east wall. Isaac explained, Captain of the Legion, what I mean is not to occupy the city wall immediately, but to shoot their soldiers. You know, there are only 800 to 900 defenders in Edinburgh Castle. We have 400 musketeers, staring at the top of the city and firing. How long can they withstand the shooting? If 400 musketeers shoot 10,000 people of the 4th Legion, it may take a long time. But there are only 800 to 900 people on the opposite side, and they will be wiped out in a few days. When they have no more people, won't they let us climb up and seize the city? After listening, Sakara slammed the table and said, "Brother, your strategy is really brilliant." Sakara is not a fool, but he is not well informed. After all, when the 4th Legion was formed, there were no musketeers in the legion, only longbowmen. Therefore, the understanding of musketeers is relatively limited. After Isaac's explanation, he immediately realized the advantage of clockwork muskets on rainy days. You can't shoot, I can shoot, this is a big advantage. You know, shooting and archery are two different things. Archery is useless when it comes to plate armor and shields, but muskets can still injure opponents when they encounter plate armor. They can directly break wooden shields and rattan shields. Moreover, Sakara also ignored the problem that there were not many defenders in Edinburgh Castle. Although the rugged terrain and the only road up the mountain concealed the problem of the small number of enemy troops, if Isaac's strategy was followed, the enemy would not be able to afford to shoot in the rain. 800 or 900 defenders could not withstand the attack of 400 musketeers. So, Sakara quickly ordered the army to remove the roadblocks on the road up the mountain, and then assembled the army to start the attack. The mountain road was difficult to walk, and the musketeers all went up the mountain in simple raincoats. When they arrived not far from the east wall of Edinburgh Castle, just out of the distance of the opponent's archers, the army stopped and the musketeers changed into plate armor one after another. The plate armor was transported up by the strong men recruited from the city, and the carriages of 10 carriages were also transported up by the strong men. Although the mountain road is difficult to walk on, it is also possible to use a carriage. After all, the Scottish royal family often needs to travel by carriage. Of course, when the carriage goes uphill, some civilians are needed to help push the carriage. Otherwise, it is a bit difficult to go uphill. In fact, in order to solve the problem of the difficulty of carriages going up the mountain, Edinburgh Castle later built a thing similar to the later overpass, using a road with a small slope but a long length to reach the top of the bridge. The top of the bridge is parallel to Edinburgh Castle. This viaduct suspended high above is directly connected to the east gate of Edinburgh Castle. As long as the carriage is on the viaduct, it can drive smoothly into Edinburgh Castle. Of course, there is no such thing yet. Now, when the carriage returns to the palace, it needs civilians to help push it up the mountain from the back of the carriage. When going down the mountain, in order to prevent the carriage from going too fast, there are also people pulling it from the back. However, the carriages pushed by the strong men forcibly recruited by the 4th Legion are not used for daily transportation, but for loading ammunition for spring flintlock guns on rainy days. Because, although the clockwork musket is not afraid of rain, the premise is that the ammunition has been loaded. If it rains when loading, the gunpowder will easily get wet and then fail to ignite. Therefore, Ithaca found hundreds of civilians and pushed 10 carriages up the hillside, specifically for the musketeers to load in the rain. Of course, the musketeers were not asked to get into the carriages to load. The musketeers wore plate armor and had difficulty moving. After they finished shooting, there would be a special person to send the musket back to the carriage, and the special person in the carriage would be responsible for loading the musket, and then the errand runner would send it back to the musketeer. In addition, in front of the musketeers, there was a row of soldiers holding super-large wooden shields, standing at the front to prevent the enemy's flying stones and arrows from injuring the musketeers. These super-large wooden shields are actually wooden doors removed from houses in the city. Chapter 1002. The city was finally captured and the king escaped after his death. The actions of the 4th Legion did not arouse the suspicion of the Scottish defenders, because the other side focused all their attention on the group of sword and shield soldiers carrying the siege ladders. In their view, the sword and shield soldiers carrying the ladders were the biggest threat to Edinburgh Castle. Moreover, the musketeers were also blocked by the wooden door shields, and the defenders on the top of the city could not see clearly. When the sword and shield soldiers carefully put the ladders on the city wall, the Scottish defenders on the top of the city really became nervous. They popped up one after another, trying to push down the ladders. Or, holding weapons, staring at the enemy troops who might climb up below. Isaac saw many enemy troops popping up and said excitedly, "Yes, that's it." Then, he gave an order, and the musketeers who were hiding behind the wooden door shields stood up one after another and aimed their muskets at the defenders on the top of the city. Bang 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 dash, after a burst of gunfire, dozens of Scottish defenders on the top of the city were shot and fell to the ground, either dead or injured. Anyway, they lost the ability to continue fighting. Logically, the Scottish defenders who were shot should have retreated immediately. However, the Scottish defenders were stunned. Why? It was raining heavily, how did the other side successfully open fire? But just as they were stunned, the second wave of shooting came. Bang 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 bang, another round of gunfire, and dozens of people fell on the top of the city. If you are careful to count, you will find that these 2 rounds of shooting have reduced the number of Scottish defenders on the top of the city by more than 100. At this time, the garrison general on the top of the city, Captain George Bernard Shaw of the Scottish Guards, reacted, lie down, lie down. Don't show your head. The Scottish defenders who reacted shrank back one after another and dared not show their heads again. But the 4th Legion did not intend to stop. Seeing that the defenders were all cowards, Sakara was very dissatisfied. At his signal, the adjutant waved the battle flag, and the leader of the sword and shield soldiers under the city wall immediately understood. So, the sword and shield soldiers of the 4th Legion under the city wall started to make a fuss again, as if they were about to attack the top of the city. At this time, the defenders on the top of the city could not sit still. Some impatient Scottish soldiers hurriedly stuck their heads out to see what was going on. Then, a few unlucky guys were hit by the musketeers under the city. Shaw's head was full of black lines, and he shouted, "Don't show your head easily." Then, he felt that he couldn't be beaten passively like this. So he ordered, "Archers, shoot from the top of the city, mainly attack the enemy's musketeers. Remember, don't show your head." Then, the archers of the Scottish defenders, with bitter faces, squatted there, and shot into the sky, trying to hit the musketeers under the city. Although the rainy day affects the performance of the bowstring, it is still no problem to hit the position of the musketeers of the 4th Legion 30 meters away. After all, they are on a high place. However, even if the bow and arrow fall on the position of the musketeers of the 4th Legion, it is useless. Because the musketeers are all wearing plate armor. Moreover, there is a large wooden door shield in front. However, some arrows with a long range happen to hit the infantry of the 4th Legion behind the musketeers. After all, those infantry had neither plate armor nor large shields. Then, a few unlucky guys were hit. Sakara hurriedly ordered those ordinary infantry to retreat and avoid the area covered by the enemy's arrows. After seeing that the enemy dared not show up, Sakara decided to take a gamble. So, he ordered the sword and shield soldiers who were pretending to be under the city wall to really start climbing the ladder and plan to launch a surprise attack. As a result, hundreds of sword and shield soldiers really climbed to the top of the city. But it was useless, because the Scottish Guards and French elite soldiers on the top of the city were more elite. In terms of martial arts, these sword and shield soldiers were no match. Then, they were knocked down the city wall one after another, causing serious casualties. Sakara was furious, but after he calmed down, he stopped this meaningless act of sending himself to death. It is already very difficult to attack a city with ants, let alone this kind of ant attack on a dangerous pass. Even if it can really be attacked, the casualties will be extremely huge. Therefore, Sakara, who had calmed down, temporarily withdrew the sword and shield soldiers. However, the musketeers continued to aim at the top of the city and attack any enemy who dared to show up. Then, the two sides played the game of, who is more patient. One side waited for the rabbit by the tree, and the other side just didn't show up. Although the Scots were very patient, they also suffered a great loss today. Originally, there were only about 900 defenders, and more than 100 casualties at once were simply a serious injury. And the 4th Legion also had more countermeasures, for example, sending the strong men in the city to dig stone slabs under the city gate. The sword and shield captain Hangeland, who went to test the attack, discovered one thing: on rainy days, the stone slabs on the ground under the gate of Edinburgh Castle seemed to be loosened by the rain. If it was sunny, it would be very difficult to dig up the stone slabs. But if it was rainy. So, the next day, the 4th Legion captured hundreds of strong men, took the iron pickaxes used for mining, and went to pry the stone slabs under the gate of Edinburgh Castle. The musketeers of the 4th Legion were still aiming at the top of the city wall, shooting any enemy who dared to show up. In desperation, the Scottish garrison commander, George Bernard Shaw, decided to throw stones from the tower above the city gate. The stone thrower did not need to stand up, as long as he threw the stone from the gap in the battlement. In this way, more than a dozen Scottish men who were prying the stone slabs under the city gate were killed. The rest of the people were scared and scattered. But Sakara made adjustments in time. Only 4 people were sent to shrink into the outside of the city gate to continue prying the stone slabs. Because they shrank into the city gate, the Scottish garrison on the top of the city wall was immediately at a loss. Because the stones they threw from the top of the city wall could not turn and hit the people in the city gate. It seemed that the stone slabs under the city gate were about to be pried open, but the next day it was sunny. Then, the enemy's artillery and matchlock guns on the top of the city wall began to show their power again. In desperation, the 4th Legion had to retreat. Fortunately, it rained again 4 days later. Then, within 3 days, while it was raining, several Scottish men finally pried out the stone slab under the gate of Edinburgh and dug a deep hole. When the sky cleared up, the demolition team buried gunpowder barrels at night and finally blew open the gate of Edinburgh Castle. Afterwards, the Fourth Army rushed into Edinburgh Castle under the enemy's artillery fire and launched a fierce street battle with the defenders in the castle. The defenders inside were worthy of being the Scottish Guards and the French elite. Under their tenacious resistance, the Fourth Army suffered 200 casualties before it attacked from the gate and occupied the front yard of Edinburgh Castle and the wall with artillery. Scottish Prime Minister Alex and other civil officials working in the front yard surrendered one after another, but John Stuart and Queen Margaret and others led the remaining defenders to retreat to the backyard at the westernmost end of Edinburgh Castle and continued to resist. Although the 4th Legion used the old method to blow open the gate of the inner courtyard, they still suffered dozens of casualties when they rushed in. It was not until the commander of the musket battalion personally took action and killed John Stuart, who was supervising the battle in front of the battlefield, that the remaining defenders finally lost their fighting spirit and surrendered one after another. Looking at John Stuart's body, Sakara laughed triumphantly. But soon, he couldn't laugh anymore. What? You said that Queen Margaret escaped by using a rope to climb down the cliff under the escort of a dozen French knights? Yes, we found the ropes they used to escape from the city and the cliff outside the city wall in the northwest corner of the castle. Moreover, the scouts used telescopes to observe and could no longer see any trace of them. The captain of the infantry responsible for searching the backyard of the royal palace reported. Chase them quickly, send the scout cavalry to chase. We must catch that little bitch. Sakara was so angry that he was almost crazy. You know, after attacking Edinburgh and killing John Stuart, he had completed the task of destroying Scotland. However, Queen Margaret's escape was quite fatal. Because Queen Margaret was the only bloodline of the Tudor dynasty in England. Once she escaped, someone would definitely use her to cause trouble for England. Therefore, his mission this time was only half completed. Of course, if he could catch Queen Margaret, he could atone for his sins. Chapter 1003, Queen Margaret's Decision, Part 1, Sakara was furious and went to the backyard of Edinburgh Castle to interrogate the maids. As a result, he learned that the Queen had led a dozen French knights from the residential area to the northwest corner of the city before dawn. Poor John Stuart was unaware of this. Because he took people to guard the backyard gate. What? She ran away for most of the day. Sakara was full of despair. If she had just run away, maybe she could still catch up. However, the other party had run for most of the day and didn't know the direction, which would be troublesome. Seeing Sakara being annoyed there, Isaac, the commander of the musket battalion, reminded him at this time, Captain, it's too late to chase Margaret now. At present, the most important thing is to hang the body of the fake King John Stuart on the city square to extinguish the resistance of the Scottish people. Without the king, their resistance will be meaningless. But Queen Margaret ran away. With the Queen, the Scottish people may nominate her to lead the resistance. Sakara said annoyed. Isaac thought for a moment and said, this is easy. Watch me. Then, he asked the maids in the backyard of Edinburgh Castle with a kind face, who among you looks most like Queen Margaret? Especially the hair color and so on. The maids thought for a moment and pointed to a beautiful maid with long chestnut hair. In that case. Isaac suddenly changed his face and said, then I'll borrow your body. Then, Isaac ordered people to take the maid who looked like Queen Margaret and strangle her to death with a cold face. What are you doing? Why kill an innocent woman? Sakara asked dissatisfiedly. Isaac nodded with a heavy face and replied, I know she is innocent, but the most important thing at the moment is to destroy the Scottish people's will to resist. You know, His Majesty Edward wants the entire kingdom of Scotland. So, I plan to use the body of that maid to pretend to be Queen Margaret. Sakara suddenly realized, and although he was reluctant, he still supported Isaac's approach. Because this would help to quickly quell the Scottish resistance. Hang the bodies of John Stuart and the maid outside, and remember to change the maid into Queen Margaret's daily clothes. Also, it's best to let the maid's body hang down with her head down, and her hair disheveled to cover her face, so that people won't see any flaws. Also, send guards to guard it, and don't let anyone get close to identify it carefully. Yes, sir. The guards took the order and left. At this time, Sakara's adjutant raised a question, Captain of the Legion, it's August now, the weather is hot and the bodies are easy to rot. If you're not careful, it's easy to cause plague. Sakara thought for a while and said, how about this, the bodies will only be hung for 3 days, and then buried after 3 days. In addition, open the city gates and allow the people to leave Edinburgh freely. I will use those people's mouths to tell the whole of Scotland that their king and queen are dead. Although he got a body substitute for Queen Margaret, Sakara would not give up hunting down the real Queen Margaret. All the scouts of the 4th Legion were sent out to track down Queen Margaret. You know, a princess of England who had lost her country, and also the former Queen of Scotland. Such an identity was too threatening to Edward. Sakara didn't know that Marin planned to let Edward get a box lunch and leave at the right time, but he knew that his young master, Little Caesar, was engaged to Edward's daughter, Princess Margaret. Perhaps, in the future, the whole of England will belong to his young master. Therefore, it is better not to leave behind the hidden danger of Queen Margaret. In addition, he might not have the opportunity to be promoted to Earl this time. Originally, Edward promised that if he could capture and kill John Stuart and Queen Margaret, he would grant him the title of hereditary Earl. However, he only completed half of the task, or even less than half of the task. Because he let Queen Margaret, who posed the greatest threat to Edward's throne, run away. Therefore, this time his contribution was discounted so much that he might only be able to exchange for the title of Viscount. At this time, Queen Margaret, who made Sakara very depressed, was riding horses with a dozen French knights, galloping on the country road to Glasgow. Their horses were forcibly requisitioned from the villages outside Edinburgh, and were originally the draft horses of the villagers. But Queen Margaret and her entourage could not care about it, because they had no horses at all after being lowered from the top of the mountain, so they could only rob the draft horses of the villagers. "Queen, why do we have to go to Glasgow to take a boat? We have our ship in the port of Edinburgh. When we get to Glasgow, there is no decent big ship to take us." Renaud, the leading French knight, asked puzzledly. Queen Margaret replied while riding her horse, "Knight Renaud, the Firth of Forth north of Edinburgh is full of enemy warships. We will definitely be intercepted if we take your ship. Even going through the North Sea may not be easy. Because the enemy must have warships patrolling the North Sea. You know, England is a maritime power with many ships." In fact, Queen Margaret really guessed right. At this time, there were dozens of English warships wandering outside the Firth of Forth. If Queen Margaret and her entourage really boarded the ships that originally carried the French army to go out to sea, they would definitely be intercepted. As a former princess of England, Queen Margaret obviously knew the naval strength of England. Under the suppression of England, Scotland did not even have a decent navy. It was not that Scotland did not want to have one, but if it had one, it would attract the encirclement and suppression of the English fleet. Because once Scotland had a strong navy, it could bring the powerful French army to land in Scotland. Then, it would pose a fatal threat to England from the north. Or, directly transport the French army to land in England. Therefore, England did not allow Scotland to have a strong navy. Therefore, Queen Margaret, who knew the mentality of the English, never thought of escaping from the North Sea by boat. As for retreating to the Scottish Highlands in the north to continue resistance, Queen Margaret did not think about it. Because she knew that Scotland could no longer gather any resistance forces. The population of Scotland was too small, and most of the able-bodied men were detained in England. Therefore, even if they continued to resist, they would only survive. And if they failed, Edward would definitely not let her go. It was precisely because of these considerations that after being lowered from the Edinburgh castle, Queen Margaret did not think about it, and directly took the dozen French knights who were willing to run away with them to the nearby villages to rob the villagers' draft horses for farming, and then rush directly to Glasgow. Glasgow is only about 75 kilometers away from Edinburgh, and Queen Margaret and her entourage spared no effort. When Sakara discovered that Queen Margaret and her entourage were missing in the afternoon, they had already arrived at the port of Glasgow. At that time, Glasgow was not a prosperous port like the later generations, but just an ordinary fishing port. After arriving, Queen Margaret did not even make repairs, but directly requisitioned the largest fishing boat on the dock, and ordered the fishermen and sailors on the fishing boat who were originally planning to go home to sail out to sea overnight. Before boarding the ship, Queen Margaret also asked the French knights to requisition a lot of food and fresh water from the city of Glasgow for the needs of sailing. Then, under the attention of many people in the Glasgow fishing port, the large fishing boat carrying Queen Margaret left the port of Glasgow, and then turned along the Clyde River and headed south towards the Irish Sea. Chapter 1004, Queen Margaret's Decision, Part 2. It was already dark when the fishing boat sailed out of the Firth of Clyde. After sailing south for a distance, Queen Margaret suddenly said to Knight Renaud, "Tell the sailors to turn around. We will not go through the Irish Sea, but the Atlantic Ocean." Knight Renaud was a little confused, and Queen Margaret explained, "We went south just now to let those people on the shore see us. When the enemy comes, they will definitely chase us in the direction of the Irish Sea. I will take advantage of the darkness to go around the Atlantic Ocean. If the enemy chases us in the wrong direction, it will be difficult for them to catch us. After a pause, she said, in addition, I heard that you originally came around the Atlantic Ocean. The English Channel should be controlled by English warships, right? Yes, British ships have already controlled the English Channel. There are even British ships near the port of Nantes. Well, let's make a big detour and land in Bordeaux in the Aquitaine region on the southwest coast of France. Yes, Your Majesty. Knight Renaud called his deputies and asked them to command the fishermen and sailors who were held hostage. In the middle of the night, by the light of the stars, the fishing boat sailed into the Atlantic Ocean. The next morning, the scouts of the 4th Legion followed the clues and also chased to Glasgow. However, the news they got was that Queen Margaret had forcibly requisitioned a fishing boat to go out to sea last night. When asked about the direction, it seemed to be the direction of the Irish Sea. After receiving the news, the scouts hurriedly sent people back to report. After receiving the news, Sakara also sent someone to urgently send a speedboat back to Newcastle to notify the English fleet to intercept the fishing boat in the Irish Sea. But they didn't know that they were deceived by Queen Margaret. In fact, Queen Margaret is now less than 19 years old and is a very young woman. But at a young age, she is already a second married woman and a widow. Originally, she was just a carefree princess who grew up in the palace of the Tower of London. However, in 1503, her father, King Henry VII, married her to King James IV of Scotland at the age of 14 for the peace of the northern border. However, this did not improve the tense relationship between England and Scotland. Moreover, because Henry VII gave her too little dowry, she was also disliked by her husband James IV. Faced with various setbacks, this originally carefree young princess gradually grew up. Among them, her fastest growth period was probably after James IV was captured by England the year before last. At that time, because the king was captured and the king's brothers died early, the Scottish ministers, who had no leader, had to follow Queen Margaret's lead. In this context, Queen Margaret, who had not been exposed to political affairs, grew up rapidly. In just over a year, she grew from a little woman who did not understand political affairs to a strong woman who was proficient in political affairs. People are different. Some people will lose confidence and even lose the courage to live when facing huge disasters. And some people, facing disasters, will rise to the challenge and grow up rapidly. Obviously, Queen Margaret is the latter. Faced with adversity, she grew up rapidly and became a qualified strong woman and female politician. Therefore, after her husband James IV was killed, she was able to quickly make the right decision to marry John Stuart and help him ascend the throne. After the Fourth Army entered Edinburgh and broke through the gate of Edinburgh Castle, she quickly made the second decision, abandoned John Stuart and quietly escaped with a dozen French knights with strong martial arts skills. As for why she gave up John Stuart, Queen Margaret answered Knight Renaud like this: if John and I both escape, do you think the soldiers guarding the palace will continue to resist? They will surrender immediately. And we were quickly caught up because the enemy discovered our tracks in time. Then, John and I would be killed. So, I persuaded John to go to the backyard gate and encouraged the guards to fight the enemy to buy enough time for our escape. And the silly John Stuart was really fooled by her. Of course, this is also because John Stuart is not as familiar with Edinburgh Castle as Queen Margaret, who has lived here for 5 years, and he didn't know that he could escape by rope. In fact, Queen Margaret originally wanted to escape alone. But considering that she is just a woman, it is difficult for her to protect herself if she escapes alone. So, he fooled the Knight Renaud and a dozen French knights who were guarding the backyard to escort her to escape. With these French knights escorting her all the way, she could safely arrive at the port of Glasgow and take a boat to escape. In addition, she knew very well that escaping to France was her most correct choice. Because her identity is very useful to France. As for what is the use? It's very simple. France can use Queen Margaret's identity as the only surviving royal bloodline of the Tudor dynasty to incite the remnants of the Tudor dynasty in England to rebel and weaken England. Edward had played a trick on the French before and wiped out the French fleet. Therefore, the French hated Edward very much. King Louis XII of France would definitely be happy to do anything that could make Edward unhappy. If Louis XII had not been looking forward to giving birth to a son and marrying Edward's only daughter Margaret to realize his dream of annexing England, France would have fallen out with England by now. In fact, the unlucky Louis XII did not know that Queen Anne had been drugged by Marin and had lost her fertility. Although for this reason, France would not openly tear its face with England now. However, if Queen Margaret fled to France, Louis XII would definitely welcome it. Because he was not sure whether he could give birth to a son. Therefore, Queen Margaret would definitely be left behind by him as a trump card against England. Therefore, Queen Margaret could safely seduce those French knights to escort her to France. What? You said that Louis XII gave birth to a son and then married Edward's daughter to complete the annexation of England? Queen Margaret did not believe it at all. Why? Because the relationship between Britain and France was there. Not to mention whether Louis XII could give birth to a son, even if he gave birth to a son, Edward would probably regret it. Because Britain and France are enemies. Even if Edward was willing, England would not be willing. The two countries had fought 100 years of war and accumulated too much blood debt. At the beginning, the French chose Philip VI as the new king because they did not want King Edward III of England to become their monarch, which triggered a cruel war that lasted for 100 years, the 100 Years' War between England and France. Therefore, Queen Margaret also concluded that even if Louis XII gave birth to a son, England would probably regret it. Therefore, it was still very safe for her to go into exile in France, and she would not be given to Edward as a gift by the French. What's more, she also had the title of Queen of Scotland. Although she abandoned the current King of Scotland, John Stuart, and ran away, who would know except those who ran away with her? At that time, it would be said that John Stuart took the initiative to let her run away. Anyway, John Stuart is almost dead now, and there is no evidence. As for these French knights, as long as Louis XII issued a gag order, they would never dare to say anything. Besides, Queen Margaret did not even feel a trace of guilt for abandoning John Stuart. After all, they were a couple who got married halfway through their lives and had no feelings for each other. Moreover, Queen Margaret, who was not even 19 years old, already had a cold heart that belonged to a politician. Chapter 1005, Confusion of Right and Wrong. Sakara was naturally depressed because he lost Margaret Tudor. Moreover, because he was misled, the interception must have failed. However, he is very busy now and has no time to care about intercepting Margaret Tudor. Because there are still a lot of things waiting for him in the Kingdom of Scotland. First of all, occupying Edinburgh does not mean occupying Scotland. Therefore, he now needs to use the captives captured in Edinburgh to achieve complete control over Scotland. How to control it? It's very simple, let the original Scottish ministers help persuade them to surrender. For example, Scottish Prime Minister Alex is the target of Sakara's key strategy. However, this guy is very sensible. Before he was tortured, he decisively surrendered to the imperial army. Then, Prime Minister Alex, on behalf of the Scottish cabinet, issued a surrender order to the Scottish defenders who were resisting the English army in the south. But before ordering the army to surrender, there is still one very important thing to do, that is, to reconclude the death of James IV. This is very important. Only by proving that James IV was not killed by the English, the Scots will be more likely to accept the rule of England. Otherwise, some Scots with poor brains will use this as an excuse to resist to the end. Therefore, Prime Minister Alex first issued a statement. In the statement, Prime Minister Alex admitted that the previous investigation results were forged and the false conclusions were issued under the coercion of the royal guards controlled by Queen Margaret. As for the pieces of English standard plate armor used as evidence, they were simply the spoils of war seized by James IV when he invaded northern England. Then, Prime Minister Alex also took out the inventory list of the original English standard moving, proving that he really did not lie this time. As for John Stuart, Prime Minister Alex said that John Stuart was originally under house arrest. But in the end, Margaret Tudor used her power over the guards to force them to release John Stuart and put him on the throne. Moreover, the surviving night of the attack clearly stated that when the assassin retreated, he said he would report to the Duke. In the end, Prime Minister Alex concluded that His Majesty James IV was likely assassinated by John Stuart and Margaret Tudor. Perhaps, the two had colluded with each other for a long time and finally conspired to assassinate His Majesty James IV. After all, Gobridge Valley is too close to Edinburgh, and it is unlikely that the English did it. It is much more likely that the forces of the country did it. Prime Minister Alex wrote this statement very cleverly. He did not insist that it was England's doing as he did last time, but directly concluded that John Stuart and Margaret Tudor conspired to assassinate James IV. Because, even if he concluded that, the Scots would not believe it. Therefore, he adopted the method of listing facts, first denying the previous conclusion, and emphasized the so-called fact that Margaret Tudor forced him to draw such a conclusion. In fact, he was just colluding with Margaret Tudor. In this way, people have a preconceived impression that John Stuart and Margaret Tudor lied. Why did they lie? If it were the monarchs, they would definitely understand it. This is to make the country stabilize quickly. But ordinary citizens, even the middle and lower level nobles, don't understand. In this era, the literacy rate in Europe was very low, and politicians with strategic vision were extremely rare. Therefore, most people would not understand the intention of John Stuart and Margaret Tudor to lie. In the eyes of ordinary people, since they lied, then they might be the real murderer. Otherwise, they would not have to lie. It was precisely by taking advantage of this psychology of ordinary people that Alex dared to infer in his statement that John Stuart and Margaret Tudor conspired to assassinate James IV. As for the senior ministers in Scotland who could see through the lies of John Stuart and Margaret Tudor, sorry, they were all captured this time. There were a few nobles who could see through it before, but they were still imprisoned in London. So, after this statement was issued, no other free Scots could see through Alex's intentions. Therefore, it was easier for them to believe that it was indeed John Stuart and Margaret Tudor who murdered His Majesty James IV. Even in Edinburgh, several folk theatre groups, at the instruction of Sakara, began to perform a play called Murdering My Husband. The protagonists of the comedy also used real names, King James, the vicious Queen Margaret, and Duke John who had an affair with Queen Margaret. This play clearly tells everyone that James IV was murdered by John Stuart and Margaret Tudor, a pair of husband killers and wives. As for the script, it was naturally written by the great dramatist Marin Hoffman. This play mainly draws on the plot of Hamlet's uncle killing his brother and marrying his sister-in-law in Shakespeare's Hamlet, as well as some plots in our great China's Wu Song kills his sister-in-law. Although the plots are not quite the same, many classic lines are also borrowed. However, because Marin's writing is very ordinary, a good classic was written into a third-rate soap opera script by him. But it doesn't matter, because Shakespeare and other drama masters have not been born yet, and European drama is still a desert. Therefore, even if Marin's own script is at the level of a third-rate soap opera, there is no better comparison. Then, this third-rate soap opera-level drama called Murdering My Husband was extremely popular in Edinburgh. Then, because of the continuous brainwashing performances, the citizens of Edinburgh basically believed that James IV was indeed murdered by John Stuart and Margaret Tudor. That's not all. Sakara found a tall and strong body from the Scottish Guards who died in the battle, very similar to the Macho Man Khan reminded, and bribed a Scottish knight who survived the assassination to identify him as the strong man who took the lead in killing James IV. Because, on the day of the attack on Edinburgh Castle, this buddy who died in the battle happened to wave an iron rod to resist and injured several soldiers of the 4th Legion. Many people saw this, and such characteristics were too similar to the assassin who took the lead in killing James IV with an iron rod. In fact, this buddy originally used a two-handed sword. But during the battle for the castle, his two-handed sword was cut off because of poor quality. So, he picked up an iron rod from the side and waved it to resist. Then, he also injured several sword and shield soldiers of the 4th Legion. In the end, he was shot to death by a musket. So, Sakara had an idea and hinted at a Scottish knight who survived the assassination, identifying him as the leader of the assassination of James IV. Moreover, the buddy's figure is indeed very similar to Khan, and he happened to hit people with an iron rod before his death. Then, in addition to the surviving Scottish knight who was bribed, the others also vaguely felt that it should be him. In fact, the surviving Scottish knight who was bribed could no longer hold a position because his leg was broken, and he had no future. It can be predicted that his future life will definitely be embarrassing. Sakara directly gave a bag of gold coins and promised that his son could inherit the title of knight without taking the exam. The son of an ordinary knight cannot inherit the title of knight unless he can pass a very strict competition assessment. Then, the surviving knight with a broken leg directly insisted that the Scottish guard who died with the iron rod was the leader of the assassination of James IV. In this way, after a multi-pronged propaganda, it would be difficult for the Scots not to believe that James IV was murdered by a conspiracy between John Stuart and Margaret Tudor. Seeing that they had successfully reversed right and wrong, Sakara and Alex discussed that they could start recruiting the Scottish defenders in the south. Chapter 1006, Driving Straight Ahead. In addition to the propaganda of reversing right and wrong, Sakara also had someone capture a very important person, John Stuart's half-brother, Alexander Stuart. Because, this Alexander Stuart is the only male descendant of the direct bloodline of the royal family of the Stuart dynasty. As for why he did not inherit the title of Duke of Albany, because he is now a priest belonging to the church. Scotland has not yet converted to the Protestant Presbyterian Church, and the religion is still Catholic. And Catholic priests cannot get married, which is equivalent to foreign monks. Therefore, he naturally cannot inherit the title of Duke of Albany. Moreover, Alexander Stuart's mother was divorced by the previous Duke of Albany, Alexander, in 1478, and the original marriage was also declared illegal. Then, Alexander Stuart, who has the same name as his father, became a poor child who was not loved by his grandmother and uncle. However, the strange thing about this matter is that the Scottish royal family announced the invalidation of the marriage between Alexander, Duke of Albany, and his first wife, Lady Catherine Sinclair, but did not declare Alexander an illegal illegitimate child. Moreover, when Alexander, Duke of Albany, failed in his rebellion and fled to France with his family, he did not take Alexander Stuart with him, which was equivalent to abandoning him. Then, Alexander Stuart stayed in Scotland. However, this child is also smart and knows that his uncle and cousin are unhappy with him. In order to survive, he directly became a Catholic priest. In this way, he lost the qualification to inherit the title of Duke of Albany and would not be targeted. Sure enough, after this guy became a foreign monk, James IV no longer targeted him. Moreover, out of concern for his cousins, he promoted him, who was only 31 years old, to become the abbot of a monastery in a city called Dunbar near Edinburgh. In the future, he even planned to promote him to a bishop. Scotland is a sovereign state, with much more power than the Holy Roman Emperor, and has a lot of say in the appointment of domestic bishops. Of course, Scottish bishops are not worth much either. Because Scottish bishops cannot become the head of a bishop state like German bishops, and have no secular ruling power. In other words, Alexander Stuart is now the only legitimate male heir of the Stuart dynasty. Although his mother was denied to be the legitimate Duchess of Albany, the Scottish royal family did not deny his status as a royal child. Moreover, according to European practice, although missionaries cannot easily return to secular life, if the family is extinct, His Majesty the Pope will also grant the priests to return to secular life and inherit the title. For example, King Henry I of Portugal returned to secular life and became the last king of the Portuguese Avis dynasty with the permission of the Holy See when there were no other male heirs surviving in the Avis dynasty. However, he was too old when he returned to secular life and was unable to leave offspring. After his death, the Portuguese Avis dynasty was extinct, and the Spanish Habsburg dynasty took the opportunity to send troops to occupy Portugal. In other words, Alexander Stuart still has the possibility of returning to secular life and becoming the legitimate heir to the Kingdom of Scotland. To this end, Sakara specially sent people to Dunbar Cathedral to arrest Alexander Stuart and keep him under control. However, in order not to overly stimulate the Scots, Sakara did not kill Alexander Stuart, but asked him to make a statement that he had no intention of returning to the secular world to succeed to the throne. Then, the only remaining direct male heir of the Stuart dynasty was placed under house arrest by Sakara in Edinburgh Cathedral. As an abbot who had lost his freedom. After Alexander Stuart, the only direct male heir of the Stuart dynasty, announced that he would give up his right to inherit the throne of Scotland, the Kingdom of Scotland lost the basis for restoration. There were no direct male heirs. How to restore it? Europe is not like ancient China, where kings, princes, generals and ministers are of the same species, but only royal descendants can inherit the throne. Moreover, they must be direct descendants. If there are really no male heirs, let the grandson inherit the throne. But the succession of the grandson to the throne will lead to a change in the royal surname, which is also the main mode of dynasty change in Europe. Unlike China, the change of dynasties was achieved through bloody wars. In addition, there is another relative who can theoretically inherit the throne, James II's grandson, Earl of Allen James Hamilton. As for the others, they are too distant from the Stuart family and it is not their turn. However, James Hamilton, Earl of Allen, who is theoretically qualified to inherit the Scottish throne, is now a prisoner in London. In fact, Edward is still hesitating. What is he hesitating about? He is hesitating whether to directly publicize the agreement on mutual succession to the throne signed with James IV and inherit the Scottish throne based on it, or to let the captive Earl of Allen James Hamilton inherit the throne first, and then force him to give up the throne to himself. The reason for this entanglement is that Edward considered that if he directly took out the agreement on mutual succession to the throne signed with James IV, people would suspect that he had planned to murder James IV. After all, you signed the succession agreement before, and then James IV was assassinated. How can others not suspect you? For this reason, Edward has been reluctant to make the agreement public. If he first supports James Hamilton, the Earl of Allen, who is a prisoner of war, to become a puppet Scottish king, and then forces him to abdicate, it seems to be more innocent. Of course, this is Edward's consideration. Sakara, who has occupied Edinburgh, did not think so much. After Alexander Stuart, the only direct male heir of the Stuart family, publicly announced that he would give up his right to inherit the throne, he asked Prime Minister Alex to issue a notice to the whole of Scotland: there is no direct male heir of the Stuart dynasty who can inherit the throne. Then, Prime Minister Alex, in the name of the Scottish cabinet, ordered the Scottish garrison in the south to lay down their arms and stop resisting the friendly English army. The reason is that the English army came to investigate the real cause of death of James IV, not the enemy. Although this reason is untenable, many garrison generals in southern Scotland are also very clear: all the royal family members are dead, Edinburgh has fallen, and there is no point in their resistance. The most important thing is that with the fall of Edinburgh, the logistical supply of the Scottish defenders in the south will be cut off in the future. Even if they can hold the line, they will starve to death due to the lack of food and grass. Therefore, except for a small number of diehards, most of the Scottish defenders chose to lay down their arms and surrender to the English army on the southern border. And those Scottish soldiers who chose to continue to resist had to flee into the mountains to persist in resistance because of their weak strength. But no matter what, at this time, there was no army in Scotland that could resist the English army. Even those diehards who fled into the mountains were few in number. In the end, the English army, which had been fainting at the border, drove straight into the core area of Scotland and began to occupy the whole of Scotland. Chapter 1007 London Chaos. In the city of London, these days, the 5,000 new guardsmen who took over the defense of London were not sure whether they were inexperienced or were instructed by someone to be lax in the defense of the city. These days, the flow of people in and out of London was quite large, resulting in the appearance of many unfamiliar middle-aged male faces in the city of London. Of course, they were all unarmed. Although those new guardsmen seemed to be negligent in their duties, they still did not cross this red line, that is, it was strictly forbidden for anyone to bring weapons into the city. In the basement of a dilapidated old house, there was still a group of men in black. They were discussing something. Edward is really courting death. He thinks that it will be safe if people are not allowed to bring weapons into the city. In fact, London is our old base, so how could there be a lack of weapons in the city? By the way, everyone should have enough weapons, right? A group of men in black nodded, and one of them continued, "Enough, Boss Jones. However, the number of spears is a little insufficient." The man in black named Jones, who was sitting in the main seat, thought for a while and said, "It's no problem if there are not enough spears. After all, we are fighting in the city. Spears are too long and cannot be used in street fighting. They are not as good as swords. Of course, if you use one-handed swords, it is best to equip some shields. By the way, do you have enough shields? This doesn't seem to be many. Yeah, we didn't think of preparing shields before. Forget it, let's act according to the circumstances. By the way, have all the troops in everyone's hands entered the city? Bowman, you counted this, how is it?" The man in black named Bowman replied, "Most of them are here. Only 100 or so people are too far from London to make it back in time. Should we wait for them to arrive? Only 100 or so people haven't come yet. That means there are more than 4,000 people now. Yes. The number is about the same. By the way, I have good news for you all. The two phalanx leaders we bribed have already revealed their willingness to cooperate with us. Even the leader of the first phalanx, Janus, has accepted our money and is willing to remain neutral." Really? So, that means we have 6,000 people on our side, while the other side has only 1,500? This is a sure win. Yes, yes. A group of men in black got excited. However, they didn't know that Janus, the leader of the first phalanx, was actually Edward's confidant. He agreed to accept bribes from these men in black and agreed to remain neutral, which was actually Edward's instruction. His purpose was to encourage the remnants of the Tudor dynasty to take risks. Sure enough, this group of remnants of the Tudor dynasty were tempted. The leader of the men in black named Jones thought for a while and said, "Everyone should secretly distribute weapons these days and sharpen the rusty swords. We will launch the uprising on time at midnight 3 days later. Remember, everyone should gather in the square of Westminster Abbey with weapons at midnight. Then, form a formation and kill towards the Tower of London. Wait. Boss Jones, Westminster Cathedral Square is in the west of the city, and the Tower of London is in the southeast of the city. It's a bit far away. Stupid. The enemy must be on high alert near the palace. Only on the west side of Westminster Cathedral will their defenses be lax. Moreover, the area where Westminster Cathedral is located is under the jurisdiction of the Basque commander we bribed. I can say hello to him and let him use his position to facilitate us to gather troops in the middle of the night. Boss Jones is wise." 3 nights later, before midnight, the remnants of the Tudor dynasty couldn't sleep. Of course, they slept well during the day. After it got dark, many men in black held swords in various inconspicuous courtyards or basements and began to wait patiently for orders. At this time, several major events also happened in the guards guarding London. "What are you doing? Do you want to rebel? I am the commander of the 3rd phalanx of the new army of the guards. How dare you rebel against your superiors? In the garrison barracks in the jurisdiction of Westminster Abbey, several adjutants had already held their phalanx commander hostage, a noble son who looked very showy, that is, the Basque commander who was bought by the remnants of the Tudor dynasty. In fact, this guy is a second-generation straw bag, uneducated and incompetent. Usually, his command of the army is also completed through several adjutants. On the surface, his several adjutants are very obedient to him and have good abilities, which makes him have the illusion that, these people obey me. Then, after he issued the order, don't worry about anything happening near Westminster Abbey at night, his adjutants controlled him. At the same time, several spies quietly left the barracks and headed towards the Tower of London. Obviously to report the news. Of course, the people of the Third Phalanx did follow the order and chose to ignore what happened at Westminster Abbey. Why? Because to attack these rebels, we need to wait for them to gather together. Otherwise, if we act too early, some people will hide and it will be difficult to find them. If those rebels take off their black clothes and throw away their swords, can you tell that they are rebels? As for another bribed phalanx leader, Nick, the leader of the Fifth Phalanx, he was also controlled by his adjutants after issuing the order, don't sleep tonight, there may be something to do. However, this guy is more capable than Basque and has some subordinates in the army. So, in order to avoid suspicion from his confidants, Nick's adjutants forced him to drink a lot of strong liquor to make him look drunk. When Nick's confidants came to verify, they saw Nick, who was drunk and lying on the bed. Didn't you say that there was something important to do tonight? Why are you drunk? Nick's confidants left with doubts on their faces. Of course, when they left, they didn't see the eyes of the adjutants who saw them off, as if they were looking at dead people. What? Launch at midnight tonight? Why is it so urgent? The information is coming too slowly. Edward was also shocked when he received the information. At this time, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening, and there were only 3 hours before the enemy launched. But there was no way, because the remnants of the Tudor dynasty only sent people to notify the 2 bribed legion commanders this evening. At the same time, Edward's confidant Janice also received the message. Of course, the message Janice received was please stand by and watch tonight. Moreover, Janice was the last to receive the message. Because the other party didn't trust Janice very much. Then, Janice also sent the message to the palace. Quick, send someone to inform General Clichy in the West Camp. Edward ordered immediately. However, if someone is sent to the camp west of London at night, he must ride a horse. But London is under curfew. If someone is sent across London on horseback, it will inevitably alert the rebels. And if they take the waterway of the Thames, it seems too slow. In the end, it was Janice who guarded the East Gate. He quietly opened the East Gate and sent someone on horseback to go around the East Gate to the north of London, and then rushed all the way west to report to the West Camp. But when the messenger arrived at the West Camp, it was almost midnight. At this time, the square of Westminster Cathedral was already full of black-clad men carrying swords. Chapter 1008 London Chaos, continued, What? The rebels launched the rebellion tonight? Didn't they already start? Why did they send the news so late? General Clichy was furious. However, he didn't want to blame the intelligence officers. Because he had to quickly organize his army and attack. Otherwise, if it was too late, there might be big problems. Because he was not sure whether those new recruits could beat the rebels. In terms of single combat ability, many assassins among the rebels were very powerful. In other words, among the remnants of the Tudor dynasty, there were many assassins who were equivalent to martial arts masters. Of course, these people have strong personal skills, but they will definitely be defeated when facing a disciplined army. But the problem is that the 5,000 new recruits of the guards in the city are completely a mob. Their existence is to give confidence to the rebels. Otherwise, the other party would not dare to launch a rebellion. Therefore, Clichy must send troops to quell the rebellion as soon as possible. At 12 o'clock in the middle of the night, a temporary platform was built on the square of Westminster Cathedral. Jones, the leader of the men in black, took off his usual black clothes, put on a gorgeous aristocratic costume, and also raised the family flag. Looking at the family emblem, it is the family emblem of the former Earl of Derbyshire, Stanley's family. And Jones is indeed the illegitimate son of the Stanley family. After all the people in the Stanley family were killed, Jones, the illegitimate son, became the only bloodline of the Stanley family. At 12 o'clock in the middle of the night, Jones ordered people to light torches. At this time, they no longer need to hide. Jones stood on the temporary platform and shouted loudly, "Brothers, it's time to avenge the great King Henry VII. Kill Edward, the cruel and tyrant, and avenge King Henry VII, my father, Earl of Derbyshire, Thomas Stanley, and other noble adults. The men in black below were all killers or thugs privately raised by the murdered nobles, and they agreed with Joan's words. So, the black-clad people raised their swords and shouted, "Revenge! Revenge! Revenge!" Then, under the leadership of the leaders of various underground forces, the black-clad people were divided into several groups of different sizes, leaving Westminster Cathedral Square one by one, and heading towards the Tower of London Palace in the southeast of London. At this time, General Clichy's worries became a reality. Many of the new recruits of the guards in the city were afraid of fighting. Originally, after solving the problem of Basque, the leader of the Third Phalanx, his adjutants planned to directly summon the legion to Westminster Cathedral Square to block the remnants of the Tudor dynasty. However, when the new recruits heard that they were going to face more than 4,000 desperate people, most of them were scared and did not dare to fight. Why? Because most of the 5,000 new recruits of the guards were gangsters forcibly recruited from all over the country. What are gangsters? They are a group of cowards who bully the weak and fear the strong. Although they are usually noisy, they run faster than anyone else when they encounter government troops or desperate criminals. The leader of the Third Phalanx, Basque, was originally a gangster leader with aristocratic status. When he selected soldiers, he actually liked to select those gangsters with good eyesight. Why? It's very simple. Gangsters are a group of bastards who flatter the powerful and trample on the weak. When recruiting soldiers, Basque was appointed as the leader of the square. When he was in high spirits to select new recruits, many gangsters came up to flatter him. Then, they were recruited into the Third Phalanx. Therefore, the new recruits of the Third Phalanx are a group of bastards who bully the weak and fear the strong and flatter the powerful and trample on the weak. When they heard that they were going to fight with more than 4,000 desperate criminals, they all got scared. Fortunately, when the 5,000 hidden regular troops in the camp outside the city came to the West Gate, the gangsters of the Third Phalanx guarding the West Gate did not stop them, but opened the city gate obediently and did not make trouble. Of course, these hooligans didn't dare to cause trouble. However, when Clichy's 5,000 veterans entered the city, the more than 4,000 rebels had already marched to the middle of London and defeated the 5th Phalanx from the north and the 4th Phalanx from the south. Because they neglected training, the soldiers of the 4th and 5th Phalanxes, although not as cowardly as the hooligans of the 3rd Phalanx, were also a mob, no cooperation, no courage. In fact, at the beginning, the new guards of the 4th and 5th Phalanxes were still very brave and rushed over to fight the rebels to death. However, the soldiers of these two phalanxes were originally a mob, and they didn't pay attention to training, so their combat effectiveness was very poor. Although the more than 4,000 rebels on the opposite side were also a mob, their individual combat effectiveness was strong. After a chaotic fight similar to the street fights between the young and dangerous gangs in later generations, those rebels with strong individual strength and incomparable bravery finally suppressed the momentum of the 2,000 new recruits of the 4th and 5th Phalanxes, and beat them back step by step. However, after repelling the new recruits of the guards of the 4th and 5th Phalanxes, Jones Stanley did not let anyone pursue the victory. Because, for him, breaking into the Tower of London and killing his enemy Edward was the most important thing. Therefore, after defeating the 4th and 5th Phalanxes, the confidence of the rebels increased greatly. Originally, the anxiety caused by the failure of the people of the 3rd Phalanx to come together to revolt as promised was thrown behind by Jones and others. Although it seems that the 3rd Phalanx did not revolt as promised, it did not send troops to chase and kill them. As for the 5th Phalanx, Jones and others did not recognize that one of the people who came to intercept and kill them was the 5th Phalanx, and thought it was the people of the 2nd Phalanx. In this case, Jones and others analyzed that although the 3rd and 5th Phalanxes did not send troops to help, they did not seem to send troops to attack them, as if they were neutral. This made Jones and others very uneasy, but after repelling the 2,000 government troops of the 4th and 5th Phalanxes, the rebels became more confident and no longer worried. Then, Jones led this group of confident rebels to the Tower of London in the southeast of the city. As for the 2nd Phalanx, which was mistakenly thought to have been repelled, it was originally going to arrive at the battlefield from the northeast. However, after seeing that the 4th and 5th Phalanxes were repelled together, they also lost their determination to fight against the rebels. So, under the leadership of the somewhat timid commander of the 2nd Phalanx, Uke, the 2nd Phalanx's 1,000 recruits retreated to the east of the city and joined the 1st Phalanx guarding the east gate and the outer perimeter of the Tower of London, intending to resist based on favorable terrain such as the city walls and palace walls to resist the attack of the rebels. It must be said that the choice of the 2nd Phalanx leader Uke was right. Facing the more powerful remnants of the Tudor dynasty, they obviously could not win by force. but retreating to the city walls and various sturdy fortifications made up for their lack of combat effectiveness. After all, no matter how ragtag the troops are, when they have the support of the city walls, they can completely make up for the gap in combat effectiveness between the new recruits and the rebels. When the rebels approached the Tower of London, they encountered fierce resistance from the first phalanx on the streets. Although the second phalanx was not strong in frontal combat, it was no problem to play auxiliary on the side of the first phalanx. Then, the rebels' pace was delayed. At the same time, the 5,000 elite veterans hidden in the west camp of the city, led by General Clichy, were also galloping eastward after entering the city, intending to eliminate the rebels who were going to attack the Tower of London. Chapter 1009, Bloody Street Fights, Unbeatable, Part 1, Tower Street is a street northwest of the Tower of London Palace. As long as you cross this street, the Tower of London is right in front of you. Moreover, there is no street larger than this street nearby. The small streets nearby are easier to defend because they are narrow. Only Tower Street is more suitable for large groups of people because of its wide road. Therefore, Jones Stanley decided to lead his men to rush through this street and directly come to the wall of the Tower of London Palace, and then try to break through the Tower of London Palace. However, the new recruits of the guards in the second phalanx stabilized after joining the first phalanx. Because the first phalanx is not only a phalanx of 1,000 people led by Edward's confidant Janus, but also the one with the highest quality of personnel among the 5 phalanxes of 1,000 people. Although most of these 5,000 new recruits of the guards were recruited from unemployed vagrants and gangsters, some of them were recruited from ordinary good people. Most of these people were selected by Janus into the first phalanx. Usually, Janus's first phalanx is trained more than the other 4 phalanxes. Because the first phalanx guards the southeast of London and assists in the defense of the Tower of London. With the strongest first phalanx as the main force, the second phalanx, which was originally a little afraid, gradually gained confidence. Janus, who knew the inside story, decided to lead the 2,000 people of the first and second phalanx to defend several streets of different sizes, such as Tower Street, and wait for the main force of the West City camp to come to reinforce. Therefore, the collision between the two parties was a street melee with Tower Street as the main battlefield. Why is it called a street melee? Because the tactical literacy of both sides is not very high. Although Janus is Edward's confidant, he is not from a traditional military aristocratic family and has no level of training. Otherwise, Edward would have arranged for him to join the regular army as a general. Therefore, the first phalanx under his command, because of the poor training, is stronger than the gangsters. Therefore, their battle with the rebels is not like a duel between the army, but rather like a street fight between gangsters. And the rebels are more like gangsters. They all wore black clothes. Although they didn't look like black suits, the suits of later generations hadn't appeared yet, and they didn't have sunglasses, but they all wore black clothes and held machetes. They looked like the gangs in Young and Dangerous. At the northwest end of Data Street, the two sides met on the street. The rebels who had just defeated the 4th and 5th phalanxes were in high spirits, and they had more people, so they were naturally the attacking side. A skilled black-clad knife man stood on the street, looking at the new guards of the 1st and 2nd phalanxes with contempt. Then, he suddenly raised his knife and shouted, "Brothers, hack them to death." Then, he took the lead and rushed up with a machete. Following behind him was a large group of black-clad knife men. Who is called justice, who is invincible, right and wrong is hard to determine, who has the power to decide, heaven and earth can testify, no matter what the background is. If Marin was watching the battle here, the theme song of Young and Dangerous, Invincible, would definitely ring in his mind. Because, this scene is too much like a street gang fight. I saw the Hongxing gang members. No, they are the remnants of the Tudor dynasty, dressed in black, holding machetes, and bravely rushed forward. When they saw their opponents, they swung the blades and chopped. The leading knife man named Jack was a famous knife man under Jones, the leader of the black men. He was very famous in the London Underground and was called Jack the Ripper. Because this guy likes to cut open the opponent's chest with a knife after slashing people, which is very cruel. Puff, puff, puff. Jack's knife flew up and down. In the melee, several new recruits of the Royal Guards were stabbed and fell to the ground, wailing. Stimulated by Jack's brave performance, the black-clad men defeated the new recruits of the Royal Guards in the 1st and 2nd phalanxes. Seeing that the opponent was killed and retreated more than 10 steps, Jack proudly waved the bloody knife and shouted loudly, "Who else?" The new recruits of the Royal Guards in the 1st and 2nd phalanxes seemed to be scared by the killing, and they retreated 2 or 3 steps unconsciously by this roar. "Ha ha ha, so cool. Boss Jack, you are so awesome." A group of men in black laughed, but they forgot that this was not a fight for territory in the past, but a rebellion. They didn't even pursue the victory. What did Taizu's poem say? It is better to pursue the enemy with the remaining courage, not to seek fame and learn from the tyrant. Because of their momentary complacency, the men in black, who had the upper hand, actually suspended their attack and allowed Jack the Ripper to show off in front of the enemy. Of course, this is not completely useless. If the opponent does not have a master who can fight Jack, the morale will be hit hard. But the premise is that the opponent has no reinforcements. However, these men in black don't know that the opponent has reinforcements. In their view, there were 5,000 soldiers in London, and the third phalanx was neutral, and they defeated 2 phalanxes. And the 2 phalanxes in front of them seemed to be the opponent's last reliance. Therefore, the men in black were not too anxious and began to treat the new recruits of the guards in front of them with the mentality of playing with weak opponents. What, you have no courage? Don't you call yourselves the masters of the royal guards who protect the king? You don't even have the courage to fight alone. If you are so cowardly, you might as well cut your own throat. Jack said proudly and provocatively, holding the bloody knife. The men in black behind him also laughed in cooperation. Wobblies, if you don't come, I will have to go. When the time comes, don't cry for your mother. Jack continued to provoke arrogantly. Wahahaha. The men in black laughed even more wantonly. At this time, Janus, the leader of the first phalanx, and Wu Ku, the leader of the second phalanx, knew that if no one else took up the challenge, their morale would probably collapse. However, Wu Ku himself was a noble son who was afraid of hardship. Although he was slightly better than the other 3 dandies, his talent was limited. As for martial arts, it was also mediocre. Therefore, only Janus could fight. Janus was not born into a noble family, but into a sailor family, and he had been a sailor for several years. In England, sailors are equivalent to half pirates. Even if ordinary sailors are unwilling to do pirate work, the English government still requires those English merchant ships to attack French merchant ships. Otherwise, how can the navy and maritime trade of such a large country like France not develop? Because English merchant ships often play the role of pirates to rob French merchant ships. Even for those English merchant ships, robbing French merchant ships is an important political task. Therefore, many English sailors are proficient in naval warfare, that is, using a knife to cut people on the deck. The reason why Janus can become Edward's confidant and guard is also because of his superb knife skills. During a voyage to escort Edward to the island of Ireland, he was selected by Edward as a guard because he played with sailors and won many games. It can be said that Janus is definitely a master at playing with a knife. However, when he was learning the way to command troops from Sivag, the commander of the 5th Legion of the North Sea Kingdom, Sivag told him that as a general, he should not be brave. Therefore, he has not fought with anyone for a long time. But now, he had to stand up and fight. Otherwise, morale would be lost. At that time, he would not be able to remain undefeated. So, Janus took off the luxurious clothes worn by the leader of the phalanx, wearing only simple cloth clothes, holding a sailor's scimitar, and came to the front of the battle. He calmly said to the arrogant Jack, "I will meet you." Chapter 10:10, Bloody Street Fights, Unbeatable, Part 2. Jack the Ripper was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Are you guardsmen without anyone? Sending such a thin person to die. Indeed, Jack the Ripper was about 1.83 meters tall, with muscles all over his body, and his arms were thicker than the average person's legs. Janus, who stood up to challenge, was only about 1.75 meters tall and relatively thin. It seemed that the duel between the two was no suspense. After all, this was not a heavyweight contest. Janus was not very angry, but said lightly, "I remind you that my knife is very fast. In addition, my knife is also a good knife. It is a precious knife made by a famous craftsman of the Grand Duchy of the North Sea. So, you'd better change to a good knife, so as not to get your knife cut off." After saying that, Janus also raised the sailor's scimitar in his hand. Janus was right. This sailor's scimitar looked no different from an ordinary sailor's scimitar, but it was made with the latest sword-making technology of the North Sea. That is, medium carbon steel with good toughness was used as the aggregate, and then the blade was surface carbonized. This makes the toughness of the blade and the hardness of the blade very good, and it is a rare good knife. Of course, this kind of sword-making technology is not complicated. It is nothing more than using medium carbon steel as the main body of the blade and then carbonizing the surface. However, its performance is similar to those swords that have been tempered by thousands of hammers. Therefore, when selling it to the outside world, the North Sea Kingdom also claimed that it was a sword made by a master craftsman with great effort, and the price was also very high. In order to show off, an inscription was engraved on it: first-class product, knife-making master Haman. After such a packaging, the price of the knife immediately went up, which was dozens of times that of an ordinary sailor's scimitar. In fact, Haman was just an ordinary sword-making craftsman in the North Sea forge. But after using the new sword-making technology, the quality of the swords made by ordinary craftsman Haman is indeed no worse than those made by traditional knife-making masters. In addition, Marin wanted to sell it at a high price, so he naturally gave him the false name of knife-making master, mainly to bluff people. However, Jack the Ripper was not bluffed. Because his machete is not an ordinary product. It was made by the late London swordsmith Harrison himself, so he said arrogantly, "We have never heard of the Master Harmon you are talking about. Boy, you must not have been deceived, right? The Grand Duke of the North Sea, Marin, is a liar and a bastard. What level can the swordsmiths in his country have? Yes, it is just something made by a liar craftsman in a liar country. It must be a low-quality product." The black-clothed people around echoed. No wonder, in the eyes of these Tudor remnants, Edward is the biggest villain, and the second villain is none other than Marin. Because it was Marin who led the army to help Edward destroy the Tudor dynasty and made them become dogs without a home. Therefore, these black-clothed people despised everything about Marin. But Janus was not angry, because he was originally planning to delay time. He knew that the army outside the West City should have entered the city by now. The longer the time is delayed, the better it is for him. If it is delayed until the reinforcements arrive, then the victory will be certain. Therefore, Janus smiled as he watched the group of black-clad men vent their anger by scolding Marin, and silently watched the other party pretend to be cool. After scolding for a long time, the black-clad men stopped. At this time, Jack the Ripper was too lazy to talk nonsense. He just picked up the heavier machete and said to Janus, "Boy, I don't care what kind of broken knife you have, I will not show mercy. Look at your knife so light, I'm afraid it will break with one cut. After cutting off your knife, I will cut open your chest and see what your heart looks like." Ripper! Ripper! The black-clad men on the side shouted to cheer, and Jack raised his knife, and the black-clad men stopped shouting. Then, Jack glared and shouted, "Boy, are you ready? I'm going to use my knife. Maybe one move will change the world, even if one opens one's mouth, the air will tremble." With some unknown, perhaps non-existent background music, Jack the Ripper raised his heavy machete in his hand and used a move of splitting Huashan Mountain to chop at Janus in front of him with great force. Wherever the machete went, the wind whistled. However, to Jack the Ripper's disappointment, the thin knife man in front of him had no panic expression on his face, but raised his knife. Dang, a crisp collision sound came. Under the pressure of Jack's machete, Janus's sailor's cutlass was bent, but it did not break. Moreover, Janus did not really fight hard. After the two knives met, Janus quickly raised his arm, led the knife, and swung to the side with his sailor's cutlass and Jack's heavy machete. If someone familiar with Oriental martial arts is present, they will definitely exclaim, Tai Chi. This is obviously the 4 ounces to move 1,000 pounds technique in Tai Chi. Of course, this is not authentic Tai Chi, but a half-baked sword-swinging technique that Janus learned from Marin and comprehended from Tai Chi. Marin named it randomly, meaning to use clever force to swing away the opponent's sword. The key is to first use the wrist to drive the blade of your own sword to actively meet the enemy's sword, and use the upward kinetic energy of your own sword to offset part of the kinetic energy of the enemy's sword. Then, as soon as the two swords touch, immediately use the wrist to control your own sword to move downward and then draw circles to the left and right to remove the enemy's chopping force. When did Janus learn from Marin? It was when Marin led his army to help Edward march into London halfway. Because he was bored, Marin sometimes compared swordsmanship with his guards or Edward's guards. After all, he is also a knight, and it is normal to exercise his body when he has nothing to do. Janus, who was Edward's guard at the time, also found an opportunity to learn swordplay from Marin. Janus highly praised the so-called sword-swinging technique invented by Marin, and then learned it for a while, and the effect was good. Especially when fighting against those strong opponents, he can often catch them by surprise. For example, this time Jack's machete was chopped down heavily, and after being swung aside by Janus's sword-swinging technique, Jack, who exerted too much force, almost had a waist sprain. In fact, while Jack was not standing firmly, Janus clearly had the opportunity to take advantage of his unstable footing, bully forward, and wipe Jack's neck with a single knife. However, Janus held back. Why? Because Janus's current battle with Jack is not for victory, but to delay time. After all, the recruits of the first and second phalanxes of the royal guards are far from being the opponents of the men in black in front of them. Because, in terms of personal martial arts, these people who have been hanging around in the underground dark world for a long time are definitely far superior to those new recruits in the first and second phalanxes. If he kills Jack in front of him, the opponent will definitely give up a one-on-one fight and choose a group fight. And group fights are exactly what the new recruits in the first and second phalanxes are least good at. Therefore, Janus could only resist the urge to kill Jack and continue to use sword swinging to deal with the opponent. Because of his thin and flexible body, Janus used the sword swinging technique to the extreme, making Jack the Ripper extremely uncomfortable. Generally speaking, Jack relies on his great strength and fast knife skills to dominate the London underground world. However, his fast, fierce and accurate knife skills have no effect on Janus. He didn't know that Janus was actually better at martial arts than him, and he didn't kill him immediately just to delay time. "Wow, you bastard, can you fight me head-on like a man? A man should fight head-on. You are so slippery, you are not a man at all," Jack shouted angrily. Jack fought with great passion, which was in line with the street fighting atmosphere created by the background music of Invincible. However, his passion met Janus, who was as slow as an old lady. The background music suddenly changed to "Let it go, swords and swords are not my style, the sky and the sea have their own style. Push with both hands." Janus was also happy to argue with him to delay time, so he stopped and took a step back to defend himself. "Look, I am not as strong as you. Fighting you head-on is not looking for death. Who wants to die? Are you willing? Since you don't want to die, I can only fight you like this." After saying that, he pretended to spread his hands helplessly. In this way, the two sides fought back and forth, wasting a lot of time, until the leader of the black man, Jones, arrived. "Jack, what are you doing? Why don't you stop attacking?" Jones Stanley shouted angrily. "Boss Jones, wait a moment, I'll deal with this guy in front of me, and then I'll lead the people to kill him," Jack shouted depressedly. Then, his knife was swung aside by Janus again. Jones watched silently for a while, and then he saw the trick. "So," he shouted. "Jack, he is deliberately delaying time with you. You are not his opponent, step down, let me do it." After saying that, Jones took off his gorgeous coat, revealing the black man's tight clothes inside, and took out 2 knives from his waist. It is said that Jones was also very famous in the London underworld back then, and Double Knife Jones was the name he earned back then. Although he was the illegitimate son of a noble, he also needed personal martial arts. Otherwise, he could not defeat the group of villains in the underground world. Therefore, Jones has practiced martial arts since he was a child. In terms of martial arts, he is more powerful than Jack. However, because he became the leader and rarely did anything himself, Jack became famous. Jack the Ripper seemed very unhappy, but Jones shouted again, "Back off." Jack was reluctant to withdraw his moves and retreat. But Janus was anxious. He knew that his intentions were exposed. But at this time, he didn't want Jack to retreat, so he entangled with the opponent and wanted to keep Jack. But Jack was more obedient, more determined to withdraw his moves, and his body was also retreating. Seeing that he couldn't keep the opponent, Janus didn't care about hiding his weakness, so he suddenly jumped up and accelerated his attack speed. At the moment when he swung away Jack's knife, he quickly wiped Jack's neck with a scimitar. Jack was immediately scared to death, and he also understood the reason why Jones said, "You are not his opponent." At the critical moment of life and death, Jack didn't care about his face, he just lay on the ground, and rolled backwards, barely avoiding Janus's knife. Seeing that he couldn't kill Jack, Janus had no choice but to slash the blade at Jack's right arm while he was rolling, injuring Jack's right arm. Because Janus knew that the enemy would soon launch a general attack. Jack's fierce swordsmanship was very suitable for charging into battle. If he was a pioneer, he would pose a great threat to the new recruits of the Royal Guards. Therefore, although he failed to kill Jack in the end, he still injured Jack's right arm with a quick knife, making him unable to move for a short time. After Jack rolled back, Jones, holding 2 knives, took a step forward, blocking Janus's way to continue chasing Jack, and said in a deep voice, "Young man, your swordsmanship is good. However, your strange swordsmanship is ineffective against me." After that, he slowly raised the 2 knives. Double knives. Janus' pupils suddenly shrank, and a panicked look appeared on his face. Why? Because the half-baked sword-swinging technique that Janus learned from Marin didn't say how to deal with double knives.